Welcome everyone to Blast Slam. We've got day number 3 for you guys. We're going to be starting very soon. And with me is going to be my panel. We've got Raya again, we got T-Gov, and we got Fear as well. I don't know why I almost forgot your name.
I don't know why either, but thanks for letting everyone know.
You just look so different. You look so dapper today, Fear.
I look so different.
Yeah.
That's good.
I like how you said again for me, but not these guys. Like, Raya again.
Yeah.
And the team Fear. Okay.
Well, at least you didn't get, I almost forgot who you were, so I'll take yours.
Have you at all confused Raya's name?
Yes.
Almost called her sheep.
Oh.
Not on camera. On camera,
Yeah,
I'm
not
pretty
on
good.
camera.
Off camera, it's like sheep up, Raya. But no, here, not done that at all until you've now told me, and now I might do
I mean,
it,
I don't.
so.
Who's sheep?
It's an item in the game, I think.
Yeah, I only know Raya.
That's Scythe, Vice thing.
Well, how are you guys feeling
great
after yesterday, right? Because we had a very long day. We were like 2 best of 3s. Sure, there's a chance that we go to 3 games for both of them, but no one thought that we would still be here at about 3 a.m. in Copenhagen. It was definitely one of the longest days I've ever experienced with 2 best of 3s.
It was just, yeah, abnormal, of course, out of our hands, but that's kind of the joy of it, you know, especially, you know, the players and the teams, they come together, they play it again, they go back at it, you know. Sure, did get home at 4 in the morning, and we had to, you know, now wake up and go again, but that's all it's all about, you know, especially because it's single elim. It's like, makes it even spicier. You want to know the result. There's no like, whatever, there's a, you know, low bracket, you know, it's just important, it happens, it's perfect. Day 2.
I mean, it goes to show a lot that all these teams are incredibly close in skill level as well. Like, they're all going the distance, they're all going long games as well, and that's exactly what we want to see.
Yeah, that was only round 1 when it comes to the gauntlet, when it comes to elimination here. Let's have a look at those results, though. You had 12 hours to tune into our broadcast yesterday, but if you happen to not catch any of it, then these are our results. We started off with Heroic up against Spirit, and in what a lot of people would say an upset was Heroic taking it 2-1, a fantastic game number 3 in that series, and then Falcons and OG. That one was somehow a 4-game best of 3, so that one really went the distance. That one was a lot of fun. Unfortunate what happened with the game number 3 to be remade and then resulted in the game number 4 that we had. I mean, you were here, T. You were sitting, waiting eagerly, hoping to come back onto desk, onto panel as soon as it ended.
I was very giddy, you know, I was very ready for it. But, you know, it happens, you know, day goes on, things change. But, no, again, like the Dota was great. I think it kind of showed that the teams are able to adapt very quickly, because Falcons in game 1 to 2 of the same game, they played very differently and instantly punished OG.
Let's name it game 3 and 4.
Okay, we're gonna or game 3 version 1, game 3 version 2.
Okay, or that.
Okay, so game 3 version 1, OG had they kind of showed pretty good stuff, but in game 3 version 2, OG didn't really change how they just kind of farmed. They didn't do the same thing they did, which was successful in the first game.
Right.
Whilst Falcons showed why they are one of the top teams in the world, because within, you know, an hour, they were like, okay, this is our weak point, instantly capitalize on it, change up the script and go again. Whilst OG, they didn't really evolve in version 1 to version 2, whilst Falcons very quickly did that.
Yeah. It was great that the teams were able to come to, you know, a mutual decision there, to be able to remake it and play out that rest of the series last night, because I'm sure if they had to play any games today, it probably would have even been more exhausting for anyone who had to do it. But again, if you weren't able to catch anything that happened yesterday, lucky for you, we have a little bit of a recap.
Preshow with a buyback of Divine Llama, soon to be untied back as he gets grabbed, eats the cheese, pick that one up off the ground, straight into the goal, into the corner once again. Doesn't have the vision, who must stand and deliver to bail out. Satanic is gonna go down, the team wipe. All the physical damage in to bring down somebody. Gotta be careful, hook shot. Oh, we got both the cores inside the cogs. The Ravage follows it up, all in on Satanic. Is he gonna get off the Sunder? He's gone, he's dead.
From Skeeter's 23 Savage is able to get back to the fountain. He'll turn with the multi-shot. Whisper trying to escape as well, but he'll fall. He's dying. The fountain. Triple kill from R.
Left on Aegis.
Tries to get the jump in. Won't be able to get the initial connection. Skeeter straight over towards X-Nova. He's found the chair, and X-Nova still able to break away from Amar. He's got the RP onto the both of them. The burst comes in on a 23 Savage. The Morph is dead.
It was a fantastic 2 series. Would highly recommend if you guys ever get time to go back and at least watch game number 3 of both of those series. That's what I would say, at least, or maybe you have different
Version 1,
games.
right? For the OG one?
Yes, for the OG Falcons one, game 3 version 1, I would go back and watch. But I don't know if you guys have any different favorite games from yesterday.
No, yeah, despite the fact that we didn't get to see the ending, that was my favorite game of the day by far, even though I was just lying on the sofa going, let it end! I want to sleep. But it was
still a party that wanted to
exciting.
come back and be able to bring it all
Yeah.
down, because that was also one of those ones where Snake King's Enchantress win streak was on the line as well. We had just celebrated that he had his 21st win on her, and then it's like, oh, this game is looking a bit grim for them. Is he going to be able to keep the streak alive? Well,
I guess he does, right?
he does.
Yeah.
Did you
That's
bring the
surprising.
confetti?
No,
Okay,
I told
well.
someone else to bring that. But I'd say my favorite game of yesterday was gonna be Heroic vs Spirit Game 2, where they
okay.
had the Slark. This is a hero that we haven't seen in a very long time. It was a Slark Beastmaster combination. I mean, it gave me flashbacks of when I lost TI6 against Digital
But
But you
Chaos.
liked that?
I guess so. But either way, I'm like, oh, they're playing the map with Beast, Slark. It was very methodical, and I like how they just closed out the map. And to me, it was just like a beautiful game of Dota.
Yeah. With the loss that Spirit and OG unfortunately did face, that is them eliminated from the Blast Slam here. We're going to take a look at our gauntlet bracket because it is a single elimination. It might look like it's double elimination in upper and lower, but that's just two sides of our one playoffs bracket here. So Spirit, OG going home did result in Falcons advancing, going to have to go up against Gaimin Gladiators, and Heroic having to go up against PARIVISION.
I mean, today's just a terrible day because my fantasy team on Blast TV is absolutely ruined. I put Maposhka in my team. I had, Malik. He was a 2% pick. I put him in the off lane, of course, and I put him as my captain. So X2 get eliminated in the first round. So there's zero chance for me to do well. I have no chance of doing it, so I don't care anymore. It's all
Speaking of
over.
fantasy league, like,
Yeah, we do have our own talent fantasy league.
I don't want to
as well,
live it in.
so we're all
No
coming up-
games count for yesterday for fantasy
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
in the series. Or
Oh, no.
He's
It
talking
has-
about Game 3 version 1 and
Yeah.
Game 3 version
No. It'd only
would
be
just
one
be game-
version.
Oh, no.
It'd be
Version
version 2 that would
thought we found a hack.
No, we
Okay.
did not hack it. No.
Isn't it us three at the very bottom of the league together?
I
I
haven't
checked it this
looked.
morning, and you two were both beneath me, I
Yeah,
believe.
Spirit.
These type of things you don't
Shit the
look
bed.
until the end. You know?
Yeah.
Well,
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
I picked
Exactly.
up 2 heroic players, so I'm happy.
Yeah, you're cooking, but mine didn't.
Yeah,
Mine just
cooking at the
burned
bottom of the league,
miserably.
you guys.
Still in the race. Still in the race.
Ah, well.
I think I had one Spirit player. I'd say Tanic.
Okay.
I thought that man was
Wait.
going to be able to pop off.
It wasn't your captain, at least. That's
No,
the
I didn't know
value.
you could pick a captain until someone was like, yeah, it just manually selects the offlaner otherwise. So unfortunate for me, but my offlaner is my captain, which I had no idea.
Oh, well.
Either way, for your fantasy, Heroic still being in is a great feat. And luckily for you, you're going to see them first up. We got a Heroic up against PARIVISION for our very first best of 3 for today. And then it will be Falcons up against Gaimin Gladiators, hopefully starting around that 7 p.m. mark. We'll see exactly how the series goes, because yesterday we had a rough schedule where we thought games would start. That went straight out the window.
And that was Heroic's fault. They went to 2-hour-long games. It's going to happen again.
It probably is.
But you are lucky to know, at least, if you do want it to be a quick series, Heroic are yet to beat PARIVISION or that roster this year, right? So on paper, it's only been like 3 series, I believe. They've lost all of them. So maybe it can be quick based on that. But Heroic is also evolving very quickly, right? Like they own 4 in group, now to being here. So it's like Heroic are making the steps, but historically, they don't like this matchup.
It is nice getting to see Heroic at more LAN events. There's a lot of different characters and personalities on this roster, and we thought we would put them to the test. Slacks had a little bit of a prank that he wanted to play on this Heroic roster, at least one specific player.
Hey everybody, Slacks here with Heroic. We are doing a very special interview where Cap is going to have to say everything that we are telling him to say to Divide Llama. Now, our goal is to fuck with Divide Llama as much as humanly possible, okay? Do you guys have anything prepared already?
Yeah, I have a lot of things prepared.
Okay,
I roast
fantastic.
him.
Llama here, fresh off of a victory against Team Spirit.
What's the first thing we should say?
Sanjiasha.
Same
Dawnbreaker,
Josh on
Sanjiasha.
All right, so Dawnbreaker.
He reacted. How your teammate reacted?
How are your teammates reacting to your innovative Dawnbreaker Sanjiasha?
What does your team think about your innovative SNY Dawnbreaker build so far? Has there been discussion about that?
Well, I just copied some guy, some mortal rank guy, some unknown player that, just won every game with Dawn offer. I started buying SNY, and now I think almost everyone buys SNY and Dawn. Yeah. So I have no regrets.
Let's ask about the chin. What was the chin question?
You have a very big chin, so you think that has something to do with your mic not being in your mouth at the game?
I've noticed a lot of talk showed up on Reddit and stuff like that. A lot of people are talking about the size of your chin. How does that actually affect your ability to communicate with your team? Has it helped to be able to communicate with them?
Not sure if it's relevant. Maybe sometimes my articulation is a bit worse because my mouth is very big, maybe. But I don't think it. Yeah, I don't think it does too much.
Let's freak him out a little bit. Cap, can you please ask him what his name is and what team he's on?
Embarrassing. What's your name and what team do you play for again? Sorry. It's for social media.
Just for social media, right? Just for the intro, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I definitely know.
Yeah, this is where you face. Okay. I'm the Llama, playing offlane for Team Heroic.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know if that was more of a setup for Devi or for Cap there.
For the he goes through the whole interview and then he's like, you don't know who I am, who I'm playing for? Like, that was the biggest reaction he had. It was so rough.
I don't even know how I would react. Yeah, he was like, he was genuinely
Stared
waiting
into
for Cap to be like, just joking,
He
bro.
handled the chin question better than the who are you question.
I don't know how that's relevant. That might be my new favorite. I don't know how that's relevant.
I mean, that's a voice line, maybe. Little TI voice line, maybe.
Maybe.
We'll see.
Sprinkle that one in.
There you go, little sprinkle.
No, that one was really good. Good sport from Devi as well as Cap there. I'm not sure how he kept a straight face either. I would have just burst out laughing if I got told to ask Devi his name and what team he played for halfway through an interview.
That's the kind of content piece where I want the reaction where he finds out that his team was the one asking the questions.
True. You know, if they weren't about to play a series, if they weren't about to play a series, there is a part of me that would want to ask that. But a lot of fun between those guys there, and it's nice to have that break. They just played a really hard series against Spirit. They did end up winning it. Then they got to have fun and film that content piece. But I'm sure they locked in afterwards and had to prepare as much as they could for their series right now up against PARIVISION. It was a very tough time for them because of how late their series went. Where do you find that balance of, okay, we really need to prep, but we need to make sure that we're rested? Do you kind of bench it and sleep and do it tomorrow, like, the start of today?
No, I think right now what they're doing is going to be the correct process of Yuma's now found the confidence as the stand-in to tell the team what he wants as a player. We didn't really have that in the first day, and now he does. And I think based on your question of the whole rest, I think just have that natural rest, respect what you want to do for yourself, and then you'll be able to bring it in. And
does anyone else feel like they're just third wheeling KJ and the cameraman the whole time, every time he's on camera?
Every time he sees a camera, he is just death staring it every single time.
I feel like I don't want to keep watching the broadcast, the way he's death staring it. But you're right, there has now been the momentum of Yuma fitting in. He's feeling like there is momentum for them, but also the way that they were drafting Fear. That was one of our biggest question marks around, are they enabling Yuma? Are they able to get a cohesive draft for themselves, and how are they able to execute it?
I mean, it started off well with getting some Meepo here when they can for him, but it has evolved into something more. Like, they picked a Slark. This hero has not won in a very long time in competitive Dota. Even Yatoro of Time was trying to make it work on Spirit when Spirit was winning, and those were the only games they would lose, right? So Yuma has found a way to make this hero win, and more importantly than just playing Slark and finding a way to win with it, they block picked Spirit's Magnus, right? This is a hero they know they excelled at, and they didn't play Magnus at all on Heroic, and Yuma just took the challenge like, all right, I can make this work. And I think that says a lot when you have a player like that that can make a hero work in your lineup that you just haven't practiced before just to block pick it.
Yeah, but also the active nature of these games, we're seeing Yuma utilize the twin gate quite a lot. He's always, every clip we're gonna see, he's leading the charge, right? Be it on Alk, he's jumping in, on Slark, he's using the vision, but he's just kind of the conductor in that series. And I was looking at the minimap a lot in that time, and he was always drawing on the minimap, where do I want to go? Where should we, they get a kill, and he's instantly drawing, guys, this is now the place they're gonna try and farm. If we get there quick enough, then they're gonna be dead top, and they can't farm bottom, so we'll keep furthering our lead. So I feel like maybe in the group stage, he didn't have that confidence, or at least the draft didn't allow him to do it. But yesterday, it felt like they found their way to truly enable him. But it's going to be difficult, right? You are a random stand-in with maybe a week of scrims, if that, and this format is not forgiving. So I think it is very good for Heroic that they've found that groove, and it now means that every best of 3, if they can replicate yesterday, it should be, a 50-50 competitive like we've seen Heroic in the previous year.
It's at least unlocked a new pathway for them in the way that they drafted there, because this mag, it absolutely ruined them in game number 1 when Spirit had it. They go easy solution, we just ban it out in the game number 2, and then what we're seeing there both in the stats but also some of the replays is they first picked the mag, and that was where it was potential flex. You weren't really sure where it was going to go, and exactly what you said, T, where it was like Yuma stepped up and then we saw this carry mag and he just absolutely popped off for her.
Yeah, I think both the drafts in the games they won were so incredibly cohesive. It really felt like they had a solid idea of what they wanted to do and everything supported around it. You know, they're playing with the slog, but they have heroes that allow them to group up together with the Beastmaster, with the auras, the ability to catch people and just go with save and take the map, you know, control the vision with the slog. It felt like they could go wherever they wanted, and they had all the tools they needed to catch people, kill people, or take what they wanted. And then in the game with the Huskar and the Magnus, you know, they just have heroes that can save and support this Huskar. Because Analog did a lot. Like, we talk about Yuma on his Magnus. Yes, it was amazing, and he got catches where it totally turned the fight to their favor. But this Huskar was still doing mad work, and they had a Shadow Demon to protect it. They had a Tidehunter to cover them in team fights. Like, it just felt like they really knew what they wanted to do, and they executed it perfectly.
Props to Heroic. It was very quick, a very fast-paced 24 hours for them, but they went from 0-4 in groups to be able to take on and eliminate Spirit. That's been the journey so far. Let's have a little bit of a look back at it.
Soon to be untied back as he gets grabbed, eats the cheese, pick that one up off the ground, straight into the goal, into the corner once again. Doesn't have the vision, who must stand and deliver to bail out. Satanic is gonna go down, the team wipe.
After a terrible start in the group stage, Heroic have achieved a big upset over Spirit to stave off elimination. With this victory, they've proven not only that the group stage was just a bad day, but that the core roster can still find success with their new carry.
We got both the cores inside the cogs. The Ravage follows it up, all in on Satanic. Is he gonna get out the sun?
But this is just the first step of the gauntlet that lies ahead. Can Heroic realize another upset and prove the haters wrong?
Time will only tell for them. They've done it once. It's very easy for them. Well, there's a high chance for them to be able to replicate it for a second time here. What we've kind of highlighted, at least the three of you, every time you've brought up a point around this Heroic, is Magnus. Not only him as a hero, but what he's been able to initiate for them, having a better team fight, making them maybe more comfortable in being able to be aggressive on the map.
Sure, yeah, specifically in that game 3, I think there's a lot of layers to it. I think that layering, you know, with a mag, because of the tide, like, it all comes together into a boiling point of Heroic having that confidence once again. And that's the key thing. With this format, if you have a bad group stage, is how quickly can you refine that confidence? And we are going to see multiple highlights here where Heroic is able to utilize the Divine Llama. Again, we didn't really talk about him today, but him on the Tidehunter, going for the Ghost Scepter, all of these clips, like, he goes first, he soaks up the initiation, and then we get to see the Magnus hit the perfect skewer, hit the hold, hit the perfect RP, there we go, to then get the kill. So I think in this third game, it was like the perfect demonstration of when we praise Heroic throughout the year, these are the types of games that we see. It's this layering aggression where either Schofield or Divine Llama is going in first, then we see another core step up to the plate because of the vision and positioning they've obtained from it, but we haven't seen it so far until pretty much yesterday. And that's why I think if you are Heroic, you're looking at that success of yesterday, those games, it's like, how can we replicate that? What's the hero for Divine Llama? What's the kind of vocal carry for Yuma? If you find that recipe, then again, I'm gonna have good odds on them, but if they don't find the recipe, then we might be, you know, stepping back a little bit back towards the group stage. So it's, I think, draft dependent for sure for this team.
I think definitely making sure Divine Llama has a stable game is the goal, right? Because this team really suffers when his game isn't up to par. Like, he at least has to be on par. He doesn't have to overachieve. He doesn't go like sicko mode and just start carrying the game, but he needs to have a game.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. When they were first picking his Doom, it kind of just was really hard for them. Actually, talking about the matchup that's about to come, one of those was, hey, let's take this Doom, let's take this Earthshaker, let's go put them against Crystallis Drow Ranger. That went horribly for them. I don't want to see that again. Meanwhile, they get this later pick Tidehunter, and he's having a good game, and he's able to do exactly what he needs to for them. So I do really want to see them protect his pick a little.
Yep.
I like combining that with Yuma playing more active carries. Like when they went for the Alchemist strat, it's like, okay, well, he wants to farm up for a little while at least. But with the Slug, he was able to get earlier involved, give him a really good lane with the Chen, let him get that Diffusal Blade, let him go join fights and move into and taking enemy territory early.
Yeah, Heroic probably just needed a little bit more time to make things click for themselves. You know, that day one, hey, it was a warm-up. You know, maybe we're only going to see Heroic get better. We've already liked exactly what Yuma was bringing to the table, the things they changed up yesterday. And lucky for us, we got to have a chat with him. Yuma, thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations as well on the win yesterday for you guys. How is the team energy after getting that win and not being eliminated?
I mean, it feels really good. You know, another day that we get to play here. It's a very nice setup. And I think the team energy after first day, it's very different. Like the first day of group stage, we got 04, right? But from yesterday onwards, it's been really good. Yeah.
And how are you feeling that you're finally settling into Heroic as the stand-in? Was there a lot of pressure for that day one? And now, after a series win, it feels a bit like the pressure is off?
I mean, when I got asked one day before to travel, right, to go with them for this tournament, it was kind of out of the blue, and I kind of came in with no expectations. I still don't really have any. Just want to go and play and have some fun. I thought that I was surprised on how well we started playing when we first started practicing with together. And yeah, I mean, it's very chaotic, the communication, because it's like 3 different languages at the same time in the game, but it's been fun. Yeah.
That's great to hear. It's been 2 years, actually, since you were back in the SA region. In those 2 years, did you ever think you would come back to this region? Was there a bit of you hoping that you would end up back on an SA team? And are you really excited to be here with Heroic?
I never thought about it. But for me, I mean, it's hard. Even though I speak Spanish, I think because I'm so used to just playing the game and like playing it in English, like just from repetition in pubs and stuff, I never really thought of it. And right now I'm just standing in, so we'll see what holds in the future. Yeah.
All right, and we'll see how today plays out for you guys as well. But Yuma, thank you so much for joining me. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll see how the future plays out for him. He says a stand-in for now, depending on the results.
He has no choice and what happens, you know what I mean?
But
he has to play his best.
You can influence it greatly with how you play with the team, some of the results that come from it. Obviously, it's 5 of them. It's not all just Yuma that's going to be a part of what results they do get here. But talking about how different it is coming back into the SA region for himself, how short notice it was even for him to be at this tournament with them, the short notice that he had. And then on top of that, the vast difference between the end of day 1 and the end of day 2 with this team.
Yeah, it's a very nice glow up. It's the type of thing that you want to see. And I think it's like, this is the format that really tests teams' ability and their structure, less about how good they are, you know, skill-wise, right? Like you can be the best team in the world, but if you don't know how to adapt and understand like the flow of a tournament, then a best of 1 group stage, a single elimination, then that's not the tournament for you. You know, reference some teams already eliminated that we maybe not expected to be eliminated. That is where Heroic structure at least has allowed them to do a little bit better at this time.
Yeah, they were able to make great adjustments in that best of 3 for themselves against Spirit. They've had even more time since they were last up against PARIVISION. So we'll see if the same adjustments are able to happen. They have faced off once before already at Blast Slam. They were in the same group, right? They had that best of 1. They've been able to have at least some amount of a learning lesson, but PARIVISION, they came in 3rd for a reason. They had a good day as well. They had outshining moments for themselves, and they too have a stand-in. So they're position 5 normally to Carlos. They do have Panto joining the lineup here, and something that Chrysalis said, it's not that much of a change. It's not too bad having Panto here. I've played with him in the safe lane before.
Classic position 1 players, you know, just the pos 5. You know?
They don't really matter.
As long as they don't grief my lane, it's fine.
They got like 7 minutes of doing something important, and after that, it's like, even if you don't play swords, just run in first, or like be in a position where I can look good, and yeah, they're replaceable. We're replaceable. I'm a 5 player. I feel replaceable. I join a pub, you know.
Don't worry, you are replaceable.
I know.
Team would never replace you.
I don't leave the lane. I got taught not to, and then still they don't want us.
Well, look,
what can you do?
Everyone's got a different opinion about which role is the best or the least. Sorry, the easiest or the hardest to be able to replace when it comes to a lineup, but always different moving parts. It's not just what you're bringing in the game, but as well as that team environment too. And these guys, they've had a great team environment. They've had a day break for themselves as well. So let's look at what happened 2 days ago for this PARIVISION roster.
He's in pretty deep though. He's going to get tripped up by the Tornado. He's trying to go for Panto, but he's not able to find him. Now Chrysalis is draining with damage. No one is sliding out of the map. He's caught by the stun, but they lose 4 heroes.
There are few second chances in Dota 2, but 2024 marked the return to form for Cloud9's DM and no one. To round out their new PARIVISION roster, they've continued this theme of redemption by adding 2022 TI finalist Crystallis.
He doesn't last long against Crystallis' physical damage, and Echo Slam that lands and does no damage. That's the game.
While the season has had an admirable start, Blast will be particularly tricky with stand-in Pantomime. Together, the trio looks to prove that their finest moments are still ahead of them.
Oh, okay. You were shocked about the PARIVISION day one. You're like, oh, I wasn't really aware of.
It's like, oh, okay, I see you. You know.
Here's my formal apology. Yeah. I didn't understand your game, but I see it now. They were also one of those teams that were picking niche heroes. Okay, that's the word I like to use in a best of one. That's what we're talking about. The Necro coming out for DM, something that he is literally the only other player that has picked it up since TI in a competitive game. We're not really seeing anyone else favor that flavor of the month. There's more stock standard things or things that are rising in popularity, and that's the Drow Ranger. That's Chrysalis picking it up. 2 out of their games in that group stage, he did pick it up for himself, and an outstanding performance, 16-0-8 there for one of his Drow performances.
Yeah, I mean, this hero has been gaining a lot of popularity. A lot of it does probably have to do on the back of, you look at Dota 2 Pro Tracker, you see players like Yatoro getting 16K with this hero, having a ridiculous win rate. That'll influence players a lot, but it also is good versus a lot of the metas. In this particular game, you're playing versus Gyrocopter. I think this is where Drow is the best when you are playing versus these agility type of style heroes. I think it might be a little bit debate for a lot of teams. Like, you can't just pick it whenever you want. We've seen it played yesterday, 23 Savage tried against 3 strength cores, didn't really work out. So it's not a so OP hero you can pick it whenever you want, but in the right game, this hero looks scary.
Yeah, you need to utilize, of course, the sidestep facet, right? You're able to move whilst using multi-shot.
That is like the only one people are picking, by the way. Can we just put that out there?
At the moment, you know, it's early days in the Drow meta, but the idea that Drow used to be, I have to stand still and right-click. Now with multi-shot and being able to move, use items during it as well, like, there's a little bit more mobility to it, but I agree with Fear that the hero is a bit of a bait where, yes, it's strong, but if you don't have that natural front line, that way to protect Drow, it doesn't matter because all her items are relative. She has good utility, but still glass kind of at the end of the day. Like, you have Silver Edge, you have Hurricane Pike, but you need to be able to stand and click. If you get jumped, then you're not pumping out damage, you're just constantly retreating. So it's a vulnerable hero, but very strong if teams truly understand it.
Yeah, this is a hero where we had a very small patch change just before coming into Blast Slam. So is it that small patch change has lent to her getting picked up more? Was it something that was just an oversight throughout this whole 7.37 patch? Because we got the stats here. On the left-hand side, this is her pick rate, her ban rate in Blast Slam. On the right-hand side, very big percentage differences. I know that there is a difference between the game size, but we transitioned it and translated it into percentages so that you can get a really good idea and potentially compare it a bit better.
There's definitely a part of the patch that is why she's popular. I think we asked in one of the interviews on day one, like, oh, why Drow coming up? And it was because, like, okay, yeah, we had this patch, people like Luna got nerfed, so we have to bring in new carries. Drow is coming in that space. And she's performing really well. Stuff like Morphling is still really popular, and whilst Morphling is quite a mobile hero, you're still able to potentially pick up the Ags where you get hypothermia, you can stack up to 90% of health reduction. She is just a very strong hero, right? If you get that shard, you're able to get the Glacier that gives you like True Strike essentially. She's just got a lot in her kit. I think the multi-step is incredible, the sidestep facet. The Vantage Point one is still being picked up sometimes, but it is a far smaller percent. I think the multi-step is way better, and we're seeing a lot of pros like maxing that, bombing their lane as much as they can. When you move to the triangle, you're able to come down and take part in the fights that happen around the mid, because there's a lot of fighting around mid recently. It just feels like she's nice and feels strong, and people like Chrysalis, who are really good at her, are just showing off.
Yeah, I mean, Kanda nerfed, Luna down, Medusa nerfed, Skadi Bayer down. You need someone else to kind of fight it, therefore Drow naturally has it. It's just kind of, it makes sense with heroes kind of shifting up and down. It was just inevitable that teams will find new heroes. Takes a long time nowadays, but they find new heroes, and Drow is just kind of, at least at the moment, because of maybe Yatoro and Pro Tracker, has now convinced a lot of players
to skewed the statistics, right? You gotta remove like the Yatoro numbers
like
out of it.
86% win rate, like 22 plus games. Like that is,
I mean, you
insane.
don't understand how much like these players look at these stats, right? Like,
a lot.
If you see like a top carry player who gets a benchmark and they're playing a certain hero, everyone's gonna copy it. So.
I mean, you can see them on screen, right? Like the Vilama in the interview, he's like saying about he's done the SMY build on Dawnbreaker. It's like, what happened to it? Oh yeah, I saw a guy do it on the stats page.
Dude, everyone's building SNY. I actually haven't gotten to talk to anyone
We can cook up some stats to maybe support it, but any minute now we are gonna
rumble.
Rumble.
One.
I was ready for that time.
Yeah, I mean, I can hear the countdown. We went quiet. I can hear it.
Trace.
Yeah.
They didn't scare us this time.
Heroic getting ready, you know, and that means we're getting one step closer to this series starting. But before we do, we're going to catch up with no one. Hey, Nolan, you guys did fantastic in your group. Maybe not the best, but coming in third secured you guys a day break. So how did you spend that one, especially not knowing your opponent until quite late last night?
Well, just like playing pops and screams. We played like GG and extreme screams and just practice.
Were you able to do, was there still enough time to be able to do heroic specific preparation and prepare you for this matchup, or were you trying to just focus on the game as a whole for you guys and ensuring scrims were going well?
I mean, I think we were focused mostly on ourselves. Like we were like expecting both of them. We know these teams, so.
And talk to me a little bit more about how PARIVISION came about. Obviously, you, Astini, DM, you're remaining from the Cloud9 days just recently at TI. So was it mostly up to the three of you or yourself about building this new roster for PARIVISION? And what are some of the thought processes about how you came to pick the rest of the remaining players?
I mean, after TI, I was spending like 10 days. Each day I was like writing to every player in the world, trying to understand who is available right now and who is not. And it ended up being like, if it's not 9 class, I think I don't know what I would have done. And Ducalis as well, because to me it's like the best on the CIS scene right now that I can get. And yeah, so I was waiting for their answers. I get them, and then like we settled up a team, and we agreed on the last one is Crystallis for us. Yeah, so it was like this. But I spent like 10 days non-stop talking with the players. Holy shit, it was hard.
Yeah, hard work behind the scenes as well as in the game there. So then, you know, you really wanted Ducalis, you're saying here, not having him at this tournament, do you think that that is a big setback for you guys, or you're willing to work around it and having Panto is still just as good as having Ducalis?
I mean, I don't know it's just that good as having Ducalis, but I think he's like a big part of our team for sure. He's making calls. He's like I would say like big part. But I think if like the things will go not wrong for us, I think we can make it like with Panto. He's a good player and a good guy.
It's interesting how different the opinions were when I spoke to Crystallis on day one. He goes, what I said before, that he didn't feel too bad about having Panto there. Obviously, it was different. Crystallis stood in for Panto's team. That's where they leaned together this time around. Panto's coming in and joining the likes of PARIVISION. And in no one's eyes, that's a massive loss for them not having Ducalis. He is very impactful. And so things that we might not necessarily see in a game of Dota, that's what they're experiencing as a team when they do lose that position 5.
I suppose it just is the calls and who it impacts, maybe, because every time we've talked to teams in the past, they always say, like, it's not just one guy making calls, it's who has the timings, who's strong at that moment. I suppose if you're a mid laner, your supports are going to be coming to your lane and making calls on that. Maybe they're louder.
Or who's rotating.
Yeah, whereas your carry's like, I don't give a shit. I'm going to hit creeps for a while, and I'll tell you guys when I have my IM and I'm ready to come.
Mid laners, they care about their supports. Like, that is fundamental. And it's like, as long as you have 5 good minutes on a position 5, the carry doesn't really mind too much. So it's, yeah, I think no one's, of course, going to have pretty strong opinions compared to the likes of the carry.
Yeah. Heroic, they have their stand-in in their position 1. PARIVISION having their stand-in in their position 5. But our caster Cap also has his stand-in, Syndron.
That's right.
Well, who was a stand-in that, huh?
Yeah,
he's
right.
my stand-in.
No, you're my stand-in.
Okay. All right. Have it your way.
Are you pouting now? Fine. I'm just not gonna say anything now.
No. That's pretty bad in this line of work. I think that's not great.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Sidderin, you share some similarities with the players. You both have been minesweeping, apparently, to prepare for this matchup. So what do you think King Jungles is going to pick, since that's what he was doing in the lobby, as were you?
He's not going to pick Techies, because Techies is the one you're minesweeping against, technically.
Right, so what do you think the best hero to minesweep with is? I think it's Enchantress.
We saw
which
yesterday,
is his specialty.
We saw yesterday that Falcons had some minesweeping to do.
Yeah, that's true. They did.
They did it in different ways. They had mixed success. I guess the best one was
Mar
Mars
just sort of
Bristle.
face tanked.
Mars Bristle was the best minesweeper hero in the game. So maybe minesweeper Bristleback will be coming out for Heroic.
Okay, well, we'll see what the first pick is as the draft is underway.
Game 1, draft, PARIVISION versus Heroic. Key thing is, before we talk draft, the vibes, okay? I'm loving the fact that Heroic has vibes in the studio, right? And in previous days, they kind of felt like a shell of themselves. They felt a little bit empty, of course. Going 0-4 in group stage isn't going to help them that much. But seeing them, like they're laughing more, they're talking more, it kind of feels like the energy that we saw during PGL Valahia. That's now returning, which is going to be scary for PARIVISION. You need to respect the fact that a team who has good vibes and that momentum is going to play just a lot better, that natural moves.
You're not wrong, but the last time they played it was a stomp. And I want to see it at least go even this time, if possible. I think the thing that PARIVISION were doing really well was A, winning their lane, and then B, they were moving a lot. You had no one on his Tiny running around, making constant plays, playing with like Panto on his Tusk, I believe, and just throwing him at people. They were just constantly pressuring and not letting them get any space on the map or any time to make their own moves. And then they just kind of crumbled under that. If they can apply the same amount of pressure, how are they going to respond? We saw Heroic yesterday. We're applying our pressure now. We're building our draft around to be the ones out on the map. We have our Huskar, you know, we have our Slog going about. So what angle are we going to see from them?
Yeah, I mean, DK already first picked by Heroic. That is responded with the Magnus. Even though Spirit are eliminated, they kind of, at least one of the main teams that kind of pushed the Magnus into the meta for other, or at least in this tournament meta. Yeah. But Magnus versus DK is very nice. You get to like prevent DK from standing his ground because you have the RP. And of course with Skewer, it always is a good insurance. But no, I think for Yuma, if he does play the DK, it is going to be slightly different than his other carries, because all his other carries that we praised him on for yesterday's series, they like to lead from the front at minute like 10, 12. DK doesn't do that. He needs to farm Mask of Madness and Armlet. He needs to farm like 3 items before he truly enters the game. So someone else on Heroic will need to step up to be a little bit more vocal, as Yuma, if he is playing DK, can't naturally do it.
All right. And I think the casters slightly mentioned it, but Techies is something that PARIVISION played with before, especially with the Magnus. They lost, but I thought it looked really good, and they showed a lot of great ideas surrounding it. I think their understanding of objectives in that game was pretty good. They were trying to get their carry a lot of farm, so they really focused a lot of mines around the triangle area to protect that, and then later they were setting up for their Roche with the mines and stuff. So I really liked seeing them play with it. I think when we had the underpicked heroes graph on the stream yesterday, we were seeing that Techies had only like 2 picks and hadn't been picked in a long time. So this is a special pick from Parry that I would like to see again.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Like the laning is fine, right? Sticky Bomb plus Blast Off with a Magnus is plenty of damage and just nuisance in laning phase. It is why Techies used to be very prevalent, as you were one of the strongest laners. Of course, many patches have passed and then other heroes have risen up in that 4 position. But yeah, I don't mind the concept of it. Instead, they are going for a Muerta, equally strong laner. You have Deadshot and Calling to be able to just secure the farm required. And now Heroic. Gonna have to probably pick up a couple of supports here. Again, we've mentioned multiple times on the panel that we like when we see the offlane pick from Heroic be later in the draft, which often, you know, multiple cores or supports have to sacrifice their pick position to ensure Divine Llama gets more information to ensure his offlane does go well.
Nice.
Oh, Schofield Lion, yeah.
Okay, cool. Schofield's Lion is funny. Sometimes he'll go to his offlane and he will feed 5 times in a row. Because he's quite an aggressive support player, right? He's going to run at people, he wants to do stuff. And it does work out for them sometimes. They will just trade a kill, maybe his life, and Devi gets the XP in a bit of solo lane for a while. But Schofield's mid to late game with Lion is fantastic, especially when they're playing with him as the one that goes and catches. I have just seen him catching everyone. He will find the stuns. He will manage to survive these fights for no reason when he has no right to, and just keep disabling people. And they're playing with a DK on top of that. Their catch right now is looking really strong.
It's very punishing, for sure, especially if PARIVISION mis-execute. The turnaround potential from Heroic is very strong. Their ability to smoke is also strong, so it's like you kind of expect Heroic to be able to play out most versions of the game right now from behind and ahead.
Yeah, makes Magnus's game so hard as well until he gets BKB. He's not got the privilege to just blink in and use his spells without Lion punishing it if they don't have a vision advantage.
Yeah. Luckily, Mag players have learnt the way of just going blink BKB. Yeah. They don't go for, oh, I need an Echo Saber for some damage.
I've seen harpoons. I've seen a little bit of greed. It really depends on what role
the good players go.
Yeah,
sure. Off lane, okay, specifically off lane, blink BKB. Yep. If you're core, yeah, you can go for like harpoon and a bit more right click before you secure yourself the game, but if it is an off lane, I think blink BKB is somewhat fundamental and critical for your timing Otherwise, there will be those moments where you blink in and Schofield's there ready with that Hex, and now you're just out of position and dead.
Yeah. And we talked a lot about Heroic and the tempo that they're playing. We'll get to Drow in a second. I really like seeing the Enchantress pick up from them. Obviously, we watched Snaking play it a few times yesterday. Pairing this Enchantress with this DK is going to give them so much tower push and allow them to try and take this map over. If they're going to give Yuma not the DK as well, potentially, they could even pick up even higher tempo from him and have him fronting with those guys. They can still put him on DK.
I really don't like mid DK.
I like offlane DK.
What?
I do. I think I saw
Carry
him
DK.
I saw him off playing it. I mean,
Yeah,
it depends,
okay,
it depends
alright,
on how your
sorry.
offlane's playing. I suppose Devi's a little less greedy than
For future reference, if you ever say, I like offlane DK, can you add the asterisk of if the carry style player Omar is playing it, okay?
Okay. Sorry.
If it was any other offlaner, they're buying like a Blink and a Mage Slayer. No.
Well, I think he picked Blink and a 4-staff on that hero. I mean, look, the point is it's flexible.
Sure.
It gives to the team's identity of let's push and take the map. Enchantress is going to be able to pressure this mid tower pretty early as well, the creeps, and just really open things, because you want to be able to get into this jungle and stop Drow from farming, because she is so vulnerable early on.
Yep. So PARIVISION, it's a bit of an exploitable Earth Spirit pick here. We've seen how Earth Spirit against Huskars and Leaners or Viper mids just prevent the hero from getting to play its game. So we'll see if Heroic want to react to that. Of course, Drow Ranger does pretty well against these heroes, as again, you have that range to follow up the Mag and Earth Spirit just rolling in first and jumping in. So I think that's exactly what Drow needs. She needs that multiple initiation so that she isn't the one getting jumped. But there is a concern now that they don't have that good lane matchup for Earth Spirit, because I'm expecting Heroic to want to counter pick it with some of the heroes that I mentioned.
Again, it is hard as well. If he doesn't find Lion, like, he's just going to roll in and then instantly be unable to play. Like, yeah, you can get this Blade Mail and make it harder, so you can't get, like, fingered, but it's still difficult.
It's just chaotic. PARIVISION needs to just, like, once they get a couple items, like they have Blade Mail and Shivas on Earth Spirit, they have Mag with Blink BKB, as long as they're in the front of the fight and they've forced the Lion to react or the DK to react, that's when Crystallis will, with his Silver Edge, his Manta, Harken Pike, will always get to that correct position to then do the damage.
Yeah, I want
to... And they do, okay, they just go to the Huskar. It's, as expected, when you pick Earth Spirit like this, it is very counterable in lane, but I think PARIVISION didn't mind it because of that Drow factor. It's still a little, it's a little dicey. It's a little spooky when you allow your mid to get punished like this.
But that's the thing, the last time we saw this happen, they just moved the Earth Spirit away to a different lane, right? You still have support open. Maybe you could play Earth Spirit. Actually, I don't know if their 5 plays Earth Spirit, right? But it's not the worst if you want to put him as a melee tank for your Drow in lane.
Sure.
It makes his lane weaker, for sure. But it's better than him potentially getting absolutely annihilated in lane by Huskar.
If we're purely speaking draft and nothing to do with meta, then maybe. But for meta, it's like your Mag needs to be in the mid or off-lane carry. Your Drow wants to only be a carry.
Right.
So it's like...
It is hard. It's horrible.
Like, technically, you could put Earth Spirit off-lane, Mag mid.
Yeah.
And then you get to play out that game. We've seen off-lane Earth Spirit do relatively well. But still, it's like 2 melee heroes. You're flexing 2 melee heroes into a Huskar. It's not going to feel good. So I think there's going to be some bigger ideas for PARIVISION down the line here. But they are also actually still banning out offlaners for Heroic. So there is a little bit of spice that Heroic are respecting here. And we'll see what PARIVISION have been cooking.
Yeah, well, I think we saw the answer to Huskar. Theoretically, if they were to move lanes around, the mid laners that we saw being Huskar were Sniper.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know if you want to have a Sniper and a Drow together. It does put a lot of pressure on Magnus and Spirit to protect them.
I think sometimes you can just overreact to things, right? And I think for PARIVISION, their draft does look really good. It's now just like the laning matchup that they have to think about.
Yeah.
And
maybe they could just pick a more active support to come and rotate with them.
Exactly.
Or just something that provides a lot of kill threat on the side lane, so Spirit can rotate there instead.
Yep, that's going to be probably the biggest thing here. As we saw how Analog played the Huskar yesterday, it was you push out mid, you go farm Ancients. DK in the carry role, it's I need to farm 3 items that we already mentioned. So there's technically a lot of farm required before the tempo comes into play. So strong lanes from PARIVISION will be able to go and poke their head into the jungle, find the 2 farming cores that Heroic have currently picked up. But they're taking some time on this last pick, or ban, sorry. Again, they've already banned out the Doom, and they banned out the Viper, so they just want to make sure they have good lanes. And Timbersaw is another chaotic hero that you have to deal with. Like, you have to deal with the farm of a DK, the laning advantage of a Huskar, and the early game pressure, and they still go for the Sniper. So let's see what the where the lanes are. They've got some funky shenanigans happening here. Oh, okay. Oh, we have seen. I forgot to mention it. There's been a rise of position 4 Magnus going for reverse RP in high-level pubs.
We have a pause fire.
But it is going to go to DM, and they are doing.
Awesome. I like it. I think it's I think it's the right choice. I do think if we're going to see a repeat of last time with the Huskar, what's going to happen is Sniper is going to win the lane pretty hard, and then Huskar is just going to retreat into his jungle and farm the Ancients a lot. He can go between both Ancient camps, and then that allows his supports to go mid and soak that XP. And then with them getting a faster level 6, you have the ability for them to then go make more plays. And you're playing with a DK and a Timber who are both pretty self-sustaining heroes and who can go farm that jungle. So I think they should be fine. Last time the Sniper did feed the mid to the Huskar. So I would like to see no one not making that mistake and feeding a little bit.
I personally really hate the Earth Spirit going to 5. I think they're trying to get too creative in the draft. Panto last played Earth Spirit in 2019 competitively. He's played 0 games of Earth Spirit in the last 8 days. He's played over 50 pubs. So it's not as if he's been told, hey mate, we might flex this hero. Can you play a couple pubs on it? So like statistically, he doesn't go near the hero.
We don't know if he's played it in a scrim.
Sure, but normally when you play a scrim, you also bleeds into pubs. But the fact, like statistically, he doesn't play the hero. The draft is nice. The issue is, like, I still think Hero have a lot of really good timings, and for PARIVISION to do well, it is going to be how much of the high ground can they hold, when can they make that big play, how much can they prevent Heroic from closing out the game. If PARIVISION can do that, then yes, this game, 30-40 minutes, they are going to be devastating in the high ground defense, but the journey there, Heroic does feel like they control a lot. I think Earth Spirit position 5 will be the big talking point in the post game.
Sure.
It might work, it might not, but they might have cooked too hard, but who also is maybe cooking hard? That's a terrible throw. Cap and Synderen with the cast of this first game.
I thought it was a great throw, Robson. Thank you very much. We are cooking, aren't we, Synderen?
Yes.
Yes, we have cooked up quite a draft here on both sides. We got
your end.
King Jungles Enchantress, that's right. So I'm happy.
We didn't get the techies, though, so he's not going to be minesweeping.
No, he's not. But they did try and do some big countering. See the Earth Spirit, counter with the Huskar, gets in return countered by the Sniper, but Synderen, we've seen this before.
Yeah, we had that game yesterday where Analog did start off in a rough spot against the Sniper, but then a couple of rotations really salvaged his game. That was, of course, against Team Spirit in that best of 3 played yesterday around this time. I guess the thing we should consider is what pieces are different from that game, because on the Heroic side, I think this time you have really good rotation potential once again onto the Sniper. You're playing with Ench Lion supports. Both heroes can easily smoke and wrap around and kill a Sniper mid, especially Ench loves to do that when it's possible.
Yeah.
And she has the luxury of laning with a carry Dragon Knight, one of the most independent carries. You get a couple of levels. He can play 1v2 for a little bit a lot of the time. He can't play 1v3 though, level 1.
No,
so unfortunately, the trap has been sprung here and nicely done from the side of PARIVISION to get that first blood. Going on 9 class? 9 class got it, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know what I think about this, the outcome of this top lane Mag Muerta against DK Ench, because one thing Ench does very well is dominate lanes, but she's playing with a carry that kind of, is just there. Like DK is one of the least aggressive carries in lane, but he's also one of the hardest to pressure, so that's the trade-off that you get.
But doesn't it also mean that it frees up the Enchantress to, say, go through the gate and gank on the Drow Ranger?
Absolutely. You could gate bottom relatively early in this game, as long as... I'm not going to say DK is going to be immortal against Mag Muerta, but if he's level 3, they will absolutely need to nail everything, and he needs maybe not even be full health when they go on him. So I would definitely love to see that. I think King Jungles can be the MVP of this game. I say that minute 0. But it's just, in the ideal world for him, he gets to gate bot, kill a Drow, and then maybe even cross through the jungle and pressure mid too in one move. That's a possibility. The other option is to play top lane for a little bit longer and then go for the smoke wrap around on mid and then transition that into going bot. Like, the options are there. On the side of PARIVISION, I'm extremely curious to see what Earth Spirit position 5 is going to do, because this hero to me is more or less exclusively a core. We've seen maybe one game from Crit position 4 Earth Spirit in the previous tournament I was working, and it's just not geared to be a support, in my opinion.
Agreed. Why did you say I was working?
That's right, you were there.
We were casting the game together, Cinder.
Yeah, but you were the stand-in, though.
Okay,
right?
all right.
And just like Panto, all will be forgotten after this game, unless he pops off, okay?
Yeah.
If this position 5 Earth Spirit really brings something special to the table, I'll be the first to admit I was wrong. I don't think this hero is a good 5.
Okay, but and what about me? What if I pop off in this cast?
That will also soon be forgotten.
But you said Panto would be remembered if he popped off.
Yeah, that's the difference between you and him. You don't have a lot in common.
Oh no.
He's good on Earth Spirit, for example.
Oh, I'm terrible on Earth Spirit.
He's also
You're
great
right.
at Clockwork. That's
whoa. All right, that's too low. All right, Cinder, that's below the belt.
Relax. We're good.
I would like an apology for that.
Now, obviously, speaking of Earth Spirit, the reason they did this, the panel covered this ad nauseum, but it was by necessity. What's going on with no one? He is... All right. I can't tell if he's vibing or anti-vibing right now. He's giving mixed signals. But, all right, he's looking up at something.
Yeah, they keep on looking up at the... All right,
well, heroic already.
Apparently, they're ready to go.
So, Earth Spirit 5, out of necessity here, swapping it away from the Huskar lane.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you are laning with a Drow. I think this would be easier for Earth Spirit if you were laning with, say, Gyro. Right.
Sure.
Like a carry that is truly a monster in lane. Drow is very good when she's playing from ahead and when she can exploit the enemy. But you can easily imagine in this lane that come level 2 and 3, Timber and Lion can bully these guys.
Oh, he's absolutely going to get dumpstered by Timbersaw. Especially a Defy Llama Timbersaw. He's really good at this hero.
And that, again, that gives even more possibility for plays for King Jungles because he can feel that a rotation bottom is a guaranteed kill. Like,
right.
You just can't fail.
Like, maybe a situation occurs where they get a kill independently on the Drow Ranger, and then they make the call like, yo, KJ, if you come to this lane right now and you kill the Drow Ranger again, his game is gone.
Yeah, if he's
done
TP
so.
dies,
he has to run back to lane.
Drow is not a comeback hero. If it loses, if it TP dies, it's just disaster. Here you go. This is...
Fighting for it. Earth Spike on 2. It's not looking good for Crystals. He will die, and Defy Llama will get the extra kill on Panto as well.
Yeah, got the level up from the first kill to get the point into Whirling Death, and they'll take them both down. And not only getting the kills, they're killing them as the wave is reaching the tower, so this is also going to be 2 creeps denied. And if Defy Llama can restore his health here and be in a fighting shape, this could get out of hand really quickly.
Well, at least mid lane is going
Oh, that would have been a kill with a headshot,
Noah.
I think. That was a 40% chance to kill the Huskar there.
Yeah.
But Analog with the good high roll on the D10.
True. Circle around there. I want to talk about one more hero.
Yep.
And it's this red piece of shit up here. I think Dragon Knight is the most bullshit hero in Dota right now.
I'm kind of with you there. He can share that position with Magnus. They can. They can fight over which hero is dumber.
I don't know. I just feel like Mag is like, it's cool because, you know, he can do these multiple roles and he scales up nicely and all that jazz. But
unlike
like,
Dragon Knight, who cannot do multiple roles.
Dragon Knight, we're mostly just doing carry.
Right.
And you just jam it anytime, any place, against any composition, against any carry to carry matchup, and it just wins.
Yeah.
It's just good early. It's just good late. It never seems to have like a weak point in the game. It's good in lane. It's good immediately outside of the lane, right? We've seen like the Blink Dagger built on Dragon Knight. You can't beat it late game, it feels like. This hero is just an absolute monster with the extra damage that it gets off the ultimate, combined with like a Daedalus.
To me, the biggest problem is in this F patch, we nerfed multiple heroes and not him.
Yeah.
So by comparison to the E patch, the hero is just way better because the other quote-unquote broken carries all got touched, and he was just that was the biggest surprise in the patch for me in its entirety, was that Dragon Knight did not get nerfed. I thought that was more surprising than anything else, including heroes that got nerfed that I felt like had no business getting nerfed, like Axe on his facet. I'm like, what are you doing? But even really that was less surprising if you think about it than DK not getting changed.
Yeah.
So
it must be, you know, carry DK must be doing poor in the pub stats, you know?
I don't think he is either. I don't know. Maybe they just forgot about him. Patch. This can happen. So, back on track here. Insanely good laning advantage from PARIVISION. They got these 2 kills bottom on Heroic, but that's basically all the good news there is. Huskar has had to retreat to the jungle. He's 10-1 against the sniper who's 26-13. No one has absolutely crushed him. And now they're going to send Schofield mid to leech experience while the Huskar jungles, and that means now the Timbersaw pressure in turn is not going to be the same onto that Drow. So, all in all, despite these 2 kills bottom, I think massive advantage PARIVISION already. And what they've managed to force out of Heroic. They're just getting crushed. At the top lane as well, 24-6 mag against 15-0 DK.
I mean, I just can't believe they got that double kill, and
they're still barely winning the lane.
Yeah.
I mean, now that he has to play 1v2, you're very comfortable as Drow. Do you think was there an alternative here for Heroic, aside from sending Lion mid while Huskar is jungling? Because Huskar can't lane, right? So was this just the lesser evil, or did they miss an even lesser evil?
I think there was a play to try lane to force PARIVISION to match you.
So rotating Ench and then keeping Huskar mid?
And then from there, yeah, you probably are still screwed.
It feels a little bit. I'm trying to go over like the decision-making tree here, and it feels a little bit like a catch-22 for me. I don't see the solution with the heroes that they have, which obviously massive credit to PARIVISION for making that call of putting the Earth Spirit 5 for that reason. And obviously, this is none of what is happening right now is really credit to Earth Spirit as a 5. It's credit to what they accomplished by doing that on the other lanes.
Yeah, they're winning 4 versus 5.
Okay, that's maybe a little bit of an exaggeration. It's 4 versus 4. Huskar's in the jungle, okay?
Yeah, true. You're right, you're right. Nice dead shot.
Yeah.
That, yeah, it is. Nice shockwave into the skewer, back into the tower. Very nicely played by DM and 9 class. So, win there in the top lane will certainly help accelerate this advantage that PARIVISION has gotten for themselves. They'll collect a Schofield scalp as well. The question, I guess, Synderen, is how much does it matter that they are winning the laning phase pretty hard? Because we saw the Huskar was able to do very well, you know, as the game progressed into 20, 30, 40. It didn't feel like the hero fell off like older Huskars, right, with this new facet. Yuma gonna go for the TP out. No one TP's in.
He might have almost been able to kill him if he shot him there.
Yeah, an amp damage.
Amp damage run? That was close.
It would have been close, but
with a headshot proc and maybe 1 shrapnel tick? Oh, maybe not. Dragon Knight does have a lot of armor, I've heard.
a little bit.
I think this game is very different in nature, though, than the one yesterday with the Huskar, where, sure, Huskar was struggling a little bit in the early laning stage. First of all, he was doing better than he is now. The lane itself was not as bad, and that's no one is just an incredible laner, right? So you're going to get punished if you have a bad matchup. That's one thing. But the other one is the rotations early that brought Huskar back into the game had already happened at this point, and now they're not coming about. The Lion was stuck sitting mid while Huskar was jungling, which is already a sharp contrast to yesterday where Huskar jungled, laned the entire time. He never went jungle there. But Analog was just so pressured against a formidable player here that there wasn't really an option. And now they're going to try this perhaps as their solution, so rotating toward mid, but...
Awkward timing right as PARIVISION smoke from mid to top lane instead, so... They are going to make the read, though. It seems like Yuma is going to retreat just at the right time here. They're still going to hit him with the roll. Kick back into the shrapnel. Slowed down with a blood grenade. Yuma, is he going to get any help here? Still has the Lotus to work with. Can that give him enough HP?
It is with a dead shot.
Does not work out for him. I was a little confused there with the dead shot, I'm not going to lie. I thought that was the assassinated person. I was like, what was that?
Both of them, they did need that dead shot to land, otherwise DK would have survived on like 50 health, I think. So yeah. Nicely done again. 9 class, 100% accuracy so far, at least the ones I've seen. True. And on point. One of the, honestly, I don't know if, I feel like we've talked about this before, but probably not this tournament. Just one of the most satisfying position for us to watch, in my opinion, just because of how incredible you can, how big the difference is between the truly elite players on this hero and the good ones.
Yeah.
The dead shot, in my opinion, is one of the absolute hardest skills in Dota to use, and certain players just make it look so easy.
Yeah, I talked about it a lot in the last tournament that I casted with my co-caster there. We had a really good conversation about how
If you had a
cool
good
Muerta
conversation, he must have been pretty smart.
Yeah, well,
he needs to make up for you. Oh, there we go.
Earth Spike.
Problem.
Divine Llama will hit the Chakram. Another Timber Chain. Is he going to go in deep for it? He is. Can't quite get the kill right away, though. Little awkward situation. Oh, coming in from behind, though. King Jungles. Maybe they kill no one instead. That is an excellent kill to get. And they still have the kill on the Earth Spirit to grab. Divine Llama gets a double. Chrysalis is not able to get any sort of rebuttal as King Jungle stays alive, just 50 HP away. And Heroic managed to bring things pretty even now. Perhaps even taking the lead. A triple kill for Divine Llama. A tower to be taken, and all of a sudden, a net worth lead that just evaporates.
Wow. That's such a good sequence. That is all the things we wanted to see from the heroes that I thought maybe the course would have run for, with Lion and Ench not really getting that mid move in. But they find the moment of opportunity here and they bring the Timber. And of course, the bottom tower is already gone. That's pretty standard for Timber to be able to pull off against a hero like Drow. So it makes it less obvious that he's making that move to mid, perhaps. And that's just the stars aligning. That was more or less perfect from Heroic. And Timbersaw now the big leader on the net worth.
So he goes Crimson Guard, first item, which it is a pretty good Crimson Guard. Do you think it's good enough to warrant this item as opposed to, I mean, he just got a triple kill, right? Like, he could go for a lot of different items. He could go for the fast, you know, the Kaya Sanj build, shot down his King Jungles. You know, faster Shivas, that sort of pick up something more offensive.
I'm not completely sold on this. So the issue that I potentially see is that the type of fights that you're playing, there's going to be some serious displacement, right? There's going to be Mag Skewer, there's going to be Earth Spirit Kicks, there's going to be Dead Shot. So heroes are going to be moved all around the place. I'm not sure you can reliably necessarily Crimson Guard the team that you want at the right time. The upside is, if you do put it to use immediately and force something, like a Roche or a Tower, that's probably yours. Because right now, I don't think PARIVISION have enough damage. So it does have a strong timing window, but the question is, are you going to accomplish enough that you couldn't without this item because of it? Because otherwise you could have just skipped it and got something better, right? If you think you're stronger now anyway, then I agree with you. Then you might as well just have gone for a different path, right? Yeah, I'm a bit on the fence. If they don't use it to force anything in the next 5 to 10 minutes, I don't like it. Let's put it that way.
Okay, I think that's fair.
Things. Got a little bit of a pause here. Players are... Heroic seem to be in good spirits. You can't blame them for it. That was a little bit of a rough start, but they've really recovered things nicely, and Analog is now on the Huskar looking to more or less tie up with Sniper. Yeah, on the net worth, as we see the replay here from this dive mid. So there's a lot of really good things happening here. The perfect timing on the Ench wrap around against the Sniper. They have to cut out the calling, which they do just fine. Nice dead shot again from 9 Clash will not protect the Sniper, and then King Jungles with the stick, surviving that burst. And this could have maybe gone even better, because when Schofield comes in from the top in a moment on the line, he actually had a 2-hero Earth Spike, but he found the Hex.
Oh, yeah.
There was a moment of opportunity where maybe Chrysalis becomes collateral there, but that would have been really, really tough. And I don't know if he had the vision on Drow that we did. He might have only been able to see the Hex target because Drow was slightly off to the left.
Sure.
But still, very nice result overall on that heroic move.
Look at him, just really like drawing on the map right now.
So similar to yesterday, Analog, when playing against Sniper, will be going for the Hurricane Pike.
Yeah.
After Armlet. He did that in yesterday's game in the exact same way. We don't know if it's Pike yet. He does only have the Dragonlance queued up, but we're assuming he will continue.
I like it even more this game. Were they against Magnus last?
No.
Okay, so I like it a lot, Hurricane Pike against Magnus, right? Because obviously Mag is going to be looking to reposition you.
Yep.
And Hurricane Pike is one of the best tools at dealing with that sort of blink RP skewer back situation. So
could also make the argument that it's also good against Drow because it helps offset the range advantage that she's inherently going to have by always buying Dragonlance.
For sure.
And then you can maybe fight her a bit head on sometimes, and in the situations that it's bad for you, you can get out. Playing against Drow is always a distancing game. You want to get really close on top, or you want to get really far away. That mid-range type of fight is the perfect fight for Drow. If you can avoid that one, it's already very helpful. Now, PARIVISION don't seem to be too phased by the adversity they faced around their own mid tower. They will claim one back immediately after this pause with no one.
May not feel the best, though, that they smoke behind it and do not find the same kind of team fight that Heroic did. Heroic just said, yeah, we're not even going to try and fight for this one. We're busy farming right now, boys. And they are getting a lot off of the map. And will not be caught by the smoke rotation that occurs.
So, speaking of the Dragon Knight that you did earlier, that this hero is just dumb.
Yeah.
Is Drow maybe the counter this patch?
I think so.
I mean, we've seen PARIVISION run the Drow against other stuff, and we've seen this hero played and have decent success, like the panel talked about in pubs too.
And we saw Yatoro get 16K with Drow Ranger. Apparently, he's just been on a pub spree of this hero.
Yeah, it must be nice to be like, I'm going to take a break from Pro Dota, and then you're just playing 10 hours a day anyway, so what's your break? I guess it's less stressful games, but I would argue sometimes they can be more stressful.
I think it's the travel probably is the biggest difference.
Might
you
be
could just
travel.
chill out
yeah,
at home.
That's fair. That is definitely fair. Hey, you're still getting the vibe that, all right, if this guy's still playing this much, he's probably coming back early next year.
Yep.
It doesn't feel like a...
Which will be really interesting, right? Because Satanic has obviously proven to be a fantastic asset for Team Spirit.
And I believe Corbin said in an interview that he's on the team. Like, he's not going to get swapped out for Yatoro.
And Yatoro has said the only team he would consider to play with is Liquid.
Huh.
So, and I don't think they're
Saberlight.
So, in that case, it's like, well, what's left? Like Yatoro, when he wants to come back, he may not have his ideal position to come back to.
When you have that high of a stock, though, you can wait.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
They're actually going to RP this. They better get the kill. They will.
They will indeed.
Don't think you feel too bad about that if you're King Jungles. Like, that was a 3-hero kill on you with RP just for the Ench. In return, you're going to find a kill of your own. It's Panto. That's a Finger of Death kill.
And no one pushing really aggressively forward by himself across this river area. There isn't anybody else from Heroic to punish him, though. Huskar's busy keeping the jungle.
This is a very different build than what we saw from Laurel yesterday on the Sniper, right? He's rushing Mjolnir.
Yeah.
I don't think Laurel was taking this approach at all. I don't even know if he bought Mjolnir in any of the games. I think he just had a casual Maelstrom and never upgraded it, but I could be wrong. Still, this is, I would say, the way higher DPS route you can take on Sniper. Attack speed on this hero is crazy because you have innate damage from headshot, and you're also getting in power. So I really, really like this choice here.
In one of the games, he
did have it.
He did have Mjolnir.
He bought it very late,
Pike.
right? That was a 36-minute Mjolnir. This one is 15. On no one.
Yeah,
this might be the fastest
rush.
Sniper Mjolnir of the past.
Which is interesting because I would think that Hurricane Pike is pretty necessary here. Like, you're going to have a Blink Dagger Dragon Knight, you're going to have this Huskar jumping on you, Timbersaw's going to be chasing you down. Like, I think you would want that re-distance approach from the Hurricane Pike.
I'm assuming he'll still buy it.
Yeah, for sure. It's just, you know, like, as you're talking about with Laurel, like Laurel with
BKB.
Okay, stand your ground.
There is a way on Sniper now, since the change to take aim, that you're a lot tankier, that you can potentially just play it this way and be like, I'm just going to take aim, stand still, and deliver.
Yeah, if you
getting
get
that
the levels.
armor. But then if he wants to take that approach, I want to see him skill that over stats, though. And then I'm not sure he's going to.
Yeah, this fun duo. Enchantress, who can tank Roshan near infinitely, and Huskar, who pumps out the damage, but...
Finish the job, though. This is a really awkward time now.
Well, but this is the fight you were looking for, right? You said, get the Crimson Guard, take objectives. If you don't, I'm not happy with it. Well, they smoke up, 5-man move, a big team fight, maybe catch on Drow Ranger first. Grizzlies, they're going to jump up underneath the tower, and the team, they're coming in from behind, but it's going to be too late. Their carry is already dead. This has put them in an awkward position. They've killed King Jungles, now they use the RP on the Huskar. Huskar in trouble and down. Okay, they get 2 kills off of it, but no one gets bursted down by Divine Llama. It is still PARIVISION on the losing side of this engagement as they're going to get run down. How many heroes are going to be able to get out of this? Divine Llama giving chase. Dragon Tail stun, staying in front of DM, who Shockwaves looks for an opportunity to skewer, but Divine Llama plants himself in front of the Rhino's path.
Yeah. What a great play from Heroic to recognize that they shouldn't finish the Roche there and instead look for the play and find the perfect target in the Drow. You still saw some clear promise out of PARIVISION in just how much damage they actually get to do when they can stand and deliver, but without the Drow, they were missing the last piece of the puzzle. Still, you saw there the damage on Muerta. We haven't really talked about her output so much yet, but she got to fire only a couple of shots, and that still was enough to make it... Not gonna say it's a minor loss, but it's passable, right? When your Drow is the one getting open on like this is maybe the best result you can hope for. It's a 3-for-2 exchange.
And it gives confidence for Heroic on the second go to be able to take the Roshan.
Yeah.
So,
no RP.
Yeah, that sniper died so quickly. And I don't think that anybody can stop Divine Llama's Timbersaw right now. Like, I think they just straight up do not have the damage, most likely, to deal with him. So, until that BKB is up for no one, I almost feel like they should dodge fights.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Timber can be a little bit deceptive in these matchups, though. You're playing against Muerta and Drow. I think there could still be enough damage that he can die, but it is a matter of you need to isolate him. I think displacement is a requirement. You need to find the skewer. But yeah, he's 8-0-1 on Divide, just having a really standout game here, owning it up. It's kind of crazy to look at it that he's 8-0 and no one has the same net worth on Sniper. He's just like really pulling his weight from that mid position. Now, will Heroic use this, Aegis, is the question. They've secured it, but it still doesn't feel that easy to just be like, all right, we're going to go and immediately push a tower. Because this hero on your screens right now is a major problem for Huskar, in my opinion, in all stages of the game.
Yeah.
Because you're going to always threaten him with the Blink Skewer. You have the BKB piercing lockdown for when he gets low and wants to try to turn the fight around with toggles or whatever. It's never going to be easy.
I do think that whenever you get this early Roshan, I think the play where you smoke to the enemy off lane, try and get some sort of pick, take their tier 1, take their tier 2, take their Tormentor, take their Wisdom Rune. It's like such a concentrated objectives in this one little part of the map that I would like to see Heroic make that kind of move. I think they're strong enough for it. I think the Aegis enables them quite a bit.
No,
as you said. Oh no! Oh, got him, XD.
Oh my god, that is funny.
Is one of the sickest routings I have ever seen in a Dota game. Well played, King Jungles. Told you, man, Enchantress. That's his jam.
Imagine that's the last thing you see before you die, is you're at a bridge and there's a pine cone and you can't cross the bridge, and that's your last thing. Oh dear.
Giant pine cone.
Yep. Well, you get your wish. They're going to push down another tower and look for that 21-minute Wisdom Rune plus Tormentor steal potentially. And it genuinely looks like PARIVISION are just going to let them. So, unless. See the replay here. In case you guys missed the pine cone that was taking up half the screen.
Oh, he tipped him before he even got to that position. He knew he had him. That's funny.
Hit him with the XD.
Coaches.
I love this, by the way. I love the coach camp.
Yeah.
I am a huge fan of this. We had I think we had 1 or 2 clips yesterday. There was one with, oh, that's the Aegis.
Okay.
Failed toggle?
It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Well, Oh,
Lost
you
the
mean
Aegis, but killed the Muerta.
I was going to say it's a 1-for-1 trade Huskar for the Tormentor.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, good trade for Heroic. 2 for 1.
Nice.
But, well, I don't know how much was left on that Aegis, actually. I guess it wasn't all that much. But maybe still a minute and a half. Perhaps they could have done something extra. But
You know what it was? It was a 1-for-1 trade. All 3 factions in the game lost and gained something.
that's true. I think the Tormentor is going to come back stronger after that kill with a bounty.
It should. That's a great idea. Every time the Tormentor gets a kill, it goes stronger to punish all these teams.
Do we really need the Tormentor to be stronger?
Yes.
All right.
It's the funniest part. It's the best part of the Dota game right now.
I think I have a different angle on that. I think we need it to be removed from the game.
No. For me, it's like the coach thing. We don't get enough Dota personality. So having something as stupid as dying to the Tormentor,
I thought you were
I
going to
think
say
it's
something
great.
as stupid as Coach Cam. I was like, where are you going with this? That's savage.
You know, Dota players are you know, all robots like you. So
okay, thank you.
Coach, you know, being able to have to contribute to the emotion of the match, it's nice.
Yep.
I agree with you.
I love the contrast of when you can see one coach celebrating, the other one wiping his glasses. That's
Yeah,
that
that's
was
really
a great
good.
clip yesterday.
I enjoyed that.
Well, this has honestly been kind of quiet for the last few minutes. They have accrued a massive lead on Heroic.
Yep.
Specifically, the double Tormentor plus top 2 towers is going to give you that extra 5,000. We'll see how they're going to put it to use here. PARIVISION.
Schofield. This could be sick. Is he going to blink for it? He's going to go for it? He's not.
No. He's lacking the core support. If there was backup there from even the Timber, I think he might have just YOLO'd in.
Yeah.
But the only hero nearby was King Jungles, and not really going to get it done. I think it's fair to say already, though, about these two teams. So PARIVISION definitely had the better day one. Heroic had an atrocious one. They've really leveled up.
Yuma in some trouble. His team is closing in soon, but he's already dead. In fact, Heroic start retreating here, opting not to take the fight. Save 4 versus 5, even with the Aegis. Now, well, I guess I forgot they lost the Aegis, so.
Yeah.
Well, that's a nasty pickoff. They just lost 2,000 of their net worth.
And it feels like Heroic should want to fight even without the Aegis if they have the numbers, just because I think the Timbersaw is borderline invincible with Ags. They don't have a dispel for it. So he can just get in there, tank all the damage, and make all the space in the world. 2,800 health, 30-something armor, plus the reactive activation.
Yeah.
It's going to be difficult for PARIVISION to deal with. They kind of just have to kite him, but that's hard when he has the hard lockdown of Dragon Knight and Lion to play with.
And you don't have the mobility yet, right?
Yep.
You've got a Shadow Blade on the Drow Ranger instead of a Hurricane Pike. You've got the BKB instead of the Hurricane Pike on no one. So it's going to be interesting. Heaven's Halberd is going to be the next item for the Huskar, so a little bit more freedom to challenge the Drow Ranger.
We didn't mention, but the 2 shards that went Heroic's way went to both supports, right? I think Huskar bought his own?
I would assume so.
Or?
Where's he at in
I
net
think
worth?
I think it's unlikely that Ench bought hers on the way to Force Staff, and I think Lion did not buy his either. So probably Huskar bought his.
Okay, so is Huskar's shard good enough to buy? Have I just not noticed?
No, Analog did get one of them. So Ench bought hers.
Oh.
He bought Sproink before Force Staff into Pike. Is that normal? I mean, I guess the disengage tool here is kind of nice when you look at the matchup. So maybe
yeah, that's what I was
specifically-
thinking.
But Force Staff does the same for you, right? That's also a disengage tool.
Yeah, but it's cheaper than Force Staff.
It is.
And it's kind of a farming tool in some ways. Back into the game. Initiation on Panto. Managed to get a roll away, though.
Oh, the
and
tree's
Divine
gone.
Llama misses his Timber Chain. The tree was cut that he was aiming for. And as a result, will not be able to catch up. But will be able to catch up, Cinderin, as we've got another pause. So how you been?
Yeah, no one's got a... Oh, this time he's DCing. He's had enough. Third pause is the charm. I'm out. I hope he'll come back.
wouldn't want a repeat of any of yesterday's shenanigans. Man, we really dodged a bullet on that one.
Don't say it. That was the. I was talking to Owen about this in the green room, that the game that he really blew up on as a caster was a 3-hour, 20-minute game that he cast together with Purge.
Yep.
And I just realized that game that was that long lasted as long as the entire best of 3 yesterday, including the pause.
Yep.
Imagine that game. That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
or rather, not as the entire best of 3, as the last game of the best of 3, because that was 1 hour. No, it was 75 minutes of play into 1 hour of trying to fix the server, into remaking and then playing the game again. So that was like 3 hours, right?
Yep.
That was a singular game that Owen cast away back. Don't worry, if you're new to Dota, that was not normal. We're not that sick.
We did have, I really like tier 5 neutral items because it does kind of break some of that late game stalemate that can occur at times.
Nice BKB here from DM. He has to get out of there.
Because I do feel like it was more common for...
Come on! You can't set me up like that. You have to tell me how many votes it is.
Yeah, you need to put at least 1% on A to represent Syndrome.
If it's 2 people voting no and 0 voting yes, I don't mind. If this is like 50-0, I hate this community. You guys don't know what's good for yourselves.
Well, that's definitely true. That's humanity.
They're probably giggling in the production room. They just made this poll and one of them pressed no and then they just put it up on screen. They didn't even broadcast it on the site.
How dare you slander our wonderful Blast production?
Let's do another one. Should Cap be removed from the game? Let's see the vote on that.
Wait. Is Cap the stand-in or is Cinderin the stand-in?
Oh, that's good.
Who's the stand-in? Cap or Cinderin?
Who's the stand-in?
Let's get that cool. Fast Roshan. Fast Roshan. It spawns in the first 14 seconds. So...
yeah, pretty good map placement for Heroic to look for this at the top side. Huskar's already in position. Dragon Knight can gate there. Lion has already placed 2 nice offensive wards.
Can I see, what? How long was that Lion shot following that courier?
I didn't notice it.
It like delivered to Chrysalis and then died. And the Lion was like at the top of the map. Yeah, I mean, I know it's speed bursting, but like still, it just...
Do you even play the game, Cap? You know the courier speed burst. That does not get you that far usually.
I was just saying, it's pretty funny that his projectile just followed the courier all the way. If it had landed faster, it would have deprived him of a Silver Edge, which could be crucial in the a potential upcoming team fight in the next 2 or 3 minutes. But
yeah, they are getting Heroic want to press the issue here with this one. Second Aegis likely going the way of Huskar, as is tradition. And they have a nice little banner.
A banner, you say?
Now, do you think you can go high ground? Or do you constrict the map? Because I'm a little bit concerned about the high ground play specifically because of Magnus. But you do have some nice tools to cover your Huskar. If Huskar starts hitting the tower, you're going to have Lion stand behind spamming Hex on the ground against Mag. And you do have the Dragon Tail, but Mag can obviously BKB prior to Blink skewering.
I like to think of it this way. Oh, here it is.
There it is! Oh, there it is. All right, this is just flat out. This is just not real. Like,
it means there's 2 people voting.
I want proof. I think this is a scam.
Vote now, everybody. We'll get an update on it in a few minutes. I like to think about this situation as, do I think that my win percent is going down if the game goes later?
Right.
And I don't think it goes, like, breaking high ground becomes harder and harder over time, but I don't necessarily think that their chances to win the game are going down. You know what I mean? Yeah, see, dude, he was following for so far.
Yeah, it's speed burst, Cap. Get with the time.
You just think it's cool, man.
I feel like Heroic's chances of winning will go down. We've seen many late game Magnuses just win games, right? And,
yeah.
And it's Mag with Sniper and Drow, who are massive long range artillery. And I know I made a similar case yesterday for the Sniper versus Huskar matchup late game, but I think the Drow really changes that dynamic a lot.
Sure.
Sniper might not himself be able to assassinate the Huskar, but with the Drow in the back, you're definitely getting through him.
Dire's top
when do you think it starts going down? Because I think they're okay to control the map for this Roshan, take the next Roshan, and that one with that big, right, if they build up a net worth lead, and then they grow that even more, and then they get the third Roshan for a free Aghanim Scepter, right, then I think that at that point you have reached your peak, and you want to close out the game there.
I would like to see the third Roshan.
Oh, spots 9 class. Quick pick off of this smoke, perhaps. Now the chase. Dubai Llama on the front lines, blinking himself forward. DM pops his BKB. That's the second time he has BKB TP'd out of a situation.
The Nightfall.
The Nightfall. Never forget.
Yeah, considering that Magnus bought Ags, I think that kind of tells a story, right? It's a multi-purpose item. It gives you the mana pool to get Refresher, but it also protects you in this point of the game of that threat of getting high grounded against, because it's more likely that you find a good pick with this against Lion. Now, I don't know if you would agree with his next choice, which is a Linken's, at least for now. I don't see a reason to not go Refresh here. Because if you're worried about getting Dragon-tailed or Lion Hexed, you BKB prior to blinking in and going for your fishing. And if you find anything, you have Skewer into RP, into Refresh, into everything over again. So I don't really know if the Linken's really offers that much. Maybe he's worried about a Huskar Ags at some point.
Yeah, I think that's what I think it is.
It's actually not even in his quick buy currently. He obviously doesn't know this on DM.
Yeah, we had third or fourth item, Ags, last time for Analog on Huskar, but this time around he's opting for AC, which could, I think that points more towards breaking high ground, right?
Yeah, they need the plus armor against Drow. And Sniper, I guess. Or what I say, plus armor against Drow.
Yeah.
Well, they need armor. Against the Radiant lineup in general. I guess the 9 class is kind of useless against, but still.
Yeah, who cares? He's poor. 7,000 net worth. Below both the Enchantress and, damn, 10,000 net worth on the Lion? The cores are not that far behind on PARIVISION.
No.
So they are allocating what they have a little bit less of a map, and they're allocating all those resources to the cores, and as a result, they are keeping up with their counterports, but it does mean the supports are falling quite far behind.
Yes. Also comes with the asterisk of the 2 shards, right?
Yes.
I guess Ench bought her own, so you can take 1,400 off of Huskars and 1,400 off of Lions, and then you have the map outside of Tormentors what they gained over the opposition.
Right.
What do you think the win expectancy is?
I think it is pretty close to 50-50.
That's not that common with a 9K lead minute 30.
Yeah.
But I was thinking the same thing, and Gabe thinks it too.
Okay.
So this is currently a 44-56 game according to the graph. Now, these are obviously not always going to be... They are sometimes misleading in Pro Dota.
Radabatos, TP's coming in onto the tier 2.
Doesn't have BKB, so he's just cooked.
Dead.
Uh-oh.
And looking for more. Panto boosts forward. Oh, there's the Horn Toss. Skewer back onto Dubai Llama. Timbersaw, they all in for him, and they do manage to kill him. A buyback coming in. Oh, boy. PARIVISION, they got to get out of here now with a Huskar buying back like this one. DM, a Rainbow Assault that brings him down to his knees. Schofield, oh, Jesus, no one has some damage. He's got an amp damage route. That's why he's doing so much right now. Analog is in danger of a dieback potentially, but no, the turnaround, they do quickly kill. Not quite, the Earth Spirit, not dead yet. The Huskar in trouble. Huskar's going down. That is a dieback for him. Trouble, but Chrysalis, oh man, this Enchantress is just tearing it up. Screw the cores. King Jungles is carrying this fight now. Hoyuma, he doesn't have the mana. Oh, no stun available to stop the final member of PARIVISION from getting away.
That looked like it was just going to be PARIVISION completely swinging the game around, and it's still a good fight for them. They do force out the buyback on the Huskar, and killing him twice over is huge, and yeah, look at those damage numbers. Sniper, no one was just standing and delivering the whole time. And the... Between Ench and Dragon Knight, that's like 90% of the damage that the Dire did.
Yeah, the Huskar in 2 lives did nothing.
Huskar did nothing, and the Timbersaw didn't get to play. You're going to see the replay here of this nice catch from DM. Gets the horn toss, BKB usage into Skewer. He holds his RP for a bit, hoping to get a better catch than just the one, but will settle. And Devi does have buyback here, by the way. He's choosing not to use it. The Huskar was enough.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a really good read. The fact that he knew they could win the fight without him, but it's a risky move. I mean, imagine they get a dieback on the Huskar and lose like Yuma in this situation. Then you just be looking at Devi Llama going, brother, why? But fortunately, King Jungles comes up clutch for them and makes it so PARIVISION still going to win, but a much smaller one. There's the data list for the Dragon Knight. What about the BKBs, though? Because that seems maybe it's necessary for some of these heroes.
Yeah,
I mean, you got an Aghanim Scepter on Timbersaw and didn't get to use it.
Look at Analog's build. He's going Ghost Scepter now. He just gave up on AC for the time being and needs some cheaper way of protecting himself from these problems. Now that he threw about, probably lost, how much gold do you think he lost there? Like 1,500 maybe on that fight?
I mean, combine,
buying back.
Add more for just, you know, being gone for like 90 seconds, you know? Not
Yeah,
the farm.
that's true. So let's say 2K, right?
Yeah.
As a ballpark. So that then he would have been close to the AC, and now instead he's so far off that he's just going to concede and go for a Ghost Scepter as a protective item against the Sniper and Drow. Do you think he's making a mistake not buying BKB this game? Like, I don't know. It's a tricky game to itemize for Huskar, I think.
Or Blink.
Yeah.
Like, I think there is something to be said for accepting the fact that you're going to die in every single one of these fights, but at least, like, get some damage done, you know?
Yeah.
Be able to get on top of the hero and force them to respond to you. PARIVISION might just get the third Roshan of the game while it's Heroic pushing up the high ground a bit.
This is very, very big. This was the Aegis that I thought if Heroic were going to win this game, it would be on the back of this one.
Agreed.
Now, they don't have it, and there's a free Ags for Drow.
Yeah.
So she is a monster. Easily top net worth. And this is an insane Ags. Look at the core matchups. DK, Timber, Huskar, could you dream of anything better to have that regen reduction against than those three? Absolutely perfect game for the Drow to find that one. You gotta feel like at this point, Heroic, they're gonna need a good team fight sometime soon. I think time is running out.
I agree with that. Does feel like now we're getting to the point of the game where even if they jump one of these cores in the Drow Ranger or the Sniper, the other can certainly carry the fight.
Yeah.
And then there's still obviously the ever-looming threat of a big RP or just the right skewer pickoff. I'll make the game much harder. Devi Llama, Yul's Scepter, and an overwhelming Blink as his next item. He did not have the Yules in that last fight, is that correct? Because he got Silence and then couldn't do anything.
Yeah, I don't think he had the Yules. Oh, they're gonna... Well, who finds who, really? All right, they find each other and nobody wants to fight. All right, that's boring.
Snooze.
Yep, that's kind of where I feel like this is headed. And I would continue drawing that line a little bit further, if you asked me.
Big item pickup, Rattle Cage for the Timbersaw adds even more bonus armor against the Drow Ranger.
Yeah,
That's
it
nice.
does help.
Chris is going to opt for a Lincoln's to try and protect himself.
And the one on Magnus is completed as well soon, so...
Playing off of Vision here, Schofield. Spotted by the Shrapnel. Now the Assassination. No initiation from the Magnus or the Earth Spirit, though.
That's actually a cool duo when you think about it, the Sniper Mag. Shrapnel is one of the longest range initiation, or rather vision tools you have.
Yeah.
It's a similar logic of why Clockwork and Mag can be really cool together. You just need to see something so Mag can blink in with confidence. And even if a Shrapnel is just going to clip the Lion, and usually it wouldn't matter, and all of a sudden you're going to be paranoid about that Magnus play.
So Heroic not finding the opportunity to take a team fight around the vision that they have. But it seems like they are willing to take a fight despite the Aegis being on the Drow Ranger.
At the
Just
very
needs
least,
to be
you got to
under.
play the map right. You can't just let PARIVISION control everything. You got to get something done. But now, this is looking an awful lot like potential just flat out go high ground and force them back situation with Huskar showing bottom.
Wait, ever? That's crazy. 2 Huskars have purchased a Ghost Scepter in a LAN match. MP from MVP Phoenix and Attune from the Old Unknown.
And it didn't say whether Attune won.
I think, was that the
whoa. All right, that's a skewering fish. That's normal. They both lost, or we're told, so let's see if that can be an 0-3. Oh my god, the damage.
Oh, coming in from behind, Divine Llama gets an early BKB out of no one. Meanwhile, the Drow Ranger is hexed up. Remember, he's got that extra life, though. Okay, that's an RP on a BKB Timbersaw, not what PARIVISION wants to work with here. Meanwhile, KJ is looking to cut the creep waves. He's already got a neutral creep sitting there in the mid lane. He's going to TP away with the gem, successfully getting out and successfully maybe stalling out this Aegis timer. It's only got 1:15 left.
That was one of the RPs ever, I have to say. That was...
It was an RP.
Hey,
it hit a hero.
And the thing is, they very clearly disengaged after. They were like, all right, this is not good. You know, and as much as it can be, you know, when you mess up, a really strong quality to have as a team is instantly recognizing that something is bad instead of brute forcing because you're like, oh, we used this big cooldown, we have to go.
Yeah.
Just calling that play off immediately there is, I think, a very healthy sign. And
trying to sneak up into the high ground, gets a vision down, go for the horn toss. It is missed. King Jungles reacts quite quickly and does not become victim of PARIVISION's smoke play. Still, though, the buildings are going to crumble. They do not want to fight into this Aegis. 30 seconds left. They will just stall.
That's their Crimson down if they were willing to look for a fight despite no RP, but, or rather because of no RP. But they're not heroic, really willing to try to press the issue with these. The threat of the horn toss is still a problem, even though he hasn't really connected many. It's hard to initiate. It's easier potentially to just try to play defensive and maybe either get your edge caught or even better dodge like she did a couple of them and maybe turn that into a counterplay.
Yeah.
But eventually you're going to have to do something, and it's coming now. Panto will be on the receiving end of this one.
Cool item choice by him, going the Bloods. Not like that weird, but really value in this game. Drow Ranger and Sniper. That base damage bump is going to be a lot.
A lot of players would have probably prioritized a Solar over it, but they actually don't have a Solar, so I think I would have rather had that. Just Solar up the Sniper or the Drow and make them an absolute monster.
Not me. Best offense is... Best defense is good offense.
The thing about the Vlads, though, is that it doesn't require you to be close to the target to cast it, because Earth Spirit has this tendency of being away from things.
Sure.
So maybe it does simplify things a little bit.
Has did he buy his shard, the Earth Spirit? It's really sick, right? If you're playing 5-position Earth Spirit, that shard becomes way more value than most other Earth Spirit games.
Whether he bought it or not, I definitely like the choice.
Yeah.
Also, opting for the telescope, which is obviously not really for him. So just full-on supportive. Really nice for his teammates to have this additional attack range. 125 is no joke. And the cast range actually works on Magnus Skewer too. And on Horn Toss, right?
Yeah.
So if he's under the telescope, as he blinks in. Yeah, that's the thing. When he blinks in, the aura doesn't linger even for a frame, I think, on telescope. I think you lose it instantly if you leave the area.
Almost level 25 on the Dragon Knight, and he's got Satanic. So if he is in the middle of PARIVISION, I think he is the biggest, baddest, hero in the game.
Yeah.
But obviously the problem is that he's matched up against some very long heroes that can do a lot of damage and just kite him and just prevent. They can break him. They can prevent him from getting off any Satanic hits, So.
And if nothing else, if they can force him to Satanic defensively, they can just RP him instantly.
Sure. Yeah.
And then the Satanic will expire, and you probably overwhelm him after that. But yeah, the next Roche has to be Heroics or I lose faith. I still think there is a way to win this game for the Dire, but it very much is contingent on not giving an Aegis away. All right, they're just going to try to force these themselves here. They will get a response out of PARIVISION.
A little flamethrower action. Look at how much armor he gets now. 35 armor when he pops take aim.
And it's not even maxed out.
Oh, yeah, he hasn't maxed it out.
No, he opted for the stats over.
He took that talent, but he hasn't maxed out take aim. That's funny.
Yeah, when he... Hang on. When he presses take aim, he has 60 armor on Sniper?
Yeah.
What happened to Dota?
Yeah.
Like, what the hell?
I know.
That would have been an insane armor for Dragon Knight 3 years ago.
Yep.
Now Sniper has it?
PARIVISION.
Valve, get on it.
Night Class, he's going to be spotted here on the side. This is a little awkward. His team is smoking over here. He's going to pop the ultimate and try and get away. Huskar's getting a bit of trouble. RP grabs both of them, puts them together, and Earthspike stocks the Drow Ranger's damage, though. That's big. The Huskar is still alive, putting damage onto no one. No one's on the wrong side of things, too. He's turning, he's fighting. Anybody going to help out this Huskar? Analog's got no one caught, but he will die for it. Meanwhile, Yuma chases down the Drow Ranger. A big 1,200 damage crit will finish off Crystallis. Now DM, the last core alive for PARIVISION, will try and use the invisibility of his neutral item to slip away into the night. And he will do so successfully, trying to cut a creep wave, TPing out.
Now I ask you, Kep, what was the better spell in that fight? Was it Reverse Polarity or was it Earth Spike? Because I think the Earth Spike was better.
Yeah.
That was a true difference-making play from Schofield. Locking down and controlling the heroes during the RP so it didn't end up converting into damage made a huge difference. And this is why it's big, is that Roche. So they're even going to get that secondary benefit out of it. But pay attention here, right? So gets the RP, and now Schofield comes in. Actually, no, it wasn't even him. It was just a Dragon Tail? I thought it was an Earth Spike, but no. Not at all. So I answered my own question, Cap. RP was the better spell because Earth Spike was not cast.
I love that you prepped the audience. Now pay attention here. Notice what's about to happen. Wait a minute.
It was Analog's Halberd. That's what it was. He got the Halberd off on the Drow.
Nice. Good stuff for Heroic, and they do get the 4th Roshan of the game.
And they're going to pause and figure out Mike.
Yes, figure out.
All right, Mike is back. Welcome back, Mike. Oh, Sniper. No one does
IX
wait.
Mike.
No, they said go when ready. So they found IX Mike and they're ready to play. Ench will give the Ags over to Huskar. So there's your free taunt.
And he can finish off the AC, so he's going to get big bonus armor, has the Ghost Scepter. Feel like, again, all that's lacking then at that point in time is just to get a Blink Dagger to close the gap on these heroes, but it is a massive difference, though. And the team fights where PARIVISION are walking into Heroic, particularly on a high ground, and vice versa. And it'll be curious to see what happens because it feels like every single time a team wins a fight, but they don't take enough advantage to like keep winning.
And I guess the previous fight also begs the question for Crystallis, is Butterfly the way to go or do you need a BKB? Because if you're getting reliably jumped on by something and your Linkens gets popped, you're dealing with Halberd, you're dealing with Lion Stuns, you're dealing with Dragon Tail, all this disarm issues.
Oh, Divine Llama! He does have the Aegis.
He is extremely tanky.
He is so hard to bring down. So they're not touching him. He's going to touch them. Reaches out, gives Panto the touch of death.
And they might just force high ground here. I would love to see Heroic try to put some pressure. Sure, you're playing into the Magnus, but... yeah.
Now 9 Class is perhaps victim of this as well. Another Horn Toss Skewer back this time, almost into the base. Doesn't quite make it, and he quickly Timber Chains away. Quick gem recovery there from Panto's Courier after 9 Class falls. Heroic will deal with the high ground ward. Again, they're still trying to finish off this Timber Saw. He still has the extra life. It's not that big of a deal for Heroic. Are they going to push high ground with another pickoff like this? Buyback used from Panto leaves some more possibilities on the table. I think, Cinderin, that you disrespected Dragonite when you said, now or never. I think this hero is so disgusting that he can carry this game no matter how latent it is.
Could be. Wouldn't be the first time I was surprised in this game after seeing Sniper have 60 armor. So, you know,
yeah.
I could see more of that.
Do we need to start getting like nullifier against take aim?
I'm also starting to potentially see a pattern in a couple of the games that we've cast with this Sniper. Just even if he's 6-slotted, the damage just isn't that impressive. Like, heroes are so tanky. All 3 enemy cores are so ridiculously high on armor and health that even with all this stuff on no one, it doesn't quite feel like it cuts it. And
if any game, it would be this one, right? This should be the game where the Sniper damage stands out when he's got a Drow Ranger giving him 42 bonus agility.
You got agility, you got empower.
Yeah.
And still, it feels like you're coming up short. It's just, yeah, it's just surprising to see, you know? Like, the perspective that we have on certain game states is always going to be rooted in either games that we've watched or experienced ourselves, and this is just, I'm starting to see a pattern that I wasn't expecting. King Jungles.
Nullifier goes out immediately, but thankfully Schofield is here to bail out King Jungles, and now Divine Llama in with the punish. Right on top of 4 heroes with the Chakrams around, trying to slow him down long enough that Analog and Yuma can collect some kills. They're focusing right now on 9 class, and they will get that one.
No buy on him.
No buy on him. With Panto not having a buyback either, this could be the moment Heroic was waiting for. Again, it is so difficult to push high ground, but Divine Llama will show exactly why it's difficult to push high ground. Skewer back almost to the fountain. Almost killed immediately. Does manage to get off the BKB and the Aghanim Scepter. Analog, indeed, goes straight for no one. Sees his mark and gets some revenge for that awful laning phase. Analog, once again, can pull in a Huskar late game. 2,000 damage done to the Earth Spirit. Apparently that's important. DM, meanwhile, RP skewer back onto Yuma, but the damage just isn't good enough. Time and time again, they cannot burst down any of these heroes that are skewered back. Not even the supports die easy as a Yule dodges the assassination. Divine Llama will maybe lose it off here. Spike catches DM. Can he get a skewer back into the fountain here? He's not even going to try. It's too dangerous. He knows Schofield is there, ready to go with the Hex at any moment. Oh, Radavato, Schofield going back in. Ghost Scepter got the Horn Toss on him. Now this is a hero that is certainly going to die when it's skewered back into the base, but Divine Llama is not done yet. With his Aghanim Scepter, he wants to stick around, see if he can finish off 9 class. He does easily. Nullifier placed on him, though. He's in a bit of trouble. Can't Timber Chain away. Now dead. Assassinate put onto King Jungles. Managed to blink away. Dodging that one. Skewer forward. Not going to land on anything here. TP's out, and Heroic are going to get away cleanly.
Damn. That's... the amount of work that Devi is doing on this Timbersaw is actually just flat out disgusting. Like, he tanked. He obviously has the Aegis, so he has the confidence to do this, but the amount of damage taken, we're not going to see that on the stat here, but that was... he got his full 2 lives expended while having reactive armor running. And it just... again, I'm going to come back to this that we talked about earlier. I feel like one thing that PARIVISION have missed the mark on here is not going Refresher on Mag, because I think you're actually dependent on getting 2 RPs to win the fights. We've talked about how tanky the heroes are and how nimble they are. If you can lock them down back to back or skewer them to Narnia, then maybe you could kill them in there in the closet.
All right, Heroic. Gonna chill out in their base for a little bit, wait for Divine Llama's Timbersaw to come back up. 25 seconds doesn't feel like enough for PARIVISION to make too much of the moment. So we're back to our good old friend Roshan.
Yep. This was not... I did not have this game going an hour in on my bingo card, but get used to it, Cap. Seems to be happening a lot.
Yeah.
This tournament. Now, what we don't want it to do is go 2.5 hours, because that means that it crashed and was remade. So we would like to keep...
or we're in the next OD Pixel game.
Yeah.
We can make a big name for ourselves.
If this game is 200 minutes, I lose all faith in my judgment of how Dota is played. I could not have been any more wrong.
Maybe instead of gaining a caster, we lose one.
Yeah, if this game goes 200 minutes, I'll retire. I'm just done. I clearly have no idea what I'm talking about.
Burning Spear duration, I was curious if he would consider something else just because he hasn't been able to hit heroes too often, but... Wind Waker for the Enchantress is going to be built up. Man, level 25's on so many heroes coming in.
Speaking of game length, what's the longest game you've seen since Tier 5s were introduced? Have you seen a game go over 2 hours?
I don't think I've seen a game. I don't think I've casted a game that's gone over 90 minutes.
Yeah, same. I don't know if I've been to 3 digits either. I don't think so.
It feels like there's just so much crazy stuff happening with Tier 5s that the game ends one way or the other pretty within like 2 or 3 iterations of team fights. All right, so how long has it been since PARIVISION has won a fight? It's been a little bit.
Feels like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
We're seeing some green dots there, but I think this was, some of these are just D wards, right? And I think this was also including buybacks. That's about,
I still trust your analysis, Syndrin.
All right, that makes one of us.
How does PARIVISION change the narrative of these team fights so far?
Mag refresher.
You think it's more about, well, he has that now.
Yep. So now it's changed. Okay, now they have the chance.
So what is the ideal situation for this refresher?
I think the ideal...
Not 5-man RP, but realistically.
Kill Huskar, I think, is the best target. I think Timbersaw has too much commitment for too little reward, and I think the Dragon Knight is too high risk. If you don't pierce through him fully, he's going to pop Satanic, turn around, and heal up.
Okay.
I believe you do remove Hypothermia with BKB, right? That's important for that decision making. If it does not, then you could stick.
Oh, Schofield. He breaks the smoke, gets away. I mean, he's a great target. When PARIVISION can get him for free, they're very happy, but...
Oh, that's the perfect find!
The Mag! This is a perfect grab! The Earth Spirit tries to pull him away! A pull, a BKB, a skewer out, and it looks like PARIVISION are giving up on this team fight. They haven't lost anybody yet. They're heading to the corners of the map. DM doesn't have his TP scroll up yet. Oh, he's going to be found. He just refreshed to try and get a BKB skewer blink away, but no, denied. Schofield is just so hot, man.
If Heroic realized that he bought Refresher, they could end the game, I think. I genuinely think this is impossible for PARIVISION without Mag. He's the one hero that can bring this all together. You can just start diving heroes in the enemy base, and they have to yield every single time against your tanky frontliners, plus long-range artillery from Ench. So just run straight down a lane and start getting those Megas.
Instead, they're probably going to play the safer route and go for Roshan.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're not confident he doesn't have buyback, which makes sense. Yeah, he bought the Refresher, but we're so late into the game that showing up with an item like that is not a guaranteed no buyback situation. You can see he's only 500 off. So Heroic might not feel confident that that is the case, and they'll just settle for grabbing themselves the Aegis here, as well as some extra goodies. And if nothing else, they will feel completely safe doing this. You can tell they're doing Roche with 2 heroes. They know that PARIVISION are not going to show for this play. Analog taking some serious damage. Roche just got strong and late in the game.
So Black Dragon now online.
Yeah.
In strength is victory.
We're pretty rare.
Double banner.
I feel like.
All right, nice pickup here. Schofield going to be caught in the mid lane. And they get a gem off of it. We'll see if everybody gets out. Huskar's trying to cut him off right now. He'll catch up. Got him on the taunt. Crystal has showed himself there on trying to strike back. Divine Llama goes straight for him. Chrysalis pops his Manta, but he gets taunted up. Analog does lose his Aegis, but it's fine. They got the kill on the Drow Rangers. That's what they were looking for. And no one. His BKB is now gone. How does he get out of this situation? There's no way out. He just has to fight. Look at Pando. He's trying to pull him away, kick him out, trying to get some distance for no one but King Junkles is sticking onto these cores and delivering pure damage that just does not stop. They'll kill 3-4. It's just a massacre out here. They do manage to get the Huskar, though. Meanwhile, the Dragon Knight, the Black Dragon, is slowing them all down. Divine Llama catches, Whirling Death quickly finishes off that Earth Spirit. Meanwhile, Chrysalis's dieback is on the table and will be taken from him. 2 minutes gone, and that looks like the game, Synderen. No Sniper, no Drow Ranger. Unless DM pulls off a miracle, it's done.
He just got enough gold for the buyback on Sniper, but this 3-on-4 is really, really hard. You've got 15 seconds on Mag Refresher.
Horn toss, skewer back onto the Dragon Knight. Can they kill it? He pops, he's getting popped around, he's dead.
All right, it's not over.
Couldn't get here in time to bail out their carry. They're not even gonna get a barracks off for this one. They were okay,
they
maybe they will.
They're committed now.
Oh, Yuma, he doesn't even have his dragon form right now. This is so risky, but they have 80 seconds for the Drow Ranger. Surely they have enough to be able to do this. Horn toss away. Divine Llama in deep with a nullifier on him. No Aghanim Scepter to protect him here, but they're struggling on the damage a little bit. They're going for 9 classes Muerta. Take him out of the equation. That's another dieback. Heroic, focusing on the buildings now.
They have a Horn Toss, an RP, and a Dream.
It's gonna have to be when they go for Throne. The closer they are to the fountain, the better opportunity they have to make this hold. But with all 5 heroes and Heroic not clumping up, DM, he's gonna have to settle for at best a 2-man. BKB forced out of no one. The throne is just gonna die. They're not even gonna be able to get out there. DM goes for it now, hits the RP, tries to go for the skewer, an immediate Wind Waker to cancel, giving him no room to be able to pull anybody to the fountain. And as a result, Heroic will take game 1 in an hour-long match.
All right, Kev, I'm gonna make a promise to you right now. I'm gonna stop doubting that Huskar wins late game at this point. I concede. Okay, this hero, even when things look rough, even when I feel like, all right, now is that turn of the game where usually Huskar will start struggling here, the way Heroic draft and the way they play around it, they make it work. And, I mean, Analog ended the game 1-5.
Yeah.
He got 1 kill on the mid-core in an hour-long game, 8 assists, and it just didn't matter. Because, yeah, he's becoming a lightning rod in these fights and getting shut down, but the other heroes get to step up in turn, and it all comes together nicely for them. So, what a win, and what a first game to get us started.
Absolutely. Heroic getting some momentum as they're making their way through the gauntlet.
A big congratulations to them. Heroic are putting up a performance. So there's so many things to say about this game. The Huskar coming out, we had seen it yesterday being picked up by this team, and it had a significantly tougher game here at Fear. It was really, really rough, but Analog having faith in jungling, going late game, it's okay. This Huskar can still get back online and still have an impact.
Well, they definitely had, on PARIVISION at least, their plan was to shut down the Huskar, right?
Mm-hmm.
They made the Earth Spirit position 5. That way this sniper could shut down Huskar in the mid lane, and he's very well known for his 1v1 prowess in the mid lane. He usually won't falter these matchups. He should be winning. So he sent him in the jungle very early on, which will slow down his timings. But at the same time, like, that kind of gave Devi the floor this game, and he really showed up in a way we really want him to see.
Yeah, like the early game, the combination of Schofield and then Divine Llama, the Timbersaw, the Lion, they just were able to break open the map. And for PARIVISION, like, there were moments where it's like they make that big move to draw back, or claw back, sorry, the net worth to give themselves chances, but then Heroic adapted. They changed their itemization. Like, we'll look down at the highlights and break that down a little bit later, but I think Heroic showed really good aggression. They make a mistake, but then they fixed it very quickly after, and it's that fix that we want to see from this team. And it seems to be why they're going for such long games when they get to play, but they're adapting really well now in the playoffs.
Yeah, and it's easy to focus on, the carry and the off lane, them having great lanes for themselves, obviously being the cause and doing quite a lot, but the support duo difference as well, Raya, I think that's a big one. You had Enchantress, who essentially was building for damage, and the disable from the Lion compared to a Earth Spirit and a Muerta.
Schofield buying a Shadow Blade was the funniest thing for me. I mean, I respect how he plays so much. Like, the whole impact he can have is devastating. If you look at that fight that happened in the top jungle, right, you get Magnus having a double RP, and then Schofield lands an Earth Spike on 2 people because he's able to be in position and be ready there. Like, your Drow Ranger is being greedy a little bit. She's going for the link-ins, relying on 4 staffs from herself and her teammates to kind of get out of danger. But because she doesn't have that, she is just getting stunned. Spike goes through link-ins, it ignores it. So I think Schofield's impact was like massive on mitigating the damage that could be done. And just, yeah, I mean, obviously Eng scaled really hard and did so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we're seeing from Enchantress, not only before this E-patch, before this tournament, but I'm like, okay, she got a couple of nerfs. Maybe we're not going to be seeing the same sort of way Enchantress wants to play or build, but it's still there to you. It's still very prevalent.
Yeah, I mean, Enchantress is super strong. Position 5, compare that to a very weak position 5 of Earth Spirit that, you know, we don't really see it. Since TI, there's only been 2 support Earth Spirit games, both in position 4. Only 1 win from crit. Like, this hero is not played in support role, let alone the position 5 role. So I feel like for PARIVISION, you're trying to be creative. Your support's like, yo, I'll play it. I've not played it since 2019. Let me go for the 5 position. But in this moment, in a best of 3 single elimination, I don't think just giving your 5 because he wants to play it is the correct answer. Like, it isn't good in that role. It isn't giving you any advantage in the draft. You don't have a sniper mid to try and beat Huskar. Like, I really dislike it. Like, this team is so good, but then they decide to do this like moment of like just poor drafting, in my opinion. And like the Earthspirit didn't really help win the lane. It kind of made some moves. It was always under leveled. It was always like the hero needs levels. It needs time. It needs items. You put in that 5 role. Like, I'd rather have any other support. But they did play very well. So it's like the Earthspirit isn't why they lost. It's just that factor plus some team fights that hurt them.
Yeah.
But like they did play very well. It's just I just didn't like that. It was
There was always a slight disadvantage with that draft going into this game, but we have seen people and teams win with a slight draft disadvantage. It's down to that execution, how you're able to make plays for yourself, and one big tool for that fear is being able to smoke up. PARIVISION didn't get many connections when they did try and make that move, but I do know that the one that they did get was impactful. It felt like they were able to potentially go high ground from that one.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely had a really good smoke gank in this one, where they could have came back into the game, right? They didn't necessarily get back name, but you'll see they have 4 heroes smoked behind the Morta in this one. And Morta, with the new changes, will just tag team in. They fast forward a little bit here, and they cut Huskar out. And you have to keep in mind, they're like 9, 10K gold down at this point. And typically, if they weren't able to make a play like this, they would not be able to take any team fight whatsoever. But because of that play, they killed the Huskar right away. Heroic still decides to take a team fight directly after there. And sure, it wasn't a sweep or anything for PARIVISION because they were down so much in the net worth, but that did create an opening where potentially they could have got back into this game, because directly after this, they picked up the Roshan too, and they were more, I would say, more and so in the driver's seat.
Yeah, but this highlight, you see, look at the Drow and Sniper's positioning, right? It's always behind an Earth Spirit, the Magnus, even the Mort to some degree. Like, they're putting the big artillery to then punish the side of Heroic. But in the future fights, it was this moment where like Sniper's like underneath the DK, then you got the Drow getting jumped by the Lion. I think Heroic, that's where they adapted so well in the series. Like picking up the Ghost Scepter on Huskar. Like at 32 minutes, he doesn't have one. He dies in that way. He buys Ghost, and now he's just like running in. If you jump me, you're not jumping my DK. You're not jumping my Timber. You're allowing Schofield. So I think the itemization shift from Heroic was because they respected how much damage Drow and Sniper could do. And then after that one fight, I never saw Drow and Sniper like a click from the high ground ever again. It always like get them caught, get them picked off. Don't allow them that freedom.
Cool. I don't know.
Did you want me to follow?
No, I thought maybe you were. I've got so much more to say if you don't want to add on to that one.
No, I had thoughts, but not related to that.
All right, well, share them with me.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just, I don't know. I was still thinking about how I disagreed with T. I thought that the Earth Spirit was a fine drafting choice, because I don't think that they lost because of the difference in impact between supports. Like, I think what Earth Spirit gave was no one got a sniper, and he had a really, really good game on the sniper and did a lot of damage and had a lot of like impact with it. And they were in a good position. There was a moment in the early game where they had higher net worth on all their supports because they had such a dominant mid lane matchup, and then they took a couple, like I'd say like 2 fights where they were just feeding into Timbersaw, and like I felt like that was more of their issue, because if they had just continued to scale like that where Huskar didn't have a game, then I think they could have won. I think it was an execution problem.
Counterpoint.
Whoa, okay.
Who was the MVP of this game? The guy that gets the flack on Reddit, the guy that gets the flack in Twitch chat, Divylama, 17, 2, and 13. You know why he's the MVP? Because of that weak lane. Look at this guy. Look at the stats. The man popping off, and he's getting the Aegis, right? After they have that 32-minute fight, 40 minutes in, who picks up the Aegis? It's Llama. He's sending himself into the front line. And again, it's rare that I praise him, I'll be honest. He struggles a lot.
T was actually sitting there and he was looking for reasons to hate on Divide.
Oh, no. All right, no gaslighting here, no. But like, he has a turbulent time, but I feel like just the fact that he, in the early game highlights, the mid game, everything, I think there's so many factors that you have to look at in draft and play, and I think that is where, like, you know, Raya and I have different opinions, but the Earth Spirit is like the first domino in making the game hard, and Timbersaw is the MVP, and it starts from the lane. But there are so many moments where they could have won, like the RP, if Sniper wasn't smoked on the low ground. Like, there's so many moments, but it's like, if you want to really simplify it, that pick, that concept, is the first hurdle PARIVISION has set themselves up to have to overcome.
Sure. The Tricore on the side of PARIVISION as well brings a couple questions up. Did you feel that the Drow and the Sniper fear maybe overlapped in the way that they wanted to play, and so that was also a bit of an issue? Way too much relied on DM's Magnus, and he wasn't even able to use his BKB multiple times in a row to initiate. He was using it to TP out.
It's definitely playable. It can definitely work. But as I was saying, I think in the green room, this mag has a lot of responsibility. Like, if something was going to happen, it does have to be on the back of DM. I would have liked to see more skewer initiations instead of RP initiations. That way you can drag him even further back into your long range. At that point, there's no chance for Schofield to get back in there and set up with these stuns. But he was either getting caught out a little bit too early, or he was starting with the RP, which I don't think I agree with. But it is a lot of responsibility for one player to have, and it is what it is. That's just what you drafted yourself for. This Sniper picked up. It did put their Spirit into a situation where he's not going to have a strong lane, but that did shut down the Huskar, so Huskar didn't have a game either. Both teams were playing for certain things in this game, and they both had to execute to their draft strengths, and one team just did better than the other.
Okay, I like it. That's a little bit of both ideas where, you know, it's the draft maybe being a bit of a hurdle, maybe it's the execution, or at least the outplays that Heroic were able to do for themselves. But either way, they execute perfectly for themselves to be able to get a Game 1 win. They only need one more game win for themselves to continue the dream run here at Blast Slam. First, we're going to head to a break.
And ask him why his name isn't Divai Alpaca, because they're much cooler animals, you know?
Right. So Divai Llama, it's a name that you've had. It's a really cool name. But why not Divai Alpaca, since alpacas are kind of cooler than llamas?
Well, that was the joke, right? The whole joke is that it's like the Dalai Lama, you know, it's a Buddhist authority. But
who?
It's like the Dalai Lama, like the Buddhist authority.
I don't know what you're...
No, you don't? Well, you know, a lama, and like the Dalai Lama is like, you know, the highest Buddhist authority, and the whole plan that is, you know, that it's instead of Dalai, it's Davai, which is Russian word for go.
Okay, but alpacas are cooler.
Well, you know, alpacas are a kind of llama.
Say
like
no, they're not.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
No, they are.
No. I know.
They're all llama species.
No, I definitely know it. No. Thank you so much, Divai Alpaca, for Team Beast Coast.
That was a very weird interview. That's the weirdest interview I've ever seen.
What did you think of your teammates? Did they interview you well? Were those good questions coming from your teammates?
Yeah.
Take a seat.
I thought Cap could have handled it better, but excellent questions.
Did you know anything was up? Did you understand what was happening, or was it? Did you get attacked the whole time?
No, it's hard to realize in this environment.
What do you think?
I mean, the questions were definitely weird, but I thought it was like, oh, it's like a pre-recorded, like, weird interview. But
what moment were you the most mad?
I don't know. It was just I was just confused.
You weren't mad when I said no, they're not.
Mad? Yeah, maybe. Like, you know, saying alpacas aren't llamas is quite offensive.
Well, thank you for being such a great sport. You handled it fantastic. And hey, your teammates, fantastic interviewers. You guys, the job's open anytime. Thank you so much for your in-depth questions.
Anytime you need to roast someone, just call us.
Oh, we will. All right, congratulations, guys. Thank you so much.
Welcome back. Game number 2 in this best of 3 will be starting very soon. Some questions around what's going to happen in the draft. Are we going to be seeing this Earth Spirit moved to a support quite late in the draft here, or is it back to the drawing board on what supports you want to pick up for yourself?
I just don't want to see them pick a hero that forces them to have to think about these moments, right? Like, Earth Spirit is a hero that is now punishable. We've seen it multiple times, Vipers, Linas, Huskars. So picking that position with the nerfs, it isn't as simple as before where pre-patch where it's like, pick it no matter what, right? So I don't want teams to have to do this. Like, other teams wouldn't put it there into support. They put it to offlane. It didn't work out. Like, I just think draft structure should be a little bit different. That's it.
Okay. And outside of, picking supports, you also have to question which ones you potentially want to ban out here, Fear.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you do, to go back to this topic, like, you should know what you want to pick. Therefore, your bans have to be really illustrated towards that as well. So bans are going to really dictate on what you get to pick going into this next series.
Do you think there's any chance for respect bans? Because KJ's Enchantress was phenomenal display here, not only in the way that he was able to build towards that late game for the damage output, but also his micro game with some of the creeps.
Yeah, I mean, he played an absolutely amazing game. He had some body blocks, as we can see here, but you can see at this time of the game here that he's actually using this creep to block Crystallis' ancient camp, right? It wasn't intended to block off the path here for the Morta, but he adapted very quickly. He saw in this moment that Morta was at the fountain. He's like, okay, instead of blocking this ancient camp here, I'm just going to move it here, which is a really heads-up play by King Jungles himself. Ends up blocking the pathing here. Ends up getting a kill on the Morta. So it looks funny. He's like, why is this here? So I'm kind of going like, why was it there? It's because he was blocking that Drow's ancient camp, but Drow's happy now. The camp is no longer blocked. So he traded the support for an ancient camp.
I mean, it's his most played hero. Like, that's the thing. It's mostly played hero. 120 games. Second place is like 60. Like, it's like there's a whole, I don't know what the word would be, but gap. There we go. That's great English.
The Mariana Trench.
There we go.
Enchantress and the rest
I would have thought you were more weighty than gap, but I panicked in the moment. But
hopefully people know what that is.
Yeah, they should. You can Google it.
I mean, he knows all the small things to do in every moment, using his creeps to either cut waves or block camps. He's always doing something with the hero.
Yeah, knows the intricacies, the ins and outs of that hero, and many more as well. To people that love to talk about the ins and outs of Dota, our casters, Captain Syndrome.
That's right, Nat. We love talking about the ins and outs, and we'll talk about the ins and outs once the game occurs, but we have to get to a draft first. Syndrome, any changes you want to see? You said you're going to stop doubting the Huskar.
Yeah,
you didn't say anything about the Dragon Knight, but,
I think that hero's getting banned. I feel like that's just not a hero you give away for any trade. That's kind of where I'm standing with that.
Agreed.
That simple, really. Ban the DK or die.
Vote or die. Ban the DK or die. That's Cinderen's advice. We'll see what our analyst panel has to say as our draft is going to be underway very shortly. What about the Enchantress? I mean, I feel like that's... You can actually keep playing Enchantress, which Snake King proved that you can. King Jungles is following this. I feel like this is a big buff to Heroic.
Yeah, they definitely are capable of running it. It's not nearly as powerful as it was in the previous patch, but I guess given the conditions that you can pick it later in the phase into maybe like third or fourth pick, seems all right. I don't know if you should like open your draft with it or pick it second. I don't think we're there anymore, but still viable.
Okay, well, we'll see what unfolds as the draft is ready to go.
Yep.
Hey, guys.
All right, game 2
You
draft.
didn't commit
here.
to that at all. You literally
I
stopped
tried
instantly.
my best, but either way, we got the game 2 draft going here versus Heroic and PARIVISION.
Yeah.
We'll see what we get differently going this time around. Shadow Demon banned, Monkey King banned. Nothing surprising. You are playing versus Crystallis. You banned the Monkey King.
We're just talking right about, oh, do we give respect bans like the Enchantress? But I was looking, it's like, well, what are you meant to not ban? Because they banned Chen, for example, as well to stop him getting his hands on that.
Yeah.
Either way, he's going to be microing creeps, so you just have to pick which one you want to deal with.
Can't ban them both. That would be absurd, right?
Yeah, that would be crazy.
Then he just picked Nature's Prophet.
Ooh.
But yeah, we're seeing some stock standard bans here. The only thing that is in the last game was the Magnus. They banned it themselves, not having too much success on DM with this one. I feel like his mag was pretty okay. I think it was just a hard game for him, and this is definitely a meta hero. They don't want to give it to the side of Heroic. We did see Yuma had an amazing game yesterday on this Magnus. They could also flex it if they want to. So yeah, not so bad, and they're gonna ban out their own Chen actually. So maybe the Enchantress is still in the cards here. We'll see if PARIVISION do want to ban that one.
I would like to see Heroic continue to prioritize Lion, though, as a support. It just seems to be doing so much for them.
For every team I've seen, actually, that hero's just
Yeah.
looked incredibly good this tournament.
Yeah.
Especially with Schofield, he's a very clutch player. Give him a clutch hero, and it'll really show. And this is a hero we've seen a lot, but not a lot of results from, the Terrorblade.
Terrorblade is still flexible, right? Though
It is, yeah. I mean, it's nerfed. More nerfed so for the offlane position, but I have not seen many teams try to play it there. It's pretty much been primarily a carry this tournament, and it's been primarily losing.
Okay. The one I saw, I believe, went offlane and bought an Orchid first item.
Did it win?
I don't remember.
This tournament?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
That was in Group A, probably, in the
Yes,
stage.
that's the one I was covering.
Those are the games I never saw.
It was cool, though. I mostly just like the fact that you can't commit too much to countering it. Spirit we've seen, we just saw it be flexed. I don't know if they'll want to do that again, though. I think
different teams, so we'll say different philosophies on how they want to deal with situations. But I think, in general, I have only seen 2 players play this hero. Schofield does play it, has played it in the past. Not very popular as position 4. I guess even less popular in position 5, but we did see it. However, Analog loves this hero. I would not be surprised to see him ban out some of the big culprits for winning this hero in the mid lane. However, I will say, if there is a player at this tournament that no matter what you do with the 2 bans you do have here, actually 1 ban that you have here, you're not going to ban out no one's hero. This guy is a lane dominator. He can play the Viper, he can play the Huskars, he can play the Monkey Kings, he can play whatever is needed. There's probably like 7 heroes that can probably just shut you out of the laning stage here. He plays them all, and I do have to say, he will play them better than most everyone else and not make those small mistakes like we did see, where the sniper was doing well, then him getting solo killed. He doesn't make those mistakes, at least in the laning stage. In the line, it does go out. They had the same sentiments as you. He did way too much on that line, especially if you are a Terrorblade. That is very strong.
You can't ban everything, though, because there's still Clockwork. That was going out, I believe, early last time. And it sucks a little bit that I think these first phases that we've been seeing, it's always you're picking up a core, and then you start to pick up your supports afterwards. So yeah, you're taking this Earth Spirit with the intent of likely putting it mid, and then you see what you get next round. And they'll just take out Lion, and that's sad.
And Timber, so they've taken out 3 out of 5 that Heroic had in the last game, so Heroic are definitely have to show a new game here, and I think Huskar is the most logical ban here. I think this one has been looking good no matter what the situation. We've seen it dominate from ahead, we've seen it have bad games and come back into the game. Like Cinderin said, he is no longer going to bet against this hero, so that one definitely makes sense there. They're kind of just trying to make sure this Earth Spirit does have a game. But I do think that if they really truly want to, and there's maybe like some Devi Enigma out there, you do have an option for Schofield to play this Earth Spirit. So the flex is still available if they truly want to do it, if you overcommit to countering him.
I don't think they need to. I would be really happy to see them give him just another initiator if he does get his Clockwork or something like that. That can be really disruptive. You're going to be able to play with Earth Spirit and give him a good game. You're going to be able to run at heroes and play like that.
Easy papa.
Moira's been really effective. No one's people are buying just
Has
like
it though?
Ato. I think so. I think she's.
I guess last game it didn't look very effective.
Okay, sure. In the grand scheme of things,
Sure.
Sorry for not prefacing my words with that. I like her. I also think when we've seen a bunch of Pugnas be running around as well, it's nice to see Moira be effective there against that. And I like how. Oh, there you go. They're picking.
What about
Pugna on
them
their own
together? The synergy.
It is synergy.
Yeah.
You can just hit things that are ethereal thanks to your innate.
It's very interesting because I thought about this Pugna too because it's popular, but I was like, okay, do they want Pugna for themselves? I don't know, your first Batrider Earth Spirit, that's a lot of magic damage, it's a lot of reposition, that's a lot of setup or disable for your channeling, right? So it doesn't seem like an amazing Pugna game already against Heroic. And I thought, okay, Heroic probably won't pick Pugna either because they're against a Morta, right? Who can do well against them. But I think Pugna's just so strong right now in the meta, people don't really mind picking it just to have it in their draft.
I think the heal is so crazy.
Right. The heal's definitely really good. But Earth Spirit's job, I think, in this game now, or Batriders, is find this Pugna and try to kill him immediately.
But if they're trying to find him, then Morta and TB get a nice game.
True.
It is weird. They do have a lot of magic damage already on Heroic, and you're playing against heroes that don't like playing into magic damage.
Yeah, all 3 of them.
Yeah, exactly. It is weird. I will say that much.
Ooh, okay. So I know you've won a game with Slark so far this tournament, but that was like a last pick Slark. This is not a last pick Slark.
But they have no stuns.
Not yet.
They have nothing to control him.
Their ground AoE, I mean, TB obviously is notoriously bad versus Slark. Pugna, not so bad, right? You have the Decrepify on yourself. You can't really hit you. Morta, you can go ethereal too, so he actually can't hit either of those heroes. So that is not great necessarily.
Well,
but
look, now we have a Dispel. Let's go.
I like that pick a lot.
Yeah. Not only is he just an amazing Enchantress player, it's going to secure his lane, because the last time he played it, he was playing with the Chen. You want this nice little bully guy that can put a creep out there and give you the freest lane of your life. And I think it's hard when you're playing this Morta and this Pugna. Yeah, sure, they can defend themselves a little bit, but the whole point of the last time they played Slark was that they set up to just be able to run at heroes, and right now, they have no disengage on parry. They have no way to get away from these fights. If they get ran at and get gone on, you're getting leaped and pounced and hit and pulled and dragged and kicked. It's like, okay, I guess we're just dead.
Yeah, it seems like a very similar style towards how they played it before. They have less of, like, I think the last time they did Beastmaster and they had Lion, which made the map really hard to play. But I guess with Bat and Earth Spirit, they can still play that way. Downside is your team fight is pretty abysmal on Heroic, like if you are a 5-man ball. So if PARIVISION do want to round their lineup with a big team fighter and you don't respond to it on Heroic, the one threat that might be of this game is they group up as 5, they get an Aegis, they walk down a lane, like what do you do? So I think that is one issue that Heroic currently has right now, if they even want to worry about that. As far as PARIVISION, they're going to pick up the Storm, realizing this is one of the better heroes. It's not a hard counter to the Earth Spirit, but it allows Storm to get into game, which sometimes is good enough. So I don't dislike that. And of course, you do have the Pugna Storm combination, allow him to continue to stay in the fights here. And they leave this Terrorblade a little bit open for now, but the overall last pick will be on Heroic, so it's not going to be an overall last pick flex here for the Terrorblade. Yeah,
I do agree with what you said about the holes in Heroic's draft. I do want to see them here just pick an offlaner that allows them to team fight or allows them to ball and group, because that was something they liked to do the last time they ran this as a carry, was the ability to take areas on the map together. I think having a Tidehunter, for example, could work well in that way. Just a big meaty boy, something that carries your pipe or your, probably a pipe. Meepo ban, you know, okay.
They're afraid of the Divine Llama offlane Slark.
I know. I was thinking about it. I was like, well, he has Slog. I don't know, but like it is an unbelievably good Meepo game. You pick Storm Spirit, it instantly puts you at like high threat. You have to ban it. Like, I'm not joking. Especially with last pick, if I'm Yuma, I'm like, guys, I'm just saying. Like, I think we could put Slog in the offlane, and I can still carry this one.
I mean, Divine Llama has played offlane Slark at TI, so he is confident. He didn't win with it.
It doesn't matter because you'll have a Meepo with a really good set of matchups.
But this is still a man who can go 0-4 the first day in Doom and be like, this is still my best hero. So this man has confidence of iron will here.
Yeah, it was great.
That won't matter. So anyways, Bloodseeker gets banned out. Sometimes when you see the strange heroes that don't often get picked, like Slark, sometimes you see bans that are very targeted towards it. So Doom and Bloodseeker, sorry, are very good versus Slark. You can't really play the map you want to while Ruptured or Doomed, so making sure that he has a good game. Realizing most likely both teams do need an offlaner here.
Terrorblade would probably not fare great against the Slark Edge.
In offlane, you're just going to Dark Pact off the Reflection, which is a major part of like what makes offlane TB viable, I feel. So you kind of are forced to put this into a carry position.
There's still a world where they can just take like an Enigma offlane, then you're getting some AoE control against this Slark. It doesn't matter if he's playing with his Shard or ult.
Yeah, you can. The only downside I have to it is Enchantress is very strong in lane versus Enigma. I've seen it played before. It's manageable, but it is one of the better heroes in the game versus Slark for sure. So that is something they're probably definitely discussing here. What are we going to do to deal with this Slark? Are we just going to throw the TB there and pick a better carry? But I can't really think of a ton of carries that are just going to be good against Slark, because Slark, typically speaking, is good carry versus carry matchup because you just can get in and out no matter what. He's pretty bad against some mid laners and off laners that have that AoE ground targeted control. So that is something they're most likely looking for. They ban Enigma themselves. which is also another interesting choice there. I think maybe they're thinking Earth Spirit could go either way. They go for the Razor. That'll be the Crystallis hero going into the safe lane. This is not necessarily good for Slark either, right? They're not really addressing this, so I do believe we're gonna have an offlane Terrorblade this game. I don't see any reason why Razor would go against Slark. You just have that instant de-initiation there. So yeah, I'm not sure if I'm a huge fan of this pick here. You do have one pick here from Devi. You get to try and answer this. Two choices, right? He could play the Slark versus Razor actually, and the offlane if he wants to.
I think I'd like to see him pick something like Mars, because you have a lot of options with your item build as well. If you really want to as well, you can buy like the Yules, and then you set up for your stun on the Storm every time he appears in the fight. You're not letting Pugnus save him because they won't have vision.
Okay.
It would give them the team fight that they're lacking.
I'm looking at Pango too, maybe.
Yeah, it could work as well.
Like you do have like the, if he goes to double jump, he could just jump into the Razor,
Yeah.
or maybe he can swash backwards, create some distance. I know he likes that hero a lot.
Yeah.
Mars obviously an option too.
Okay.
Primal Beast, something similar, something that can gain or lose distance depending on what's needed for the game here, because either he's going to charge in, go all in the Razor, or he's going to charge out, and they don't have a lot to stop this. Neither of these guys can stop the onslaught, so that is pretty good.
And it's nice as well if he is getting that blade mail, his ability to just run in on Crystallis. It's like, you can't just link me, you can't do anything.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. They have an extremely aggressive looking lineup here on Heroic. They're going to be able to push towers with this End. I hope to see them pressure mid early. I don't think the supports on Parry are like that strong to be able to kind of stop it. And then they can just get their item on Yuma and then go and run as a team. I think Parry's looks weird to me. I'm not seeing like the vision of it other than No One and Panto just like linking up and going super hard on the ganks.
Yeah, I think this mid lane, you're going to be fine on Analog for sure. I think Devi Llama, he might not have the best game, but it's also not going to be the worst game. It's always pretty hard to lane versus Razor no matter what you play. That's why he is such a strong safe laner. But I am not feeling this offlane TB against an Ench and a Slark.
Yeah.
Your protection is, what, a dead shot and a silence neither of these heroes really care about. So this first pick Terrorblade, just the composition of this draft, they're all squishy. These are all squishy heroes. Like, I don't think PARIVISION was cooking on all on this one. So this is an elimination match. Heroic's got a good draft. They are in the driver's seat. They're one game ahead. I'd be pretty confident if I was them.
Yeah, I love Heroic's draft, but this is where we get proven wrong somehow, and then Parry just stomp their lanes and take everything.
Well, we'll have to see on that one. But to take us there, we will have Cap and Synderen.
That's right. Thank you, Rhea and Fear. We saw just moments ago a massive dub claimed, a pivotal moment in this tournament. I am, of course, referring to, ladies and gentlemen, Synderen beat the Minesweeper game.
Yes!
Yeah!
39,000 cap. I'm second in my friend list, and I'll have you know, I have a lot of friends, okay?
Yeah, sure.
In real life and online, I'm a pretty popular guy. People like to hang out with me. I wear the freshest clothes, I go to the nicest restaurants, and they say I have a pretty nice scent, if I may say so myself.
Wow.
So yeah, you don't want to mess with me.
I can get a whiff of that scent right now.
Yeah, you could. That's
delicious.
This is the best casting you've ever done. It's the aroma that just brings it out in you. So there you go. Thank you, Blast. Thank you so much.
You smell like success. That's what you smell
that's
like,
right.
Synderen.
You know, nothing brings up your confidence more than spending a couple of hours on finally beating a dumb minigame in Dota. That makes you feel real good about yourself. So
go ahead and add Synderen if you have beat his score of 39,000.
That's what I'm talking about.
I don't think there's going to be many doing that. I got to tell you.
That's what I'm talking
So,
about.
all right, into this game, we heard from the draft panel that they both really like what Heroic are bringing.
And they did like what Heroic had in game one.
They did, and they're running their Slark back that they have already warmed up from earlier yesterday, where Yuma was able to find a dub on that. And they're running their Ench again, that you are very impressed by in game one, and I was likewise. So there's a lot of positives to be said here for Heroic. For the side of PARIVISION, my biggest concern is, in terms of playmaking, you're a little bit limited to this Storm having a good start. So what happens if Heroic are able to put some pressure onto No One? Specifically, when your support duo is Batrider and Ench, this guy can get dove before 6 if you find the opportunity to make those moves. And Davai Lama, we've seen plenty of games when he's playing these tanky offlaners like this hero or Timbersaw, that he can be left alone a little bit, and you can make those moves and leave your support. So,
and we've even seen some Primal Beasts actually rotate to the mid lane, right, pre-level 6. Like, this is a hero that can do those kind of early rotations. If you're maybe not feeling like you're getting as much out of lane as you want to, and it is going to be a rather annoying lane, right, with a Razor matchup, then maybe we'll see him trying to put that pressure on that Storm Spirit. If it is kind of the key here, would you say it is the most important part of the draft for PARIVISION?
It is.
Okay.
I think if you're running a tricore of Storm, Terrorblade, Razor, and none of your supports have a stun, then the Storm's game being bad means you are likely falling into a AFK farm style of play, and that just doesn't. I don't vibe with that in Dota.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic have so much good pickoff and like pretty mobile heroes too, Earth Spirit and Primal Beast, but the Slark is also running around the map. So if you just try and farm, you split up, you farm around the map, you're gonna get picked off. They've got a Bat Rider too. Their pickoff is actually kind of insane.
Yeah. So with all that, I think the conclusion here is get your lanes right for PARIVISION. And that's the good news was they owned them in lanes last game, actually. PARIVISION's laning stage, they got way more CS. They got the matchups that they wanted. They played that part very well. So I'm not too concerned in that aspect of the game that they can get that done. It's more about how does it transition after the first 10 minutes and what team moves are you going to make and will they find that success? And also, you picked an offlane Terrorblade. What's that hero good against this game? I actually think it's good against nothing. It's not good against Slark. He can pact it off.
Yep.
It's not good against Earth Spirit because he's a mid hero that doesn't care about an illusion being made of him. And Primal Beast doesn't give a crap either. So the core-to-core matchup's not that great. The supports, I think both of you are good against Terrorblade. So DM looking to see what impact he can find. Yuma will be forced to a skill pounce here. That's good news for the side of PARIVISION.
I've been a little bit of a hater on the first pick Terrorblades. I think it's not good because of this exact situation. Like, what happens if you go into a game where Reflection is just not good? And that's very likely if you first pick it, right?
Yeah, and then you could argue, all right, well, then you can flex it and make it a good carry, but it's just not a good hero, I think, in the carry position. Like, I feel like I have enough data now from recent tournaments to feel confident that Terrorblade as a carry pick is an afterthought. That's what you do if other things aren't available and you can't come up with anything better.
Sure.
But when you first picked it, you've already cornered yourself. Because then if you can't play it in the offlane, how likely is it that the enemy team will draft counters to the offlane Terrorblade that don't also work against the carry Terrorblade?
Yeah.
And that's what I feel like in this case, that is my biggest concern out of all of them for PARIVISION is how do you make DM work? Like, what's the purpose of the hero? Davai Lama fighting quick level 2. Standard stuff here. Primal Beast, the only hero in Dota that can do this on his own. We'll cut that top wave, get all 4 CS, and get the easy level 2. There's used to be something teams were doing with Darkseer, with Darkseer +1, and you did 2 Ion Shells.
Oh my god. They're ganking mid already.
Oh,
he bumps him over the cliff. You blew it. Oh, maybe you didn't. The flame break, Schofield joining with the boys to make this play. First blood goes to Davai Lama. I mean, I said you can make the rotations early. I didn't mean second wave early.
This is really creative and great stuff. I don't blame PARIVISION for not seeing that coming. The reason this play's so good is because Primal is already cutting that top wave anyway, so him being off the lane top is not a red flag.
Right.
He could just as well be heading back toward the lane, but he makes that rotation down toward the mid lane instead and finds a very pivotal early game kill to get Analog off to a good start in this lane against the Storm. So very nicely done. That was a bit reminiscent of some of the creative stuff we saw from Falcons
Yuma.
in tournaments.
He gets the room for the pounce. He's okay.
This is one of my favorite things about Dota is when teams do stuff like this.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, this is a 1 in 50 game kind of thing. Where that play opens itself up specifically because the mid hero is a Storm, you have Primal, he gets level 2, and you get to make that move all together with the Bat Rider as well. Because that wasn't a kill without Bat either.
Right.
It actually needed all 3 of them. So really beautiful stuff from the side of Heroic.
And I would say the cherry on top, you don't have a super fun matchup that you're playing against, right? Because it's Razor, so the less laning you have to do, the better.
Yep. As a matter of fact, the 4 CS that Devi got when he cut the wave. He
Yeah.
still only has those 4, but he's got another wave now, so should be getting up to the 8 mark here.
They're doing half pulls as
pulls
well.
is good.
So
Yep, want to kill half the wave, try to disrupt as much as possible.
all that's left is Schofield to successfully block any pulling and should get Devi Llama at least some levels out of this. Which is really most of what I feel like Primal Beast needs anyway.
Yep. Hero can function without the most farm. Find a nice CS there on the range creep with the onslaught. I think if I had to guess, a large part of the audience might not realize just how much is actually happening in this top lane. There's a lot of like really small details coming into play about this, and all 4 players are heavily involved, even though it just looks like, oh, there's just waves being pulled, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of little details. You're keeping track of the relative strength between your wave and the enemy wave. You're keeping track of where the 2 supports are relative to each other so they can mess with each other's pulls. You're deliberately choosing whether you're half pulling behind the tower or full pulling, which Devi there cut the wave in half on purpose, out of the expectation that you get a desired result. And while you're doing that, the enemy team sees it happening and they try to make their adjustments. This is like very little details that make a huge difference, because if either player messes up here, that could be a 10 CS loss.
Yeah.
So,
and it's all based off of a script that you don't get to read very often.
Yes.
Right. It's like you're not experiencing this situation exactly too many oftentimes, you know, in your laning scripts. So the result is purely up to intuition, creativity.
Yep.
Yuma.
Oh, he's hurting.
He's dead.
Oh, that is a very unnecessary and avoidable death, I have to say. And now maybe King Jungles too. Oh, they get both of them?
Maybe. Yeah, they do.
Well, I wanted to see
Pine
DM
Cone?
find impact.
One more hit. He goes for the deny. He hopes the other Pine Cone claims his life. It doesn't work, though.
DM
mid lane.
Kills.
Bump back in. Devi Llama. He will run him down underneath the tower. Storm Spirit. He takes
That's greedy, but it'll work.
He was so greedy.
It was a flag bearer.
Yeah, makes sense.
So it's 2 CS. Bottle refill arrives for no one out, courtesy of 9 class. And another bottle refill. All right.
Wow.
Hello. No one with his entourage. Gonna understanding how important his hero is in the game, but this is maybe a little bit too much. Help for him, but
if you see both supports TP, like surely you think to yourself, like, let's make a move somewhere. Let's try and get a kill somewhere.
Wow, look at that stat.
Yeah.
DM's first TB game ever in Pro Dota. I thought I had seen it before, but I've been mistaken about player-hero combinations just as recently as yesterday already. Crystallis.
It was game 1. Crystallis, wait. He's dead. Well, the Earth Spirit, dead shot. They get in front of the roll, so.
I think, did Analog miss his kick there? I think he meant to kick no one, but kick the creep.
That
he might have lived.
Possible, yeah.
He missed the angle there. And gotta say, similar to game number 1, just better CSing on the side of PARIVISION. Like, their laning is going much better in the raw farm, but Heroic make up for it with good movements and a couple of kills here and there that have allowed them to somewhat stabilize this. That is not a healthy looking chart if this continues to grow for Pari.
9 class setting up on Devi Llama right now. The Storm Spirit, he's going to TP in for this play. But Devi Llama, they managed to get out of the silence. No one's still going to catch up to him. Gets a grab. Placid Field slows him down even further. They've got the leech on him. He has his phase boots. Is that enough movement speed? It is not. No one has committed all of his mana for this kill. So Heroic are going to try and punish him, but PARIVISION, both Crystallis and 9 class will escort the Storm Spirit out of here.
Yeah, that play was required a regen rune, so that's why no one made the rotation. And because of this regen, he's actually going to start stealing this triple stack. That would be a nice find for him. Together with 9 class, they get the job done. Can they get out? Yes, they can. And they get a D-ward. All right.
Just a lot of things stacking up. Yuma kills DM, but meanwhile, Crystal is going for the dive with the Eye of the Storm. He makes short work of the Enchantress and deals with Schofield as well. While their invasion will not net them a Wisdom Rune. Yep, there's not going to be Steel on the other side of the map either. They managed to get 2 kills, and Chrysalis getting some early movement. I mean, I feel like that's really important. They've saved the Storm Spirits game, but they've also managed to bump up the Razor, so he can be an active force. And you're not expecting anything out of this Terrorblade until you got Pipe, right?
Right. If not for that kill bot, this would have been really, really bad for Heroic. But now at least a bit of a saving grace that Yuma is getting close to level 6. He'll play in the shadows, try to leech the XP, and maybe poke out, try to get a CS here and there, but yeah, understands that he is in a bit of a vulnerable situation currently. Still, all things considered, look at those net worths. They're not that far apart when you consider the value of the raw CS. So the kills that Heroic have found have been good enough. 9 class, that is not even remotely close on the roll, but didn't look like it was a full-on attempt anyway. Maybe he'll go for round 2 on Analog. He's thinking about it.
It's similar for experience as well. It's really not that big of an advantage. Schofield rollout. 9 class being hunted down. Yuma cuts him off from the triangle. Get that kill. Run over Panto as well. Both the supports are in some trouble here, but Heroic have committed so deep to be able to get these 2 support kills, and no one is in a position for the punishment. A roll in. Analog puts himself right next to Chrysalis, tries to kick him away. It doesn't work to save anybody. The Slark has died meanwhile against DM and no one. Analog's being run down with the Eye of the Storm. Divine Llama, he tries to come in and help, but if anything, he is just adding his corpse alongside the pile that is mounted up of Heroic bodies behind the Tier 1 tower.
Device level 5.
Yeah.
Oh, that's close. All right, good shot.
Almost.
Should have loaded up the silver bullet on that one. They do more damage, Cap. It's a video game reference. You wouldn't get it.
Is the Primal Beast secretly a werewolf? That'd be a good skin.
Yeah.
They should do that.
That dive, while it looked promising for Heroic to start, I think the primary difference maker in that sense was that Primal was level 5. I think if they have a Pulverize there, they could have potentially come out ahead in that fight, but yeah, that's that lane matchup. Devi had been struggling with the top side, and obviously they chose to give the bounty rune, or excuse me, wisdom rune to Analog.
More dewarding. King Jungles will make use of the Enchantress, though. Kind of guaranteed you'll get some Tier 1 towers. Sets it up for Divine Llama to get the last hit, but the move from PARIVISION in the mid lane will net yet another kill on Analog. Analog's had some rough games where he is countered in the mid lane and just gets focused down.
Yeah.
What was he had one game where he was playing, wasn't Huskar, but was he playing like Sniper or something? And he was just getting run down nonstop.
Yeah, despite that, Heroic have had a tendency to make it work, but honestly, they're just feeding no one. He's just laughing. Did you see his camera?
Yeah.
He's just giggling to himself like, what are they doing,
He's got 11 stacks.
This is the... we mentioned how this was going to be Storm runs the show or things don't go particularly well necessarily. Well, how's this for a start? 6,000 net worth, minute 11. He's got tons of galvanized stacks, 4, 1, and 3. Gonna be a stupidly fast Orchid, which will allow him to solo kill the Slark. It'll allow him to solo kill the Earth Spirit potentially. And as we already figured out yesterday, Slark has really bad health and ugly teeth.
Oh, true.
That's actually, they're quite pretty teeth.
What?
You'd think.
They're pretty. Pretty?
Yeah. Like, if they were ugly, they would be, how to say?
Skewed?
Yeah, like crooked or not, they're like parallel and...
Well, Primal Beast, now that's some crooked.
Yeah, Primal Beast is bad too.
Needs to see a dentist. I was thinking of the Lena.
Has come quite far.
I was thinking of Analog's Lena game.
Right.
Right, where he was just like, he kind of shut down in lane, and then he kind of recovered in net worth, but not in impact. Just was run over the entirety of the game. It feels a little bit like that again.
There's that Orchid reveal.
Orchid pick up to kill the Slark. This has just been a dream couple of minutes for no one.
Yeah, if he can keep this up, it's going to be hard for Heroic to set any foot into this game at this point. But again, we're going to see the replay here of this Batrider death. He literally was just shaking his head like, what are they doing? You know? Yep. This is definitely looking like a rough one for the side of Heroic.
I feel like this is one of those times where you're telling your team, like, how did we lose to these guys?
Yeah.
You know, they just lost game 1, but no one bounces back in game 2, just taken over.
And with this Pugna
That's true.
following him around, he should have plenty of mana to make any move he desires. As long as he sees heroes there, nobody is really safe. And despite getting that very early kill on him in the laning stage, he's faced no real opposition afterwards. And the Radiant lineup, not the best at killing Storm Spirit in general in the mid game. So it's going to be off of snowballing.
He's already got the heal out, though, so this is not the best kill. Immediately silenced by Analog, so no one just backs away. Heroic maintain control of this area, but have done nothing to stop no one and the pressure he's putting on them.
And we've barely talked about Crystallis, and that's because he is just playing PvE.
Yeah.
This game is super easy for him. He made 1 or 2 early rotations, but now he gets to be rewarded with a completely free time, doing whatever he wants. And currently, that is just farming the entirety of the top half of the map.
If you're willing to use Eye of the Storm, you can farm really quickly on Razor, too.
Absolutely.
Between Eye of the Storm and the Thunderhead facet as well. Adds quite a bit.
Wisdom Rune time. Nobody's on them, but no one did it for this one, and it's not enough because of the Lotus. Oh my god, he almost killed himself on the Nether Ward. That was really close. I actually don't know if he realized.
Yeah, there's no way he knew that Nether Ward was there.
That was close. He did live. Yeah. Don't want to read too much into it, but the camera shots of Heroic in this game compared to the last one feels a little bit more stressed, in particular on Analog. He seemed very calm last game despite having a tough game on the Huskar. I saw him smiling a lot during that mid-game portion, but tough times ahead. No one with the haste.
Divine Llama going for the back line here. 9 class, he's going to die. Heroic will get Panto off of this one as well. So similar to the situation on the bottom side of the map, Heroic are just bringing 5 heroes to try and defend their side, and it's working out for them. Not only 2 supports, but now a core kill as well on the table. Oh, what a save from DM! A Sunder that pulls Crystallis back up to full HP, and that will break Heroic.
Yeah, and they're going to lose their stack here too, potentially, on this lead. Yeah. I don't know what they defend this with. Slark is not available just yet, so maybe they only take half of it before backing off. TB is low after all from that Sunder. And still sticking around. Pugna did a ton of damage there, by the way, if you didn't see. 2,500.
Yeah, was that Nether Ward?
A lot of it was definitely Nether Ward. That whole fight was fought on the ward. Yeah. And they'll clean up the full stack here. Nope, never mind. They'll get it down to 15% and call it quits.
I mean, this initially looks so bad for PARIVISION. Who's both their supports. No one. He's able to get out because of the haste rune, but
yeah, he gets the Nether Ward off here.
Oh, high ground, yeah, wow.
And it sticks the whole fight.
It still maybe would have been okay if they could just finish off Crystallis, but the pipe comes in, then the Sunder, and then it's over. It's just done. So massive win for PARIVISION, and as we get back into real time, it's back-to-back wins. Yuma gets picked off by the Orchid again. At 14 minutes, lifetime stats, 5 kills in 14 minutes. He's done this 85 times. That's impressive, man.
This guy's played a lot of games. If you added up the numbers there, that was, I think that was a stat in itself, just how many games no one has played.
No one came up in the time where mids were, I think it's fair to say, mids were more important. They were more impactful than they are in the current era of Dota. And he was one of the best, so it makes sense that he was able to rack up those kind of numbers.
There was like a couple of years where we had a lot of dominance from No One, from Sumail, from Miracle.
Yeah.
Around those, I want to say 2015 to 2017 times. Those three players really defined that role in Western Europe. And of course, in Sumail's case, NA. Glory they will never find again, Cap. Sorry to say it. All right.
You gotta do us like that, Syndra. Jesus. Oh, that hurt more than watching Schofield die. God damn. Hey, listen, we have South America, all right?
That's true.
And we have one of the best fours in the world in Schofield, who has absolutely been destroyed. Every time this guy gets to land, he has been having multiple moments where he shows why he's one of the best and is carrying the team. This game, he is not getting a whole lot of love, though. Bottom net worth as a bat rider.
Yeah, it has just not worked out, and it's been a consequence of. It started all the way in the laning stage, right? They made this really good rotation mid, but after that, it became this fiesta of just pulls up top that didn't ultimately favor them. They still kept them afloat, but they knew they put themselves in a losing position in the lane. And after that, PARIVISION have kind of been dictating what is happening around the map. And now, the questions I had for Terrorblade have been answered here. He got out of the lane really well. What's this? The 27th most experienced player. 706 LAN games. That's a lot of games.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
That's bonkers. Over a third of his games are played on LAN.
Yeah.
I mean, that Virtus Pro roster was... They were at every LAN, and they had so many deep runs, so many tournament wins.
Oh, boy.
Again, dead again. Oh, they do manage to kill the Storm Spirit, though. I mean, at the rate that No One was building up momentum, a 2-for-1 might actually be worth it, but a 3-for-1, certainly not. And Divide Llama is going to be that third death for Heroic.
And that was a fight where they narrowly killed the Storm without Terrorblade being there. Imagine a pipe there.
Yeah.
It's not even close. And it's something for Heroic, but I definitely have my concerns with how they turn this game around when their carry is a Slark and you're this far behind. There aren't many heroes to really turn to.
You have so much pickoff on Heroic that if they took the advantage, they'd be able to press it. But now, all that pickoff turns against them. Now, it's like you don't have any team fight. You're in a 7K net worth hole, and you don't have the team fight either to match PARIVISION. So now they're just running you over. Chrysalis is having a fine time here. Gets the kill on Analog. Don't think he'll be able to save 9 class, but maybe No One can. To the rescue comes the Storm Spirit. The Orchid is going to be ticked off, but it doesn't matter. Chrysalis brings the damage. A triple kill for him. PARIVISION came back with a vengeance in Game 2, Sidrin.
Yeah, we're approaching irrecoverable territory, honestly. Like, this is looking really bad. Thank you for the 2 smileys. Blast, that's...
It's the No One smileys he was dropping before.
Yeah, it's just very random. Just put them there. I don't know what that was all about, but... Yeah, definitely. PARIVISION, they want to make it seem like Game 1 was a fluke. And so far, so good with that narrative. Now, how on earth... Okay, you give me your best take on what Radiant can do about this situation. What's the perfect option that seems realistic?
I think they have to dodge fights. I think you're talking about creep cutting. All 3 of their cores can do a bit of creep cutting. I think you just gotta dodge situations, pick up BKB on the Earth Spirit, and almost wait till Ags.
So far, so bad on that front. They didn't dodge and they didn't pick up anything except.
I don't see how they could ever take a 5-on-5.
I don't see it either. I just think I genuinely think these fights are impossible. You're fighting into Pipe, Glimmer, as well as Life Drain.
They're gonna fight on the Tormentor.
Yeah, we can steal this.
Here it comes. Primal Beast doesn't make it in time. And now he may die for it. He does have BKB. Doesn't have to use it. It's chill.
Tormentor for 9 class. And Panto's just getting in there. But we'll back out again. 15K. Minute 21. We've had some long games, you and I, and for that matter, Owen and Lacoste as well. But this might just be in the... This is like a bottom 5% game duration of this tournament so far, which would make it bottom 2. That sounds about right. It's extremely stompy.
Yes. Were you saying duration?
Yeah.
But the game's not over yet.
I know. I know. But, okay, you tell me. We had... Oh, not again. Analog. Man, he can't move out on the map. He just gets killed every time.
Oh!
JK, lol, he's fine. All right. Nice, there's his BKB. Now he won't die the next time. Lasso, perhaps? Schofield? No.
I mean, if you're not going to take that opportunity to lasso, you think you're going to have a better one?
No one has a regen rune.
Maybe. Oh, if Divine Llama had been able to bump no one, get a grab on him. And then I say that, and then I see all the heroes from PARIVISION are here, and they don't look good.
Well, Schofield died, so that's standard. All right, so I obviously the game isn't over yet. I'm just comparing this to the shortest games that we have seen in the tournament so far, you and I.
Yeah.
We cast one short one where Heroic was on the receiving end, which was 2 days ago.
Yeah.
I think that was like 25 minutes or something. That was the shortest game we cast, and this is approaching that range. Like, honestly, maybe your PARIVISION, you pick up an Aegis and you just finish the game. Like, the advantage is extremely overwhelming.
There have been 2 29-minute games, a 25-minute game.
And that was the Heroic one, right? The 25 one?
Yep.
Yeah.
Heroic PARIVISION, 24-minute game.
Oh, there was a 24-minute.
Tundra versus OG.
Got it. Okay.
So.
Yep. So this is likely getting... This could, at the rate it's going, be the 3rd fastest game of the tournament. Potentially.
Yeah. Now, while those outliers, we do have the average game time, which was set in my head and it went in one ear and out the other. 40 minutes and 43 seconds. Thank you, Knoxville.
All right. All right, Hail Mary from Heroic. This better work.
Oh, he gets the lasso.
He's not going to die to this. He's Glimmer.
They have to chain stun him. He has BKB.
He is going to die to this, even though he's Glimmer.
Yes, he does die, Syndrin. Stop making predictions. Heroic are still going to lose this fight, though. The BKBs from these cores, it doesn't matter if you get a 4 versus 5 advantage. You just run out. There's nothing left, and you cannot fight this Razor.
Honestly, I'm impressed they killed him. I genuinely thought when he got Glimmered with Terrorblade approaching with Pipe, DM can't have been close enough, or they got some really good lockdown that I didn't see. Oh!
Kill
Found the llama.
kill.
Devi Alpaca
from Beast Coast
will be run down. Oh, that's a plasma field, but it doesn't matter. Beyond godlike Crystallis, you give this guy Razor, and you give him a winning lane, and you give yourself trouble.
Yeah, we did focus on, like, key heroes for Heroic, but then Crystallis ended up getting his Razor.
Yeah. But like I was saying earlier, there was a world you could have imagined here where if no one's game comes crashing down, when you've seen what's happened in this game and how much the Storm has been able to spearhead that, you imagine a game where he's not 4, 1, and 3 super early.
Yeah.
And he does not get this fast Orchid, and he does not snowball with these picks, where Heroic float the early game and do quite well. It was easy to see what they were going for, but it was a delicate kind of game where if that falls apart and you don't manage to slow down the Storm, he and Pugna can just run the show. I was saying that with Crystallis being 13, 1, and 3, by the way, but it's still Storm Spirit with the 18 kill participation. Muerta surprisingly part of 19. I would have thought Storm would have the highest kill attendance, but...
Yeah, and you pointed out rightly that 9 class really did not have a chance to show up in that game 1 on his Muerta, and he has a repeat performance playing the Muerta. Goes much better this time around.
Yeah, absolutely.
So just
it's a good sign that you don't lose faith after a bad game in your hero, right?
Sure.
Like, you know what you're capable of. You know what went wrong. Oh, nice movement from King.
Did he break that smoke?
That's crazy.
On a Storm Spirit, and Storm Spirit doesn't find him.
All right.
Now to the question, what does he do with his positioning? Does he cut another wave?
He's too late.
He can at least get the next one.
Yeah, this one, they might have to expend their glyph for, because I think PARIVISION are going for the jugular here. Looking like they want to start sieging high ground. Despite the Terrorblade being an offlane TB with Pipe, this hero still pushes pretty fast.
Sure.
It's the raw damage. You have the Nether Blast to work with, you have the Aegis advantage, and you have a monster in Crystallis on the Razor.
So I know they usually only get 1 level of meta for the lane. But continuing that and getting stats instead, is that normal? I guess it would be, because most of the time you're just playing off of sundering people, right?
Yeah, I think it's pretty normal for offlane TV to think this way.
Plus, you get the shard for a lot of your farms, so you're playing melee mode for a lot of it. So you're right, they do go for the jugular. They do not get the lane of barracks, though. The Enchantress cutting the wave has stopped them. Backdoor protection goes up. Schofield, he's going to try and cut the mid wave. It doesn't matter if he dies, as long as he kills the creeps. They have a pipe on them, and the fire will not do enough as a result. Oh, he's killing the creep.
Come on, Johnny. We're gonna
There he
bring
goes.
Johnny to the base. This is some Lord of the Rings stuff. He's gonna run in and just die. Well, spoiler alert, that doesn't actually happen in Lord of the Rings, though. They do get saved by eagles. I think that creep, not so lucky, but it did its job. It delivered the ring into the fires of the
Were you
radiant
talking
base.
about the hobbits just going in and dying?
Yeah, that's what I said. They weren't dying. It was like
Cinder, Sunstran's right. You.
No, you weren't listening. I said they don't die.
Yeah, I know, but you made the right reference, almost. It's the Urukai. The one guy, the flag bearer who goes in, blows himself up to blow up the wall.
I didn't think about that guy. That's like a side plot.
That's a way better reference.
That's a side plot. I don't know.
He's a flag bearer.
That's true. Was that a flag bearer creep?
Yeah.
All right, you get this one. That's fine. You can have it. You can have it. As long as we agree that we were referencing the right movie, then I'll take it.
Well, technically you were referencing Return of the King, and I was referencing 2 times, but...
Oh, shut up. Nobody likes a know-it-all, Cap.
I think the Dota community... Hey, Blast likes to know it all.
All right.
All right.
I don't know if I'm on board with this becoming a tracker.
And you thought you had the home field advantage here in Denmark.
Oh, a nice Manta. And... yeah.
Yep. Yeah. He's... Oh, actually, this magnetized. With them diving in so deep, and Divide hit Llama hitting such a nice strike there as he bowls into all these heroes. Can they do enough in the long term? Maybe with buybacks, perhaps. He gets the grab on a Chrysalis underneath these tier 4 towers. He's still at half HP, thanks to the Satanic, thanks to the heals coming out from Panto as well. Another round for Divine Llama. He finishes off the Aegis. Now he goes for Chrysalis. A Sunder save again from DM. Panto is just sucking away the entire time, and he finishes off Divine Llama. It's done. Yoma, he can't get a kill out of this one. GG is called. Heroic will tap out in game 2. We're going to another game 3.
And this one, it just wasn't even remotely close. Like, they just got completely trashed. I loved what Heroic did in the first 2 minutes, and after that, there wasn't really all that much to do. They got outplayed on all the moves. The Storm Spirit took off, the Razor took off, and the offlane Terrorblade that I personally had questions about in this game worked out great for DM. 5-1 and 14, had a very strong laning stage, got the items he needed, a couple of clutch Sunders, the pipe, and then make it look easy. Exactly 30 minutes, Cap. A beautiful... Well, that's what the in-game timer says. The replay says 29:59, so
Yeah, Valve
figure
fix
out
that.
whether you round up or down with half seconds.
Well, I will say the one thing about our draft panel, they were very right in their prediction that they would be very wrong.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to flame them about that one a little bit because I don't know why I looked exactly at T when you were the only
I was
one.
not there. I am.
You gotta swap out.
Let me get out of that. There we go.
Yeah. Congratulations on not having an opinion.
There we go.
I'll stand by my opinion.
I'm staying clear for now.
We were 100% right. That was a complete outdraft.
Okay, have you finished flaming?
It was a great outdraft.
Okay, I can walk back.
Great outplays.
There we go.
Yeah, I think you just might have picked the wrong team. Look, I know where you guys were going with the fact that
You have no idea.
Yeah,
okay, so then tell me, Fear, enlighten me, huh? Please, if you'd like to talk over me.
Sure,
Thank you.
absolutely. So I think in this particular game here, like this TB got way too much in the spot lane. Like he completely obliterated this lane. This Slark ended up getting a lot of deaths. Mid lane did not go as well it should have. Storm really got off to a foot where he was. I don't think he deserved to have like a 13-minute work in this game. Bottom lane didn't go so poorly. I think the Inch could have made some rotations to the mid lane, really helped shut down the Storm Spirit. But none of that really happened in this particular game, which led to the situation where all 3 lanes did win. I did expect this Razor to win versus Primal because that's just what Razor does. But if you snowball all 3 lanes, that's just kind of how Dota is. I did not like the fact that PARIVISION's draft was so single. It was just so narrow on what it could do, but they did execute it, and that's how most all drafts go. If you put yourself in a situation where your win condition is narrow, but your execution's perfect, you still have a chance to win.
So no one else is going to pick up on how. Well, yeah, I guess Ray was still
I agree.
I wanted Ray.
I agree.
Before I chimed in, I wanted Ray to defend herself.
Sorry.
You know.
Anything else to add?
I won't defend myself. I believe in what we said. We were correct. It was a skill issue.
It was the players that were wrong.
Mid-diff. What can you do? No one's on the enemy team. It was a 12-minute Orchid, actually.
Yeah.
Well, actually, 12 minutes is when he killed Slock bottom. So actually, it was probably more like an 11-minute Orchid, potentially. What am I meant to, like, who could predict that?
That's your job. You're supposed to.
Well, he's right. There should have been movement.
It's actually not
mid.
our job to predict.
Yeah, our job.
No, you are actually right. It's just to analyze what is in front of you. Yeah.
Yes.
No, you are right. You are right. Well, to give me some of your analysis, because you didn't get a say when the draft came out, so anything you say now, we just get to believe you.
Canon will be held against you.
Yeah, it's just going to be hindsight, really.
Yeah,
right? But
it
no,
is.
I don't really like these kind of open Earthsprit picks. We saw it in the previous game when PARIVISION did it. Now we're seeing Heroic do it again. You're kind of enabling the mid lane to be free farm on your opponent, right? And you're going like, how's Storm getting this? How is he doing Orchid? Well, he's playing into an Earthsprit that can't pressure him. You're expecting supports to have to fix that. If they don't fix it, then Storm is a better matchup. He is going to do whatever he wants. And it is a no-one specialty. So it's like Heroic is like, they're putting so much on, this has to go right to then fix a mid problem that they've created themselves. And in game 1, PARIVISION created a safe lane problem with the position 5 Earthsprit they created themselves. So 2 games in a row, it's like self-inflicted issues that they then have to deal with.
Stop blaming the Earth Spirit. It's not his fault.
Like in draft-wise, purely draft-wise, it is because
it kind of is.
Game 1,
it was not in for game 1. I will stand to the death on that.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you were about to start arguing for game 2.
Think about it this way.
Have to get in the cage.
We spoke about how Timbersaw was an MVP. Who was in his lane against him. Okay. Case closed. In game 2, who are you both referencing with the Orchid? Who's in his lane? Who against him needs help? That you both asked for.
It was
it's the
against
Earth
no
Spirit.
one. Yeah.
He was against no one. So the Storm Spirit against an Earth Spirit, the Timber against an Earth Spirit. That's the common factor that unfortunately is the issue. And also then you have a Slark carry into Razor, into Storm. Like you can't really stand your ground because like for like the Slark Razor matchup, you want to use your pounces to chase people, but once you get linked, you need to pounce away from it. So when like with Aghanims, you're now wasting half of your toolkit just to get break a link, reposition poorly, and go back in. So it's like it's not a good Slark game, and your mid lane's in a bad matchup, and you're losing your lanes. So it's like you've drafted yourself into a weak positioning and not playing very well. So.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely would have loved to see this game if it was a little more even in the mid game to see how it would have planned out. But yeah, if you do get ahead and you do have a Storm, for example, on your team and everything starts to snowball your direction, it becomes a very difficult game to play. And I think PARIVISION played their draft almost flawlessly, right? They're always in the right spot at the right time. I really like the TB as well. I think it was the one fight where Crystallis went in. We thought he was going to die. It was going to be the comeback for Heroic here, but the pipe comes in, the Sunder comes in. Got to give a lot of props to DM on his Terrorblade. He played it very defensively, but very well as well. He was always there with the Sunders, always there with the pipe, keeping his team alive.
I know that offlane Terrorblade is not by any means a brand new concept when it comes to competitive Dota. We've been seeing it for a couple of weeks now in a couple of tournaments. But what about it right now is enabling it to do so well? Is it just being picked up at the right moment, in the right draft? Because from what I can remember, the times that I've seen it, not just DM playing it, but throughout this tournament, it's literally felt like it's won them the game.
Yeah, it very quickly takes over lanes, right? With the reflection spam, you then always allow for your carry to join you through the twin gate to then overwhelm that area of the map. Once you get a foundation of taking early towers, it's constant illusions going scouting out, you're farming up. You have pipes, and then you put the pipe on your illusions, so the illusions are even stronger when you run them down on supports. They can't like disengage. Normally you throw a spell on an illusion, it's like, all right, it's dead. So it's now an even harder illusion to kill. And on top of that, you then have Sunder for the big plays. You pair that with Crystallis, who's happily to be active. Like the Terrorblade would grief a greedy carry player. But because you have a really active carry player, the Terrorblade kind of pushes him forward into the map. Like, hey, I've set this map vision up for you in this game state that you can always, choose the correct fight.
Yeah, it's nice to also watch like the early levels, right? You're playing Slark, you are playing a melee carry. You have reflection being cast on you whilst there is also a ranged pos 4 harassing you down, and then you kind of hit this point where, okay, we hit level 2 and now I have Metamorphosis, and the extra damage and range that comes out allows them to sort of, you are either out of the lane or you're dead, which is what Yuma, yeah, he died.
Yeah, well, let's talk about Yuma a little bit then, because yeah, I know you've been waiting for this, Pierre. He's like, this is my time to shine, because Slark got picked up yesterday for them. They had an outstanding performance with it, Yuma himself, but also heroic, and now they've gone back for it again, and it's just not having anywhere near the success.
Yeah, I definitely had some high hopes for the Slark after seeing how they played it yesterday, right? But I think a lot of it does just come down to like how bottom lane went and how they chose to react to how bottom lane went. And if you do not shut down the Storm, if you do not apply any pressure to him whatsoever, all of a sudden Yuma just has no game. Like, what are you supposed to do after not the best laning stage and a Storm with an Orchid at 12 minutes just hunting you around the map? He just couldn't farm anything. So essentially, the Storm just completely shut him down in this game. He couldn't find anything. He just got silenced every time he tried to farm a wave by the Storm coming out from the jungle, getting every single rune on top of it. So it wasn't the easiest game for him. I don't think he was able to do anything this game because the Storm just shut his game down completely.
Who should have rotated to help this Slark earlier to not get picked off at that 11 minute and so on?
I don't think that's an easy question to answer.
Yeah.
Because the lanes are so strong for PARIVISION, right? Like you have a Razor against a Primal Beast, and Pugna will help you as well to prevent Primal feeling good. Razor will shut you down. Storm beats Earth Spirit, and then Terrorblade plus Murta will beat Slark. So all three lanes on paper should be winning on PARIVISION's side, and then they play the map better. So it's like, for Heroic to win this game, it's like they need to do some incredible outplays, play above their draft, and then hold that tempo and run it through.
I think that's where you make chaos, though. Like,
yeah,
you just like throw like 3 mid or something, like break up the laning stage. Because if you have 3 lanes that are gonna lose, and you know that, right? You can't just play the laning stage forever, because that goes in advantage of the team with the better lanes. So I think Heroic missed an opportunity to create that chaos on the map, because Slark, he can stand 1v1 versus Terrorblade. He'll get some Sfarn, right? So if you drag all the supports mid, maybe you can make something happen. It's not an easy situation, and PARIVISION has definitely shown that they're the better laning team, not only by heroes, but mechanically it feels like as well. So you have to do something to kind of offset that in the series.
Yeah, it's a very brief window to do that, because like the speed in which PARIVISION wants to make moves, it's like if you don't do it after, let's say, 6 minutes of laning, you're always reacting to PARIVISION. So what Fear's describing is near impossible, because you're TPing to PARIVISION's fight, you're making the moves to PARIVISION. So yeah, I think that, again, Heroic, they needed to be chaotic, but they needed to have just a better first, 5-6 minutes to even try and get this game going for them.
All right, they needed to make some early moves. They needed to get the ball rolling for themselves. They needed to really just create some space there, and hopefully they're having their space, their time right now. And when we do come back after this break, we'll have game number 3.
When we come into a tournament, the only way is to win. There is no like, we come just to play some games. No, we're coming here to win.
Even though like we're a kind of new team, I think we're strong individual players and just good teammates. Our goal as a team is just to be as good as we can be, and like to win as much as we can win, and like learn as much as we can learn, and just to try to become a really good, maybe best team in the world.
Our players are really good. We're all in the high ranks. We're really playing Dota for a long time, so we have like a bag of knowledge. I think this is what gives us a way to be here among the best teams.
I think to win a Tier 1 tournament, especially, it's like the first blast in Dota, right? So it's gonna be like, it's gonna be awesome, I would say.
We're very confident.
The team atmosphere is great. We try and play aggressive, play with tempo.
And I have a feeling that we're gonna do super well in this tournament.
We know that if everything comes together, that we have it in us to win more.
Winning Blast will mean a lot to mean that our thoughts as a team and the way we see the game and the way we see how we have to work as professional athletes is in the right path.
To win in Blast, that would mean the whole world to us. I really want to prove the haters wrong and prove the world that no individual person defines our team.
I know there's a lot of good teams here. They have all proven themselves throughout the year. When I look at my team playing and other teams playing, I don't have a doubt that we're going to do super well in this tournament.
They are proving that. I will say, Heroic, they had a lot of big words coming into this tournament about themselves, about what they wanted to prove, and maybe some expectations come with that. And yesterday, it felt like the first step in proving those people wrong, putting themselves in a great position to be able to move on and win the Blast Slam. But right now, they're tied 1 apiece with PARIVISION. They were up against each other in the same group. Heroic went 0-4. They weren't able to take a single game off of anyone in that Group A. PARIVISION, however, they were 3rd in that group. So now the fact that we're tied in a best-of-3 here, it really goes to show what is happening behind the scenes. Do Heroic have that momentum, or maybe now is it a little bit broken after that Game 2 loss?
I mean, I think this isn't going to shake them too much, right? Like, they had a Game 3 series yesterday as well, 2-hour-long games. I think they're, if anything,
so we should get another one,
right?
For Game 3.
I'm not too worried about them for sure. I think in this particular game, they just got a little bit caught off guard. They got outplayed on top of that. Maybe they can look back a bit on the drafting and maybe consider certain heroes, like Slark, for example. I'm going to go back into that one. That hero did 6.8k hero damage in that last game. That's like, he barely even touched a hero. Maybe that's like laning phase and a couple team fights where they tapped out, but it just wasn't enough. I saw you jolt.
I did flinch. I didn't like it again. Okay, no, because it's just a video of them. I know they were huddling for so long, so I thought it was going to happen. And it's one of those things that when you think it's going to happen, the anticipation builds up to the point where it gets you more because you've just worked yourself up over the fact it's happening. Anyway, we don't need to keep talking about that one. Heroic and PARIVISION, both of them are 1 game away from being eliminated in Blast Slam. And Rhea, where are your minds for the draft to come and how they can put themselves in the best position that you don't have to play perfectly? Because both teams have had those faults within their Game 1 and Game 2 drafts.
You asking for both sides?
Either or, you can pick one.
Oh,
if
gosh,
you want.
so much pressure. I mean, when it comes to like PARIVISION especially, right? Like, we didn't think their draft had the most cohesion, but then they just kind of overpowered them with laning prowess, right? So in that case, I think the draft is like slightly less important.
Okay.
Right? But like for Heroic, I think it's important that they get the heroes that they have been owning on. I would like to see if they can get the Lion again. I think it's hard when you're using this first phase to take a core. You need to make sure that core like really counts. And you know, T's criticism of Spirit, also I agree. in the game just now, right? You didn't account for it, right? Yeah. You put it in the mid lane, it lost its lane, but you didn't, like Fear said, you didn't bring your Enchantress to try and help and make up for that fact, right? It's like if you're gonna pick like that, you gotta make up for it with gameplay.
Of course.
And I would like to see them do such a thing, or just pick better matchups for them. Maybe they could prioritize the support early because KJ and Schofield have been having so much impact on this mid game.
Yeah, there's the chance that you go back to trying to open up with the support. Maybe you could look towards a better core opener. There isn't in Spirit. Or your mid laning, you know, just as a more generic thing. Quickly, T, if you want. Very quickly.
It's 0-2 in the series.
It is 0-2. Maybe it gets benched. Maybe we don't think about it. Or we could ask 2 other people exactly their thoughts on Earth Spirit and what they want to harp on about. It is going to be Cap and Synderen.
Synderen, your thoughts on Earth Spirit?
I think this hero can be good. But in these last 2 games, it has not been impressing for 2 different reasons. Game number 1, it was put on 5 as an afterthought, and there was meant to be a trade-off, which actually was looking quite good for a lot of time.
Okay.
Game number 2, it kind of lost its lane, and then the whole game fell apart. So it wasn't really necessarily the hero's fault.
Okay.
So I'm okay with it, but
pickable as long as you know your matchup, perhaps.
Yeah, either that or as long as the sacrifice is worth it. But in this case, the storm wasn't really solved by anything else.
Right.
So it was hard to look good on Earth Spirit that game.
Well, you have a chance to look good by giving your predictions for Draft 3, because we have to redo the lobby.
Oh.
So we're going to be here on camera for a little bit.
That's right. Let's make sure that we are in that lobby, though. But I do think we are.
That's actually a good point.
We are. I'm currently in the lobby. I don't know about you. We're good.
I'm good.
And we're in.
Good. We're good.
Yeah, what adjustments do we want to see? So the similar pattern in both games is PARIVISION is doing better in lanes, right? That happened game 1 and it happened game 2. So Heroic, I think, if this is the trajectory that this series is just going in, that the lanes aren't going to go well in both games, you need to have a way of recovering the game after the first 10 minutes. And in game 1 they did. In this game it felt way more all-in-ish when you're running this kind of a Slark lineup and your lanes don't work well. The last time they played Slark, their laning stage did go well, and they set the tempo and they dictated the game. Easier said than done, though, when your lanes are tough and you're playing a strong opponent. The laning phase of PARIVISION is no joke.
PARIVISION will have the first pick. Again, they had first pick in game 2 as well. So we'll see what adjustments Heroic make, because in this regard, they can keep. So last time around, they banned away. I mean, I don't think we're worried about the first pick Terrorblade so much. That was not the reason that they lost that game.
Although
it was the Earth Spirit in response that ended up being the problem.
You could argue that the Terrorblade first pick pushed Heroic in a direction where they may have overcompensated. Yeah, that could be a thing that happened there, where they compromised their laning prowess a bit too much to make Terrorblade's game supposedly bad, which then wasn't even anyway.
Well, I know two people who do not need to overcompensate. It's our two analysts ready to break down the draft.
They don't need to overcompensate.
Yes. But we are in game 3 of our first series of round 2. After this series, if they are to win, 2 more best of 3s before they even get close to the grand finals. And on this trajectory, after this one, they've got to face Team Liquid. They've got to face Team BB. Like, there is not an easy path after this game. But of course, this game means everything. If you are to
the gauntlet.
It is the gauntlet, exactly. And Timbersaw respected by PARIVISION in the first phase.
Yeah.
Everything else
makes sense.
Yeah.
I think that Timber makes a lot of sense to ban out. You did obviously lose to it. Divine Llama looks much different on some of his signature heroes compared to the other ones. Well, at least the signature heroes, he deems himself signatures on lots of heroes, but Timber is definitely one of his better heroes for sure. He looked incredibly good. So that was the first game I would say this tournament where Divine Llama probably carried his team, right?
Oh, yeah, you know
just
what?
absolutely just carried his team.
Okay,
so I would ban that out for sure.
I'm liking this.
And we're going back to the TB. It did win the last game.
It did.
And they're going to go back to it. It does have flex potential. I think we've been wanting to see it on the off lane more than carry.
Yes.
Almost every single draft so far.
Fully agree.
I wasn't 100% sold with like the composition that it was built with in the last game, but you know, I'll start to become more of a believer if they can keep pulling out these results here. The only thing that I do want to see go a little bit better for Heroic this time around is 2 games in a row now, you kind of got slapped in the laning stage. I think you need to address this in the drafting phase.
Sure. Yeah, no, I fully agree. Again, Heroic at least respond with the Terrorblade with the Magnus. They utilized Magnus against Terrorblade against Team Spirit in the round before. Of course, then it was just a carry versus carry matchup. But even if it's Mag carry versus offlane Terrorblade, it will still provide the same impact. You can 100-0 him inside an RP from the carry Magnus build.
Yeah, they definitely have that potential because Yuma did prove he can play it. I'm sure Divine Llama can play it as well. Maybe not a hero he goes to more than
Like
not.
17 games played so far in his career.
Yeah, it's not a lot, but it's a good amount. Enough to be comfortable on, I guess you could say. If you add pub games on top of that, I'm sure he's going to be just fine. As far as the bans go, we're seeing very similar things from last game. The line did go out, as well as... What else did they end up banning first phase there? Okay, yeah, pretty much the same ban so far. The Timber is just a little bit earlier.
If it is a carry Magnus, would you rather the position 5 have more kill threat potentially on the offlane Terrorblade, as Magnus has that skewer to take the TB on the tower? Like, it's not a
just to lock him down there.
Yeah,
under
just
the
lock
tower?
him down,
Yeah,
help.
sure.
Yeah.
It's just like which POS 5. So we've been seeing.
I mean, Clock, of course, would have been
pretty good, of course. We've been seeing like a lot of like Pugnas, for example, in these games. Enchantresses has been pretty popular. Haven't seen a lot of stuns coming from the POS 5 position so far in the meta right now, so I'm not sure what that would be exactly. Pugna's obviously pretty anti-synergy with the under the tower strategy with Magnus, but still maybe just right clicks and a blast could be good enough.
I mean, Ogre was a very popular hero coming into the tournament.
It was, yeah.
We've not seen much of it, but you could argue waiting to get to level 2 to then have 2 points of Ignite, then already enabling Terrorblade a little bit there, but I could see Ogre coming through, but instead they take the Mortar themselves for now. Of course, any ground AoE silence would be very powerful. The laning impact of Deadshot, another reason why the Slark struggled that previous game was you're playing into TB, and if the Slark wants to go aggressive, you're getting Deadshot and running back away from that hero. So yeah, I think Muerta just really enabling in the laning phase.
Yeah, also good versus the Terrorblade too, just throughout the entirety of the game. You do have that magic damage, and you can silence him as mentioned before.
But the pacing of Heroic already, it feels like they're going to want to make moves, right?
Yeah.
Like the Muerta, the Magnus, both of these heroes, if they are on the side lane, will happily go through that twin gate, make the portal plays, and try and break open the game a little bit. So we'll see if PARIVISION want to respond with some heroes that can counterplay them there, or set the tempo themselves.
I'm just looking through Schofield here. If he's played
Lion, Batrider, Rubik, Clockwork, Muerta, and Earthshaker.
His all-time hero played list is so tiny.
It's pretty top-heavy, right? Like you've got a lot of heroes with like 3 digits, and then suddenly it falls off to like 30 very quickly.
Got any Muertas in there? I'm searching. Yeah, okay, he's played Muerta 8 times, 37% win rate though. So if they're gonna put Schofield on this position for Muerta, that is definitely a hero that he is not really known for, and he's also not a player that has a positive win rate on this hero here. And they're even gonna pick the Pugna against the Muerta. They do not care here. Because I was like thinking in my head, right? You have a carry Terrorblade. In the past, you had the opportunity to potentially use carry Muerta to combat this. This is a good matchup because you are magic damage versus a hero that does primarily have high armor. Of course, it changes a little bit if it's the off-lane rushing pipe, but still potentially an option.
Yeah, Numa only has 3 games of Muerta competitively.
They just don't play this hero very much, but they did prove in the other series where they stole the Magnus away from Spirit. As a hero they didn't really play much themselves, they made it work. So this is kind of, at this point, Heroic's bread and butter in the drafting stage, their confidence, right? Like, we don't really play this hero, but we're gonna block pick it, and they forced them into a Techies pick, which has not been very successful this tournament at all.
Again, at least laning-wise, if it is Terrorblade and Techies,
it's strong.
That's so strong, right? You got sticky bombs, blast off, reflections, then you're playing around the meta timing. It's a lot of just noise to bring to that lane that often carries up. They don't want to deal with that much, right? They have to deal with maybe 1 or 2, but not like 3, 4 spells that are really just lane winning independently.
Right, now I've separated you and Rhea. Let's have a talk about Earth Spirit.
All right, yeah, true.
So what do you think about Heroic's Earth Spirit in this game?
I was waiting to see how you'd segue to that one. Earth Spirit's like, when you don't see your laning partner, or your opponent, sorry, not your partner, that'd be kind of weird. Double mid, that's when it's a little bit difficult. But it is playable if your side lanes are independent, right? Like sacrificial mid lanes where you know you're going to lose the lane, but you can enable other people, that's fine. But when you're picking the mid and your side lanes are losing, enabling the counter mid, then it hurts you, right?
Yeah.
And I think right now the lanes of Heroic on the side lanes are very independent. They don't require the mid to help them, but if the mid comes, it overwhelms, right?
Right. So, I mean, they need to kind of deal with their safe lane now, right?
Yes.
So the Phoenix, it's not the strongest laner of all time, but against the Terrorblade, it has its merits, right? If he pops meta, you can save your Fire Spirits and kind of like deal with it that way. It's a more defensive approach for sure.
But they're also so much damage now. Whereas like, even if Earth Spirit is counterpicked, I would like to believe that Heroic, no matter what, will still play behind him, right? It's like you've got the egg to follow up the Fire Spirits, dead shots from Muerta, her natural itemization that is also enabling, be it Drum or Yours, Mag with an RP, or with the Blink Dagger. Like there's so much things to use on Heroic's side that for PARIVISION after lane, they kind of just want to sit back and farm, right? And react. Of course, Pugna can walk around and never blast some towers, but there's no quick explosive heroes at the moment.
Outside of the Muerta, I'm looking at Morph maybe this game as well. If you're on the side of PARIVISION, I think TB is for sure going off lane. It's not a good TB carry game. You're playing versus.
Just get the pipe on the TB off lane.
Yeah, just get the pipe. Yeah. And the best like tier 1 carry right now. I mean, Morph doesn't really care too much about Phoenix. Doesn't care that much about Muerta if it's a support. Magnus, same thing. You do have that positioning or repositioning if he does end up skewering you. You can also morph in the strength, be a little bit tanky. The hard thing about playing versus Magnus is I don't like these squishy backliners like Drow, for example, because they're just going to reposition you and you're going to die.
One option could be going for like the Ember Spirit from the mid lane for no one. Like he can go Mage Slayer to poke and prod in the early game. It gives purpose for the supports. You then bring Pugna into the game that way. and you kind of know what's happening. Okay, they go for Tiny.
I mean, they need to make the decision here, right?
Sure.
Are we picking our mid, or are we going to pick our carry? Because they're going to get banned out in this next phase here. It really comes down to what has priority.
Hello, this is a rare one, but active mid is all I care about, right? And that's why they go for the Tiny. It's scary into Phoenix though. Like classic matchup.
Sure.
Like you don't really want to jump the Phoenix because he'll always get egg off and then you're out of position. You then jump in. Earthspirit naturally pretty tanky. Mag's pretty tanky. So it doesn't feel like the Tiny game of haha I can get numbers advantage every fight. It's more I just want to reposition heroes and be an initiator.
Yeah, Phoenix pretty tanky. If you don't burst him, he can just get his egg off, and there's plenty of follow-up after that. I definitely agree with that one. And it's not been super uncommon. I think I saw 9 do it recently on Tundra, where he just went Vessel, right?
You want to predict the win rate of the hero so far at the tournament?
Tiny or Phoenix? What do we call him?
Tiny.
Tiny. I've seen it win once. I remember it winning once, and I remember it losing once. So I'm going to say 45%.
You know what? It's actually 80%.
80?
I did not expect it. I did not expect it. It's 5 games, though, right? So it's 1 loss.
It's not much.
It's not much, but I didn't expect...
I saw the 1 loss.
Yeah, same. I watched the 1 loss, and I was like, this hero is awful. But no, clearly, it's doing its work. And you know, fundamentally, it is the tempo hero that gets blink, repositions fights, eventually can scale with like Aghanims, AC, BKB down the line, but yeah, it can be a little bit temperamental. Clearly, so far at Blast Slam, no issues of the 1 game.
Of course, yeah. I mean, they end up banning out the Razor. Maybe they go for the Morph here. I don't know if they think that's too slow. I mean, Morph is nice against Earth Spirit. That does give you that free mobility, so that could be something. But am I missing some gyrocopter?
Isn't DK? Oh no, it's banned.
No, DK.
I was looking on the left side. I was like, there's no way DK still.
Yeah, I was thinking. Obviously, I went through the quick DK alch check, see if they're in.
Good. Yeah, sorry, my bad. Yeah, you're 1 step ahead.
Yeah, they weren't there. I mean, yeah, gyrocopter seems okay to me too if they want to go that route. Don't mind that one. Plays pretty fast. Could be decent.
Ooh.
A spicy one?
Yeah, it's a little spicy, but I don't know if Chris just wants to play it like a Wraith King.
Wraith King?
If Falcons were playing right now, I'd be calling for a Wraith King.
Yeah, I would too.
Because like think about Magnus's last pick in the draft. We saw how explosive he was against Terrorblade, where Terrorblade naturally with Sunder can turn around these big moments. He still died.
Yeah, I mean, Morph gets banned. I mean, that's the right train of thought. You want a hero that's tanky, right? That doesn't really mind getting initiated on too much. And doesn't get pulled back.
Yeah, Falcons have shown it. I was expecting Morphling to get banned like you mentioned already. That point was very good. So it's like realistically, what carries can actually survive an RP? Counterpoint to that would be get a carry that always jumps first. So rather than getting RP'd, you're always killing a hero, right?
I mean, there's only 2 heroes I'm looking at, right? One is Gyro. I think that's a hero that could potentially do it. You can also hit the egg and do some damage because you have cleave.
Is it like an SNY build on Gyrocopter?
Yeah, I mean, whatever build, it doesn't matter too much. SNY is a good item. Another hero is Medusa. I'm not sure if like this hero is still pickable, but I think Gyro definitely fits the bill more so because unfortunately Medusa, I think the nerfs were just too strong. Otherwise I would have picked it.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, just to go on point on why I wanted Gyro here, a couple of reasons. Number 1 is at some point you will buy Satanic most likely. If you want, you can also have the Aghanims with it with an S and Y. You can just end up tanking the whole brunt of the spells, and maybe you won't die, or maybe perhaps you get sundered, right? And then you can just keep fighting. He pops the egg. Gyro, there's 2 ways to kill an egg. Generally, you either go for the approach of picking these heroes like, you know, these Maranas and heroes that have high attacks, these Ursa Juggernauts, or you pick what I like to call cleave damage type of heroes, so you can hit the egg while also hitting other players at the same time, Medusas and Gyros, and they pick a Mars to kind of deal with it.
Yeah, natural combination for Phoenix, but this game now has simply become who can jump who, right? Like, as soon as we get to even farm on both teams, Magnus, even though Gyrocopter is good for the game, he can still die in that RP. Like, it's not as if the hero is unkillable, and that's where...
Is he though? I don't know. With Pugna and TB, we'll have to see.
But that's where then like the Bloodsport and the Mars, you know, the Arena, then you have the Ursa rolling in. Like, there's a lot of tools for Heroic to utilize to ensure that Yuma can isolate Gyrocopter by himself and create that RP and I kill you moment that we've seen in the previous winning game against Spirit. So it's like, I think Heroic have all the tools, but it's execution based. Can they set up the correct vision? Do they get the correct jump? And then for PARIVISION, their lanes once again look pretty damn strong, right? Like, you have the Gyrocopter just to push out the wave against the Mars. You don't really care too much. You got Terrorblade with the techies to really try and bully Magnus, and then Tiny naturally, who'll be a playmaker. And if anything, we now have a game where it's like Tiny versus Earthspirit, both heroes, evenly matched. Neither should beat each other out. Like who gets the active runes? Like it's kind of like an honest mid lane
for sure
in this game.
The only concern I have about this game, looking at Rogue's draft, like I love the control, I love the possibilities. Damage, I am slightly concerned about. Like, sure, Phoenix can bring a lot. Mars, not so much.
It's a lot of farm, yeah.
Earth Spirit can, but it depends on his game. Mag, same thing, he can, depends on his game. Loss of control. If they can burst Crystallis, all great. But it's not going to be completely easy with Pugna and TB behind him. If they can't burst them, I feel like they run out of damage.
Yeah, I agree. PARIVISION feels level dependent. Heroic feels item dependent. We'll see if it happens in our game 3, our first elimination of the day. Captain Cinderin will take it away.
That's right, Game 3, elimination on the line. Will Heroic continue their run in the playoffs, or will PARIVISION finally put a stop to them and push themselves up in the matchup against Liquid, I believe is the next opponent on the docket?
I think this is another game that's similar to game number 1. The Terrorblade Reflection isn't countering anything in particular. And this time around, what I was saying after game 2 is, well, if Heroic are going to, realistically speaking, lose their lanes every game, they need to have a reliable mid-game strategy that will allow them to pull it all back. And this time around, the nature of their picks is very good, right? Massive amounts of team fight with the Mars, Phoenix, the Mag, the Earth Spirit, like 4 huge team fight heroes together with the Muerta.
Yep.
So definitely in terms of just a raw team fight where both teams get to initiate and you get to land your spells, the Radiant lineup looks extremely strong. However, the PARIVISION side has good ability to assassinate and skirmish. You just pick people off with the Tiny plus Pugna combination. You can pick off with Tiny techies. Their lanes, once again, should be very good. So it's like a clash of styles, but I do like Heroic's adjustment to game 1 and, to game 2 with if their expectation is indeed that the laning phase will be tough, then here I feel like they're giving themselves a much better fighting chance than in game number 2.
Yeah, I feel like just like 2 of their heroes in this game give them more team fight than they had the entirety of their lineup last game.
Yeah, pretty much.
So definitely a very different approach from Heroic in this round. Pugna and Techies. Yeah, Tundra. 9class was very successful with this hero. I don't know exactly what he does differently to everybody else because it feels like this hero is unpickable.
So you think the majority of that stat was from when he was on Tundra?
I think so.
They haven't played it since he left, maybe?
I don't remember Soxa playing Techies, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I was told there'd be a mushroom class.
9class is definitely extremely good on this hero. So. And we did see it, you and I, we cast them against Falcons.
Yep.
With the techies, and it was definitely a nuisance. They did end up losing that game, but it felt like 9class had major impact despite the loss. So in this one, going to see if it's going to be a similar story to that game. Now, Heroic, I don't know if I'm getting ahead of myself if I start looking for ways of clearing mines. If it's likely that we get to that position in the game. Falcons had, especially the Bristleback, that did a very good job at that. Heroic's lineup doesn't necessarily have the best Minesweeper here.
No, they've got 3 melee heroes that are maybe a little bit tanky, but yeah, usually you want something that can either attack the mine quickly in a ranged hero, or a hero that is so overwhelmingly tanky that they just don't give a damn. 5-man smoke up from PARIVISION. A late one here as they're going to sweep through. See if they can claim first blood. Heroic is in position to break the smoke and be in an admirable spot. Schofield backs away before they can be caught by anything. And now PARIVISION, they still have a chance to maybe fight for the bounty runes. No, they're just going to be a 2-2 split. Chrysalis is on the other side of the map to take it.
Standard stuff, and the lanes will be set up. So Pugna Gyro, very strong lane in its own right. It's one of the strongest lane carries with one of the strongest lane 5s. So could expect potentially this to be a bit of a challenge for Device Schofield, despite them not having a bad lane whatsoever. Like Mars Muerta is definitely good, but Schofield has other plans than to even show up in that lane to begin with. They want the big first blood down here on bottom.
Blood grenade from behind, and the dead shot being saved. to help get the first blood. Schofield is the one to claim it, and will TP up to that top lane where Divine Llama is in trouble. He's already taken a lot of damage. That'll be a first blood traded for a kill on Divine Llama.
Yeah. PARIVISION immediately recognized what was going on, so they just punished mega hard up top. Mars cannot 1v2 this lane at all. That will be trade of sorts. Now, Schofield, this is kind of awkward because you just TP top. So you really don't want to take any sort of trade here or die to the Pugna, because then you're leaving your Mars in a vulnerable spot for a while.
And he really wants to pull the creep wave, it seems, but will not get that opportunity with Panto guarding it like that.
Bit of a pipe dream. It feels really good to play Pugna in a lane like this when you're playing with a strong carry, so that you feel like your aggression is going to pay off and that somebody can join you.
Yeah.
So he's going to keep just really trying to run at the Mars, force out responses from Schofield as much as possible.
Wow, look at that. 71% win rate on 9 classes techies.
That's wild. And I would guess that all of these are new techies. I don't know if...
Yeah, Zayat's number, I bet that is so low because I'm pretty sure some of those were definitely old techies. He was one of the few people who played it.
And maybe Antara's is also only new techies? Don't know. Definitely made a name for himself on that hero.
Well, apparently 9 class is just going to leave Devi high and dry. That's just part of the game plan as he rotates to help out the mid lane by taking away the water rune. No one still gets a water rune, though, so I feel like that is not taking advantage of the situation, you know?
Yeah, not the best. Decent damage here onto Panto, but they can't commit. No angle for a spear.
He
and
just keeps on
cost them the Lotus. I don't think Heroic can at all consider fighting this, but Schofield, really? No.
Oh, he tried to hit Chrysalis and he whiffs on it. Chrysalis is going to get a bit of damage on him. He's not faster than Huerta, though.
Yeah. Devi's going to be very happy with that. He got to just chill a little bit and get a couple CS uncontested.
And a courier.
But now pressure's on. All right, good spear.
Yeah, into Schofield. They're going to try and focus down Panto. Panto, meanwhile, is hoping to just get a bit more damage so Chrysalis could get a 1-for-1 trade-off. It does not work that way, though.
Well, this lane has kind of recovered quite well for the side of Heroic. Devi is getting enough, and that spear to set up that 1 kill is going to be a nice bit of help.
Its CS is creeping up, though. It's looking like PARIVISION are going to walk away with at least a CS lead again.
Yeah. To be honest, I think that's to be expected here, more so than in game 1 and 2.
Okay.
Or maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. I feel like on the side lanes, perhaps, it's more expected, but the Magnus will do well, mostly against Terrorblade, so that one is holding on, but Tiny versus, Earth Spirit is definitely Tiny favored. And the top lane, you're not winning as Mars Muerta against the Gyro Puck. Yeah. So 2 out of 3 lanes. The ones on paper that are supposed to go PARIVISION's way are. And in contrast to the other games where all 3 lanes felt like they did, this time around the Mag isn't like losing.
Sure.
Obviously, shouldn't either in this. Big pressure now. Pugna level 3, packs a punch.
Panto's just being so annoying in this lane.
Schofield does have the boots, so...
Oh, it's still stacked. I guess successfully scared him off. Is he gonna be able to get this kill? The last blast doesn't land, but the Tiny is on his way.
This is like they're playing a separate mini game here.
God, he's gonna get the courier.
Nice
does make the dead shot back. Panto.
He can live here.
If he manages to get out of sight, he can try and TP away.
He could also suicide to neutral, so he's going to choose for the TP, though. It's like roughly equally fast, I think. Because now you have to walk to lane, and you have to heal up first versus taking the death timer with the neutral creep penalty.
It also means he doesn't have the option to like TP out to mid lane to refill Analog's bottle, which maybe could have been used. We'll see how the Power Rune luck goes, or maybe it doesn't require luck. Support's coming in on both sides. King Jungles guarding the bottom lane. They roll in for it, and it is going to be bottom. Arcane Rune for Analog. He's going to pop it immediately, try and make use of it by killing 9 class. They do manage to get with the damage over time from the Fire Spirits. So once again, Heroic maybe not doing the best in CS, but make up for it by finding more kills in lane and perhaps getting the better in these early rotations. Roll in from behind, DM. He gets hit by the shockwave. He's 1,000% dead.
That's a lot. You're right, though.
He's dead 10 times over.
2K lead for Heroic. That's new.
That is new. That happened fast.
This is a really good adjustment from what went wrong in game 2. So whatever they realized they needed to do is very much paying off here. If they could keep this rolling.
They also realized, I think, this smoke move is coming to their Wisdom Rune. They break it, guard the Wisdom Rune entrance. Nice idea. An attempted seal doesn't work.
Early.
Half a second off there from KJ. And now he's going to try and Sunray off the map and TP out.
It's going to cost him a TP only, though. That's not that bad. Worth the try, right? If you get away with it, it's huge. If you don't and you have an escape plan, TPing back to base never feels that great without getting the rune.
Low risk, high reward.
Exactly. And of course, the Terrorblade did come over to help, so Yuma's just free farming in the tower on Mag. And Analog early on in the game, even on net worth with no one, is definitely a change up. Call down, nice connection.
Oh, he almost let that third one too. Oh, he missed the spear. Oh. Now the spear, the arena protects him against the blast off. That's a constant counter against the techies, so as a result, Divine Llama will live.
That looked like 9 class didn't know that.
I think he did. I think he was trying to get inside the arena.
Trying to get in range to throw a mine?
Yeah,
a sticky bomb?
Yeah. So, another Power Rune that goes the way of Analog. That's also a bit of a difference here. Off of doing better in the mid lane, having better control over the Power Runes, allows them to dictate more of the pace. Now he can dive this bottom lane again. They're going to use the RP. It skewers him into the roll. That should do extra damage. You know, the momentum.
Yeah. Remember that patch we had for 2 days with Pokemon? Where fire damage worked better with Brewmaster? Yeah, there's a reason that got taken out, Caps. I'm gonna disagree.
Wasn't that a really, really old Dota 1 idea?
It might have been.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that
there's a reason that remained an idea. This is very awkward for PARIVISION, by the way. Extremely awkward, might I say.
Yeah, the Magnetize is really going to start kicking in. If he gets reinforcements, now the damage over time is not just the Magnetize, it's the Fire Spirits as well. A blast off. They have to turn around and kill Analog. They know otherwise Analog will kill them with the Magnetize that just keeps on ticking. 2 more seconds, refreshes it 1 more time. Analog says goodbye. He rolls back in. He's the one who dies first, but Chrysalis, a shockwave that hits no one. They might be able to get both of these core kills. They just need a little bit more damage. Gives the bottle, refreshes it, gives him a taste, and no one will heal up just enough. Heroic do not find that extra core kill.
That was a goodbye from Analog, all right? That was a goodbye, cruel world. He just rolled into them immediately.
Oh, Yuma, you're not making it through the gate.
Make it out, maybe?
Schofield, will help.
Dude, this is hype. I love this early game. They're really fighting tooth and nail.
Did he try and deadshot specifically to prevent the bottle refill? Is that what that idea was?
Maybe.
It's clever if that's the case. It doesn't work though.
The one hero that wasn't involved top is DM on the Terrorblade, so he will start going to work on a bit of split pushing here.
Phoenix is usually a pretty good hero to cover this if you've got the levels, but PARIVISION has kind of been the MO of a lot of these Western European teams in general. Fun mechanic. Is if you're gonna go for a tower, you bring all your heroes for it. You don't mess about.
do you think it should be able to wrap around the map so Phoenix flies out in the bottom and then he comes out top? We've got gates.
You're telling me about terrible ideas. You come up with that one.
If you don't agree with it, you're a flat earther. Then you think you can't come out on the other side.
Shit, you got me. I have to agree with it. No, that's not true. There's Jakiro's ice wall that lines the entirety of the map, you know?
Oh.
Have you heard about the
Game
ice
of
wall?
Thrones?
Oh, okay, Divine Llama's not having it the best time with these spears inside of arenas. Now, not that it would have killed no one or anything, but it's not a good sign for how he's feeling in this game.
At least he isn't dying when he's missing. I mean, to be fair, the types of spears that he is going for are not easy. So there's one thing that is missing the obvious setups where you have like a stun that is presenting it for you, and there's the ones where you are trying to hit a hero running in circles around you. It's a lot harder. They'll get the tower though. Heroic, more progression being made. Toss in the spiky boy. Oh, Schofield, see you later, maybe? Yeah.
Yeah.
A little late there. And that match was actually super awkward when you get into fighting Gyro.
Yeah.
As Muerta, the amount of magic damage he has, kind of neither form really feels great.
Great against the Terrorblade, terrible against the Gyro.
Power rune time. Looks like it might be... Oh, okay. He missed it by a little bit. I think he would have rather picked it up, but at least he adjusted to attacking it in time while he was flying out.
True. A lot of Atos going to be built up for Schofield's Muerta. Do you like the fact that they took the Muerta away from PARIVISION this time around? I think it's a cute idea.
Yeah.
This hero's been on and off, like, popular at these last couple of tournaments. It feels like sometimes it's a first pick material, sometimes it's not, but it is constantly being picked at least.
I think the biggest question was just how much does Schofield have faith in it more so than anything. Like
Sure.
if he, because this is not a hero I consider a Schofield special compared to other heroes we've seen him play this tournament.
Yeah.
The guy is very talented. He can, in theory, play everything, but you know, all players are going to have their fortes, and most of Schofield's strongest heroes are either melee initiator type 4s or something like Lion that we've already seen them run. But so far so good. Can't really complain about it, right?
No, not at all, and can't complain about this stack that he's built up. As I don't know how much PARIVISION, how many stacks they had. Right now, they don't have any in the triangle. I don't know if they cleared them at some point, or if Heroic got the better of them in that regard.
They should definitely be looking to make more, though. When Gyro goes this build, it's stack galore.
Yeah.
You have early Crystallis on Crystallis, and you definitely want to help him evolve into the higher level Pokemon faster. Get that Daedalus. Obviously not his next item, relax. We're not... Need to level up first. Getting the BKB, and then the Ags, and then it will probably be potentially Daedalus time in this one. Not sure if Butter is that good here. Let's see.
Smoke gonna run into the two supports.
Oh, hello, Mines.
They're also running into some mines, 3 of them. Doesn't do enough damage, though, to really threaten anybody. The Pugna is actually keeping himself alive with the Drain. They have to use the Supernova. Still the Magnetize, and they got him inside the arena. So now no one who tried to help out his supports might just die just as well as this time around. The Spear does latch. Heroic collect on 3.
Tried to get in there for the Sundra, no one, but was blocked off by the arena. That is a good spray.
I'll always remember how foolish you looked.
I honestly, okay, so teams do trash talking and they do offensive tipping.
Yeah.
They need to step up their spray game.
True.
It's very underused compared to how many good sprays are out there.
You remember OG?
Yeah.
They had all the tricks, and they did sprays as well, right? They love the loser spray at TI9.
And the sprays, just there's something about them. They just have good moments and good placements too. If you place them on weird trees and they look all sorts of distorted,
yep,
it's just really funny. So, K1 approved gank.
I can't. He's doing double thumbs up, right?
I think so.
Not pointing. It's a little hard to tell because his fingers all messed up.
Keep him guessing. Yeah, let's just keep that one up there. Schofield.
Hector.
Boom.
Boom, boom.
Yeah, Muerta is not good this game. Not defensively, anyway. Tiny, Pugna, Techies, Gyro. Magic damage aplenty. Which is also why King Jungles is rushing pipe on the 5 Phoenix They want to get that protection.
You like the Harpoon build? Yuma's going to go that one again. I really liked it. I think it looked really good in the game that Yuma picked that up.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Especially when he gets the dagger first. Then
he's going to be
then I'm down.
Yanked here, skewering away from no one. No one chases with the blink. Got the avalanche on him. And they'll try and keep the vision. He does have his team coming. Yuma is not the easiest kill. Gets an RP on 2, and now the arena on 3 with a spear on through. No one is in trouble. Sunray on top of him will burn him out, and the supports will die alongside him. They got their mark. They got their kill. They managed to bring down Yuma, but it comes at a hefty cost.
I mean, what a night and day night and day situation compared to game 2.
Well, yeah, it was night and then supernova.
All right, that's just terrible. Sorry. That's okay. You're trying. It's like it's part of AI learning. You're making mistakes along the way.
Yeah, I'm trying to make the robot laugh.
Yeah, that's good. I'm on a higher patch than you, but you'll catch up. Just night and day, what type of lineup Heroic have? It's very clear that this time around they have the heroes that can bring that fight to them. And with the lanes going better as well, they're in a healthy position in this game now. That will be another Schofield death for the tally. Actually going to glyph this tower despite not having the bot tier 1.
See if somebody can get the deny, maybe?
No. Well, nobody was trying, so.
All right. There's no game plan, apparently. And the BKB done for the gyrocopter. Now, like, before you had this arena supernova combo that was like, okay, if they get the right arena, you can't fight this. They just flat out have better 5v5 than you.
Yeah.
But maybe with the BKB.
Well, Gyro still has to position himself correctly, right? He needs to get into the arena to hit heroes, otherwise the wall is still going to be impactful.
Sure.
He's also going to always deal with a bulwark as part of his damage. So I would say that Heroic are in a clear lead here overall. Despite this timing coming in from PARIVISION with that BKB on Gyro, I don't know if they're even going to be looking to fight necessarily. Well, they're going to be forced to.
Man, Divine Llama keeps on finding the initiations. Another multi-hero arena.
Nice and easy. It's only the 2 supports, but feels great to get those free picks. Didn't really trade much for it. A little bit of health, but only the Mars ult used. They retain the rest. So if they wanted to, another play is not out of the question, and not necessarily one you orchestrate with a smoke, but if the enemy team tries to do anything, you're not worried that you can't fight back.
Yeah.
You definitely have enough tools that are necessary here, especially with this inventory on Analog. He is mega strong on the Earth Spirit. Complete turnaround from game 2 where he got bodied by the Storm. He is now almost top net worth as mid Earth Spirit. Unheard of, almost, I would say, for this team. When Analog plays Earth Spirit, he's generally somewhere in the middle of the pack and is making a ton of moves around the map, and other heroes are shining, but he's getting his this game.
Yeah, it's just not a great hero for hitting creeps most of the time. It's not why you pick it, right? So in order to be top net worth, it usually means you have to be getting a lot of kills, and he's 8-1-7.
Yep.
So
that'll do it.
Boys a beast.
Great kill contribution, right? 15 out of 18.
Yeah.
That's what you want to see out of a mid-earth.
And he has been the driving force of damage behind all of those kills, I would say, so.
Also good to see, you know, Devi's been getting some flack here and there for individual performances, and I think a lot of it has been fair. I think he's had games where he has underperformed. He thinks so himself. He said on day 1, he was like, I just played bad on my Doom.
Yeah.
So that's this tournament where he had a bad day, and in previous tournaments, he's had off games here and there. He's playing really well today. Got to give credit where it's due, right? His Mars this game was great, and he also had a great performance in game 1. So definitely bringing it together here with the Timber and Mars, 2 of his best, showing why.
Would you rather have a teammate who is more consistent but doesn't have the higher ceiling, or would you prefer the player that has a higher ceiling but a lower floor?
I think it depends what other players you have.
Okay.
Because I think a mix is the best. I think having volatile players can be really powerful, but then you need the stability to go with it. If everybody's volatile, it's too much.
Yeah.
And if everybody's stable, maybe you don't do enough crazy stuff.
I guess I think about it in this way, that I feel I would prefer the higher floor player because I think you can grow consistency, right, with experience and time, but you can't necessarily give someone that extra level that, you know, like tier 1, this guy's a god when he gets on this sort of hero level.
Yeah. I think if you think about it, the recipe that a lot of teams that have been championship teams have had is that they have this, like, one maybe slightly crazy player, Gaimin Gladiators with Duracho. You've had Thompson back on OG that was, you know, doing wild stuff out of the mid lane. On the Tundra, that was maybe one of the most stable TI winning teams in terms of just overall how they won their games. I still think 9 had total pop-off games.
Yeah.
So I guess the anomaly to that is almost, I suppose, Liquid's win this year. There was nobody who, I guess, they were like, someone like 33 was a standout player because he was so damn good, but he didn't have that volatility necessarily. He was just extremely good every game, it felt like, you know?
Yeah. I think you can kind of compare them and Nisha or 33, depending on who you're picking here, and like Liquid and Miracle, right? Kind of like that old one.
Oh, Panto. Not gonna RP for this. Not worth. He's pulling them around a little bit, buying some time and space for his teammates, which is good news for PARIVISION. They're gonna need it.
Yeah, especially since I think Heroic, maybe they want to wait until they have BKB on Yuma, but I do kind of think they are rather strong, and I'd be down to take some team fights, you know? Use some of these big cooldowns you got in the Supernova and the RP.
What do you think Terrorblade should do in this game? Because now we have the situation that I thought could have happened in game 2, right? And now this has happened. Terrorblade does not counter anyone with Reflection. The early game did not go, was not a landslide win. As a matter of fact, you lost it this time. What do you build? This is, I don't know the answer. Like,
Yeah, I mean, you
I'm
said,
just lost.
what do you do? And I just, well, you use Pipe and you cast Sunder on Gyrocopter. Like, I think that's kind of all you can do for a bit.
But you are going to be farming. The hero naturally farms, right? So what direction do you go with your build? Do you buy auras? Do you actually become a carry?
Y was usually the build-up, right? Because of the status resistance.
Yeah, that is indeed on the menu here as well. But what next? What would you like to see? Is it some sort of Scotty into carry TB or Butterfly?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's not too many options after that. I think you do have to just go Scotty, and then you're a little bit more effective in control. I can't believe this is being given up, though. This feels wrong.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You have Arena, RP, Supernova. You give up the first Roshan when you have a net worth lead? Don't like that.
It's going to be an Aegis onto the Gyro. And if there's one thing that Radiant doesn't deal with very well, it's, as a matter of fact, Aegis. Because they have these big ults, but then after those are out, you struggle with the second volley of spells. You don't have like this short cooldown kind of, all right, we'll just kill you again.
Yeah.
So if Gyro can enter a fight and put some sort of pressure, counterplaying onto him is not going to be that easy.
Same time, though, PARIVISION do need to be careful, even though they have an Aegis. If they want to try and take any objectives with this, they might just be falling into Yuma's hands as he's got the harpoon. Skewer back ready to go. Now, Chrysalis has to use his BKB right away. He's not able to get a kill off of it. Perhaps Schofield, though, will, of course, die like he usually does.
Big damage to the Blade Mail. Huge damage with the Blade Mail.
Toss over to Schofield. Chrysalis will finish him off. That's the Aegis. Yuma now popping his BKB. Oh, the skewer back didn't latch onto no one. He pops his BKB. Yuma now has to make a run for it. Supernova on the high ground. Good positioning. Nobody to protect it, but it looks like just positioning will win the day. Analog completes the TP away. Heroic all get out, except for Schofield.
All right, that was such a bizarre fight.
It really was.
Tosses all over the place. RP was never used. Arena was never used. Well, they got rid of the Aegis. Honestly, that was good for Heroic. Despite not using those two big ults, now they have a moment of opportunity where they know Gyro is a viable target.
Yeah, they still have the opportunity.
Oh, they're chasing, all right.
Harpoon, skewer back, and the RP is still up. They're going to use it immediately to kill the gyrocopter. DM, once again, in a situation where the repositioning hurts this guy so badly, he just can't get there for the Sunders. It's just not possible, and even if he could, it probably wouldn't be good for them. They'd probably still lose the fight. So he's going to die being chased down by the Earth Spirit, gets off the Sunder on Schofield.
Of course it's Schofield.
Of course it's Schofield. Somehow he's going to die to a neutral creep or something.
This is taking a while.
It really is.
I mean, yeah, you're going to kill this guy, but it took them like half a minute.
Yeah, Panto's trying to take the tier 2 at the top lane, and meanwhile.
Yeah, they got a lot of good wave push on the side of PARIVISION during this.
He's going to blink after him. Did he spot him? Yeah, I'm not sure if he did or it felt like he just couldn't get to him.
Okay.
He kicked him up the high ground, and Analog moves to the left, rolls down. Is fine. 6,000 net worth lead maintained for Heroic. They've had this before.
Phoenix is level 14. We haven't talked too much about this, but King Jungles is also starting to have a really promising game. This hero becomes core-like later in the game as a support. Can't necessarily say the same for Pugna and Techies in the same fashion.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a matter of, as long as you land your big spells and you catch someone, Phoenix will deal. Just need the setups to land, and you have that aplenty with the Harpoon into Skewer, you have the Earth Spirit roll, you have Arena Spear, you even have Deadshot that can set things up potentially for you. So it should be a nice mid-game or later mid-game portion coming up for Heroic, as long as they don't concede the second Roche. It is still difficult to see PARIVISION find advantageous fights on a theoretical level. Doesn't mean it isn't going to happen. Slip-ups do happen all the time. Little mistakes can be punished very hard by the Dire lineup. If heroes are out of position, they can die. There's no doubt about that. Surprisingly, only 60-40 here with the 7K lead for the Radiant, but I guess Gabe really likes the Terrorblade potential.
He's bigger fans than us, I think.
To be fair, I do think this offlane Terrorblade thing looks really, really strong, but this time around, Heroic have managed to handle it much better.
Radiant are scanning.
I like no one's hoodie, by the way. It's a it's a pretty uncommon color, or maybe it's because of the lighting, but it looks cozy and it makes him really easy to pick out in a crowd.
True.
Look for the guy in the green hoodie. Like, all right, can't be many to pick from.
Nullifier. Ooh. Okay.
Spicy. Okay, if they won that against the Pugna, but for Mars to buy this as essentially his third item is very surprising.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
It's cool, though. I mean, Davai is finding the openings, so if he's already in there, he will be in range to use the Nullifier every time.
Man, Panto's being so aggressive on this Pugna. I really like what he's doing.
It's going to cost him, but it's fine.
Yeah, it's totally fine.
I see him now. He's dead. Nice dead shot.
Pumped him into the tower range, so he's spotted. You brought 4 heroes.
Yep.
There's a 5th one in the neighborhood in the Earth Spirit to kill a 5 position, and he blasted the tower 2 different times. Killed a bunch of creeps.
You could tell from his voice line usage there that he was happy with that outcome.
Yeah.
Making tons of space for his teammates. Now, okay, you take a guess. I don't know this, but I'm hoping Noxel will help us out here. How many times, or how big a percentage of games do you think Mars buys Nullifier at any point? Not just third item, just games where he buys it. How many?
I think it's decently popular. I would put it in the like 5 to 7% area.
Okay. So every 20th game?
Yeah, I think a lot of the problem is a lot of times Marses just don't manage to get that much farm, and then half or more than half the time that they do, they go the refresher route.
Right.
Well, maybe it's a little less because I guess there's the refresher route, and then there's also like the Deso route, so maybe less than 5%, but more than 2.
So in this patch, there's been 2 Nullifiers on Mars out of 230 games, so it's sub 1%.
Wow.
That's this patch.
Expect that.
I don't know all time. I don't know. I was just thinking to myself, I feel like this is a rare pickup, like truly rare, but I wouldn't like dispute your 1 in 20 games claim. But I would have probably guessed lower. Maybe not 1% though.
I guess I look at Nullifier as a very favorable item in the last couple of patches.
I guess it's just a matter of like Mars isn't a natural buyer for it.
Yeah.
So much. So
I mean, he likes the raw damage in some aspect of God's Rebuke, but that's kind of it.
0.86% of all-time games of Mars have this item. It's about 50. I think it was 56 pickups in over 6K games. So this is a rarity. This is the 1% game, ladies and gentlemen. Davai Lama with looking to push it up to 0.9%.
With those couriers going back and forth, Heroic are definitely know that they're here. No one find the initiation and blew up King Jungles. That is a massive way to be able to start a team fight. No Supernova to worry about. And Analog's trying to get out, but he's going to be blocked in. The BKBs overwhelm Heroic. They do manage to get a kill on their way out on the Pugna, but it's going to be a 1-for-3 exchange.
That's the dream. Bursting Phoenix first, it cannot be any better than that. That is the best case scenario for PARIVISION. I don't think there's any hero that's better to jump than King Jungles. It means they don't get to utilize the pipe. It means they don't get to utilize their heal. And the risk reward, if you jump Mars, if you jump Earth Spirit, if you jump Mag, if you don't 100-0 them, the turnaround play is way too powerful. So look at this replay here. No one finding that angle. King Jungles just burst instantly. Masterfully done. And make a very serious dent in the lead of Heroic.
Oh, skewered back. Oh, didn't get him up on the high ground. Do manage to get the pin, locking out Chrysalis, who doesn't have his BKB still. They're going to try and focus down this Tiny and then get away from the gyrocopter. They kill him. Now the run. Sunray, it's actually doing a lot of work to Chrysalis. He's got to be careful here. No fire put onto him, trying to hit the silence. Don't forget, King Jungle still has the Supernova they can play around as well. He's going to pop it now. Chrysalis going to try and deal with it. And
this is not good.
Chrysalis, he can't do the damage, and it blows up in his face. Heroic strike back, fighting for the Roshan area. This time they'll win the fight in a big, big way. Oh, the Nightfall. Where's the Nightfall, Davai Lama says.
No BKB until just now, and everything that they just worked so hard to get in that fight on PARIVISION, they drop it on the floor immediately after. The lead is back to where it came from and a little bit extra, and look at that damage from Phoenix. 5,000 came out. 2 Sunrays back to back, full duration will do that. Analog should be winning this battle. Will.
The 5 position is no match for him. DM? I mean, I don't know how you're going to catch this guy.
Oh, this is fine. No, it's not. Oh, it was so close.
Wow.
I was sure he would make it through that gate.
Wait. Now they're going to go through the gate. They're going to contest Roshan as a result. It's a late Roshan spawning, so it's very awkward for Heroic.
Oh,
they thought they had the chance.
Getting those mines down immediately. Good damage.
Taking so much damage. Oh, with the magic resistance, he just gets popped. He got triple mined into a tiny combo. Nobody can survive that.
King Jungles is roasting them, though.
Inside of this arena, they took so much damage thanks to the Sunray, but without their carry, they don't have the finishing touch here. Schofield, the Blink Dagger, it's going to run up and get the kill on Schofield as well. He gets run down. PARIVISION. Well, now you know it's been the latest Roshan you could possibly have. It went almost a full 3 minutes, so PARIVISION know that it's spawning and will be able to claim second Rosh of the game.
That pick on Yuma is just everything.
Yeah.
He walks into the 3 mines and they have just enough damage. That was actually close. He almost survived that tiny combo. And if he manages to BKB RP, we're looking at a totally different situation with the Phoenix nearby able to pipe and heal him up. Could have maybe swung that in their favor, but now PARIVISION with a big win instead. Gonna grab the Aegis and Banner. Still a couple of towers left to take for both teams, 35 minutes, and no tier 2s with the exception of the 1 Radiant bot one is down. See how they plan to use this Aegis. What's that on no one? Does he almost have a full AC? Oh my goodness, he is. That's an upgrade and a half. Going from one fight to the next in a moment with another full tier 1 item. Not to be mistaken for tier 1 neutral items, which are the lowest ones. This is the highest ones.
Right, the neutral items operate off of an opposite system.
Yeah. Maybe they should have called the first ones tier 5 and the last ones tier 1.
Yeah.
Why not? That's how tiering works.
Or maybe they should have just gotten on the tier YouTube craze and called it tier S, A, B, C, D.
Yeah.
All right, Tormentor taking time for both sides.
9 class with the shard. And on the other side, it went to Schofield. Now, is there any interesting use case here for the techies one? So you can give Taser on allies. And what is it? It gives
whatever.
26% move speed?
Yeah, I mean, the movement speed is pretty nice. Definitely the defending against the right clicks not as important, I think, in this matchup.
Yeah. I feel like giving Taser to Tiny when he jumps in is maybe quite neat. Gives him effectively gives him haste for the duration, right? And he can try to run in and catch someone, and then as he blows them up, it also explodes, and then he can reset out.
Yeah.
Sounds quite good.
Heroic sitting on their triangle, expecting PARIVISION be trying to smoke into them with this Aegis. And they're right, but they might have gotten the timing a little bit wrong. They were sitting up there nice and conservatively. They seem like they are still in position to be able to break this smoke and get out without any consequences. So good read by Heroic. PARIVISION will take over this area, take over the camps that are available to them. But a little bit of Aegis time wasted. Dvailama is going back for the refresher. So we're still going to see that double arena build, the Venn diagram build.
Yep. Wait, he's going Hex, right? Did I miss? I was looking at the wrong hero.
Oh, now he's queued up Hex as well, so maybe he'll go Hex, then Refresher.
What is better?
That's usually how people do things, because you need the extra mana, right?
Yeah. I mean, it does have enough to support it right now, I suppose, because he's so high level. If he uses the Soul Rings well, you know, you Soul Ring pre, you go in, you Soul Ring the second one, but...
It's still Scotty for the Terrorblade. No changes in that regard.
If this breaks into a fight, oh my god, the mines are just so terrifying.
I wonder if that makes a difference for 9 class between other heroes, because he has done a lot of these scouting mines. I wonder if he is better at paying attention to the mines and then getting information as a result.
Well, information
Ward on high ground, spotted Panto, dead in an instant. TP coming in, Heroic chasing after heroes though. Dvailama's not sure what to do about this situation. He's gonna try and stall up the Tiny while his team chases after the techies. Roll in after no one. They are going into the mine territory. Gotta be careful with that one. Schofield pops his ultimate. He's gonna be tossed onto Dvailama. Big Con to hit. Analog pops his BKB, rolls to his team. They are gonna be able to catch 9 class in the end. PARIVISION is just kind of split, not sure if they're going in or out. They go back in with the gyrocopter, but they're chasing after no one. Nobody's pretty tanky though, hitting with the RP. Got a beautiful arena with the spear combo, Supernova along the side. PARIVISION, they had the Aegis advantage, but now they are wasting that one as the arena completely counters Chrysalis's movement. They're backing away now, caught by the avalanche though. No one tries to get the toss back. Instead, he's gonna be the one skewered into the base. No one tries to get the toss back now, gets it. The illusion will kill the Mars, but he will be the victim. Was surrounded by 2 heroes. They keep the button to heal, the button to heal. He's out healing the damage. Heroic is running out of it, and Chrysalis, he's doing big time damage. Yuma's gonna be finished off by the very person who tried to finish DM, runs him down. Now gets a reflection on Schofield as well. Double kill for him. Yuma with the buyback, but he's not even going to get any skewer out of this.
They got so outplayed.
Wow.
My god. PARIVISION didn't even lose Aegis and all of that. They got an RP off on one hero only. They get the arena with the Sunray in, but it didn't all come together at the same time. You didn't find this one combo where Earth Spirit is spreading the Magnetize. See, the damage numbers on the Radiant look quite good, right? They do 20k, but it's just spread around. It's not focus fired at all, and no one ends up taking thousands upon thousands of damage but not dying, and that means that damage is just wasted because he's just going to get healed back up by the Pugna.
Yep. Tier 1 item indeed, right? That armor makes the biggest difference.
If he, the AC in the slot has been incredible in this fight.
Man, I thought the Arena Supernova was going to be good enough for Heroic, but not the case.
It needs to be cleaner than that.
Yeah.
The potential is absolutely there. Nice
about the
response.
avalanche. No harpoon skewer back this time. Okay, he still gets it, but he dies for it, and they could just BKB walk it off. The Magnetize is on a bunch of heroes right now. They're walking back through the arena, managed to get a spear onto the Sunder, stopping a lot of this damage. He got the Sunder off, keeping DM alive, and forcing Heroic to sit in their fountain for a little bit. Schofield, he's trying to slow him down, slow down the retreat. But I'm not even certain that Heroic can take this without Yuma. And PARIVISION looking like they feel the same. They're going to stick around. They're going to go for Megas.
It just definitely felt like in this game, whenever Yuma finds something, his damage is just not there. I don't know about this Manta build here. If there should have been a bigger crit or something to help bridge that gap. And they find the pick. Maybe he thought they have enough damage among the other heroes. Don't necessarily blame him for that line of thinking, but then the execution and the setup of the fights has to be cleaner than that. If the teammates need to do the damage in the RP, you better make sure they're available for it. Nice Avatar.
Geez.
And the
They're
blast
just
off.
grouped up for the Avalanche blast off after that one. They're trying to protect their throne. Divine Llama is taking the damage, but he'll take too much and fall. Heroic, still 35 seconds until Yuma's back up, so there's just no way they can stop this one. The throne is going down. PARIVISION make the comeback and will win game 3, taking the series.
That happened so fast. I feel like 5 minutes ago this game was even.
Yeah.
And they just won 2 big team fights in a row, took the entire base, cleaned house, and they will move on to what should now be a top 6 finish, if my math is correct.
Yep. Correct.
Every single round, 2 teams get knocked out. So yesterday, top 10, top 8 today, and top 6 tomorrow. As PARIVISION, understandably so, very happy. This was a hard-fought series for them. Having to come back from that tough game, but they do take the series 2-1. And I feel like the thing about this team is when they play their best, you could see them go the whole way.
Yeah.
The question is, can they do that a high enough percentage of the games? Because their peak is extremely high. Their ceiling is at the level of any team in this tournament, in my opinion. But some of the other teams that are further in the bracket already likely just pull it off with higher frequency, and that's what's going to matter down the stretch, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. They have some tough opponents ahead of them. Their next matchup is against Liquid, and then the final boss in this part of the bracket is BetBoom. So it's just going to be tougher and tougher opponents from here on out, but PARIVISION do absolve themselves of this early loss in the series against Heroic. They managed to come back in Game 2 and Game 3 to close out the series. They're going to be a tough one, but I do think they have to up their level if they want to beat Liquid, if they want to beat BetBoom.
Right. I also want to say quickly on the way out of this series, you know, credit to Heroic. They had an awful day 1. They were 0-4, and they lost their first game yesterday. They were down 5 games in a row, and then they almost made it to top 6 from that horrible hole they were dug into. So they recovered nicely. I think it's very commendable. It's a shame for them today to get knocked out like this, but it was against a really strong opponent, so...
Yeah, for a team that's still figuring things out, it definitely a nice, pretty decent run tournament for them. But we've got a winner's interview ready to go, so let's go to the stage.
I do have a very happy 9 class standing beside me. How good does it feel to close out this series, considering how rough game 1 was for you guys?
I like that no one carried me. That's it, kinda. Was so excited. And minute like 15, I was like, game was rough, need to split, and when no one just solo kill like 3 heroes. It is what it is.
It happens, that's great to hear. But you yourself, you've kind of favored the techies. You've picked it up a couple times now. What is it about this hero that you're comfortable picking up when no one else really is?
I mean, this hero is good, so we cannot smoke to your carry. You always put mines, and my gyro like full free farm. But we kinda a bit feeded. We should more chill, and this hero will work like this.
Do you have to play him differently compared to when you're playing the Muerta?
Yes, I think Muerta better to just punish people. They go aggressively, but Taichis is like more to chill. But I kind of want to play Muerta and he still.
I did notice that you had a game 1 and 2, and then they yoinked it in game 3. Did you think that did the series end up being tougher than you thought it was going to be coming in?
What?
Like, was it tougher to come up against Heroic? Like, were they a tougher opponent than you thought?
I think we're like decent opponents, but I don't think we're best. We're just running as 5 always, and if you like don't have your clear plan, you will feed. But if you have like a real plan in your mind, so you dodge them and overfarm. Yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Well, Nanclass, thank you so much for talking to me, and congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for support, guys.
Yeah, and of course, that is going to be PARIVISION making it their way through another series in the gauntlet. And, you know, difficult challenge each time, best of 3, new team. If you make a mistake, make 2 mistakes, and you're eliminated. So it's impressive stuff. But it's only going to get harder. Thoughts? Fear?
Yeah, I mean, that's how the format goes. Every team you play is supposed to be more challenging, and this one was definitely a tough one for PARIVISION. It went all 3 games. It went the distance and a lot of them as well, but they still looked pretty good. And the games they looked dominant, mainly game number 2, they looked really dominant. I think game number 3 played the course that it was going to play. You have this overwhelming team fight. You win all these early mid-game skirmishes, but at some point, what I was afraid of was that you run out of damage. And that's exactly what happened. We saw that multiple times. Yuma did get the RP on a couple of heroes like the Tiny, but just right-clicked him and it was tickles. Like, it didn't do much damage, and at some point, you do get the damage on not only the Tiny, which scaled more than I thought it would this game, but also the gyrocopter.
Yeah, we also saw it with the Mars, right? You're not only having the Magnus jump in there, getting some initiates and good setups, but as well as that Mars, and then you're just like, okay, we've got them in good positions, Rhea, but what's next? You know, Sunray's doing all the damage. That's what seems to be the only thing that was happening in the later parts of this game.
Yeah, it's a shame because their early game was honestly so good as well. At 21 minutes, they were on the other side of the map, taking the enemy Tormentor. Like, I thought that was such a good map movement from them to do that and take that away. And it's just a shame that they reached this point. I do think that PARIVISION were making really good moves.
This is the tickle monster.
Yeah, look at him.
Yeah, this was the
Look at
moment
the
you
damage.
realized it was a massive issue.
Yeah, it was hard. But they did really good things to reach this point on PARIVISION, right? You saw Panto on his Pugna just like running down in the our view.
Both coaches
Oh, wait,
together.
what? I was
watching them
confused
together.
for a second then. I was just like,
Hold
we
on
not?
a second.
What's happening?
They're hyping
there?
each other up.
Oh, it was sweet.
One was happy,
We've had
one was
so many
sad.
coach cams in the green room, actually.
Yeah.
We have like 2 TVs. We have the game, and then we have a TV that just has the coaches on it. We've been watching like Kezu, Aoi, these guys. They're always so fun to watch.
Now they know.
Yeah, now they know.
Of course they know.
Well, I should hope that they're
They have a camera in the room.
Yeah. I hope I'm secretly
Surprise.
filming them. That would be a little bit weird. It is nice to get to see more reactions than just the players.
Yeah, because they're so invested.
They are. It's like, this is a team. You do so much together inside and outside of Dota, and then when it comes to competitive, it's like, okay, I help you with draft. We prepare everything we can for the series and for this game, but at the end of the day, you're a little helpless as a coach. You just have to hope that your team knows how to execute it perfectly and make up for any mistakes that might happen along the way.
Yeah, and that's exactly kind of what happened, right, for Heroic in this game, right? Like, you see they give away the first Roshan. They have all this team fight. They're sweeping across the map. They're making all the moves, but they give a Roshan to PARIVISION for free. That gives them a new lease of life. And of course, you mentioned Magnus going for the Manta, not damage build. I understand that Manta can help you in certain clutch moments, but he just needed raw damage in those moments. Like, he was hitting the RPs, but didn't have the damage. It's like, they're the 2 big factors for me. Like, one wrong item on Magnus, plus giving away that Roshan, gives all the confidence for PARIVISION to play the map and how they want to kind of conduct this win.
Yeah, I want to build off that roast thing. I actually really liked how Parry ended up getting that roast. They had a ward in the top lane, like in the middle of the lane, and they didn't see anyone on it, so they smoked down to bot to look for a kill there. Obviously, they didn't find anyone because at that moment on Heroic, they were just like moving top, and as soon as they showed on that ward that they had in that lane, they instantly just went into the Roshan and then took it.
It's some, wards, they're obviously going to help you a lot, but sometimes it's that key moment that will even win or turn the game around for you.
That's what I was hoping you'd say. Wards win games.
I wasn't going to say it in those exact words,
They do.
but yes, I was going to allude to that 100%.
It literally is as important as anything else in Dota.
Yeah, your itemization, the ward placements as well, they're all 2 really big things here, but Heroic, unfortunately, not closing this series out does mean that we're not going to be seeing them here in Blast Slam. So let's leave on a little bit of a nice note for you, maybe hype them up a little bit, bring turning some eyes towards what did work out for those short moments.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely was the early game, the mid game, but more specifically the mid game, and probably the Earth Spirits rotations as well was the big thing that happened in this game. And we have a little clips to kind of show, see on the mini map here, Analog making the rotation down to that bottom lane. I think if you were a Heroic fan going into this game at this point in time, you're pretty happy here because it's not something he didn't get to do in game number 2. He wasn't able to leave that mid lane, but he makes a rotation down here, ends up killing the Terrorblade, which gets him on the board right away, already top level in the game. This definitely helps. Now Terrorblade is not snowballing the game. Yet again, realizes this Terrorblade was a big problem in game number 2, makes another rotation directly after now that the RP is up, and gets yet another kill, setting Heroic up for just an amazing early game. And if that just wasn't enough, it doesn't stop there. Like, another fight comes, he goes to the top lane, hits a 3-man magnetize, gets a kill here. It's pretty long and extended fight here, but he just keeps spamming that magnetize. And the moral of the story is here that Analog, he was like the key player to make them get into this big early game advantage, to this mid game advantage. Just unfortunately, they ran out of gas in the late game.
Yeah, and you heard with the interview with 9 Class, like, they kind of expected this, right? It's like, if you dodge the 5-man of Heroic, when they come and go aggressive, if you have a good plan, Heroic's game plan is relatively predictable. Like, in their wins, we praised Heroic's grouping, their ability to sweep across the map together. But the top teams in the world, they're going to identify that, they're going to skip that extra wave, they're going to kind of offer up a hero to bait the rotation, and then when they're ready, they'll take the big fight. And that's exactly what PARIVISION did. So I think it was great to see Heroic improve from group stage to now.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, that one improvement, it meant their kind of playbook wasn't deep enough to actually kind of take away an entire best of 3, especially when we're getting now to, you know, an extra round deeper into the gauntlet.
Yeah, I thought when we saw the draft, there could have been like the double debate where the Magnus is the opener, and it's like last time we picked him, we moved him into carry, but there's still that potential that we keep him in off lane. And I still loved a lot of what Heroic was bringing. It was just one of those games that everything was even until, you know, getting the Roche, having a great play, and being able to just end it. I've never seen a team close a game out so quickly, Rhea, from it being even to just be like, all right, that's the end, GG.
That's what happens when you get your items and you have everything ready. It was nice seeing the team fights leading up to it, though. In the mid game, something that I thought Heroic were doing well, just to say some more nice things before we say goodbye. Was like one thing they identified well was that they are really good at poking, and they were happy to trade BKB for BKB at that point in time when they could, because it meant that their second round was way stronger, because without the BKBs and them having repositioning spells, they were able to just grab parries, heroes, move them out, and kill them when they didn't have those items up anymore. And I liked seeing them execute that. It was high level, it was really well skilled, and it was a very nice showing from them, even though they lost.
Yeah. I mean, Crystallis on the Gyrocopter bought the Crystallis into BKB to ensure that everything you're praising Heroic for wasn't the recipe to beating PARIVISION. If this Gyrocopter didn't get a second item BKB, which is a very unconventional build compared to most, like, if he doesn't do that build, we're probably talking about Heroic winning the game here. So I even think that is so much emphasis on how Crystallis itemized, arguably maybe perfectly. I don't know.
Probably, yeah, no, his itemization was great.
Yeah, so because of that as well.
Well, he said perfect. Was it great or was it perfect?
Yeah, come on.
We'll go perfect.
Oh, whoa. He was willing to jump
it was like 8 out of 10.
He had two choices, right?
Okay.
Well, 3 actually. If you want to go like the Parker build, right?
Yeah, name them all. Name them all.
So 2 builds, either you go Ags or you go BKB after a Crystallis usually. And BKB was the right choice, so therefore it's perfect. 50-50.
I like it. It's always just nice to get Fear praising people, you know? He thinks it was the perfect build there.
Put words in your mouth, mate.
Yes.
Good job.
No, he definitely said it. We could run the clip back. You definitely said it.
It was the right build for the game, yes. So therefore the perfect.
Thus perfect for this game. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, there's always that little caveat to everything that we have to say here. You can't just take it and follow it blindly. There are those situations to it. So again, a massive congratulations to PARIVISION. They did a fantastic job here, being able to bounce back from how dominant that game 1 for Heroic was. We're like, wow, we could be looking down the barrel of a 2-0 in favor of Heroic. Goes all 3 games and ends up going towards PARIVISION. I believe we wanted to look a little bit more at the Mars as well, the things that Devi was able to do on him, because I like the growth from him personally as well. Not just Heroic as a team, the fact that he was going for 4 games in a row on Doom. He even said it yesterday, he feels like Doom was his best hero, and then yesterday we see new things coming out from him, and today he still doesn't even fall back and rest on
I wonder what his worst hero is.
If Doom's his best?
It's Slock. No. I think with Devi, it's like he has a lot of confidence in what he wants to do, but I feel like he's best when he has more information. Like, I don't see him as a player where it's like, no matter what role and matchup, he's going to do well. Like, he needs a bit more information. He needs to be kind of helped throughout the draft. But when he gets those positions, like a Timbersaw, etc., Beastmaster, then he can thrive. But it really depends on your carry. Like, again, Parker on the previous rosters, K1 before, like, they were able to be a little bit more sacrificial because, like, I am the carry, I don't care, pick me my hero. So he got to be a lot stronger. And of course, with Yuma, it was very different. So that is why it was kind of impressive that they very quickly found how to draft around Yuma and Devi, because if you don't, it is just going to be a recipe for failure. So they, again, over a night, pretty much, they fixed it. But it is something for them to know in the future that they cannot just sacrifice him in the first phase of the draft, because that is not the offlaner that he is.
I think a lot of eyes are looking towards Heroic for a couple of reasons. Obviously, their outstanding performance a couple of tournaments ago, winning that one for themselves, then having a very last-minute roster change. So I think not only should the fans that are supporting Heroic be very happy with the placement, but also how quickly they were able to turn their results around, like you said there, T. But let's go ahead, look at our gauntlet bracket, because whilst we are saying goodbye to Heroic, we have to wonder, PARIVISION moving on, where do they end up? And that's facing up against Liquid. That one's going to be happening tomorrow, but it feels like, you know, sure, you won today, you beat Heroic, you can be happy in that moment, but looking towards tomorrow, Liquid, who placed second in their group, someone you haven't played against yet in this tournament. How are you even going to be able to deal with that and prepare for it?
Maybe Liquid are the ones that need to prepare for PARIVISION.
Oh, you're right. That's a great way to spin it around.
I think they both have to prepare for each other.
Okay,
wow,
obviously, Fia. Wow,
crazy. You have had time. You've had like games to play, right? You've now performed on this stage. Liquid haven't had that. Maybe there's that advantage that they are just playing more officials here.
Sure.
I mean, I think you just play your game. You can't really worry about it. I've seen enough interviews.
No, I hope you have anxiety. I hope you have crippling anxiety and worry about it. Yeah.
Oh no, we're playing Liquid. We lost. No, I think you just
is there in the dark.
That kind of does happen to some players, so maybe they don't.
Yeah, I shouldn't joke about
outwardly express it, right? But like they go into a match and they don't expect to win. Maybe they won't say it, but maybe they think it. You actually have to think you're going to win no matter what. So, and I think these players do think they're going to win no matter what on PARIVISION. Yeah. I've seen enough interviews from no one. He does not lack confidence. Hopefully that bleeds to the rest of his team as well. And they just put up a good fight and they draft the heroes that they are good at, and they don't overreact to who they're playing against.
Nowadays teams are just boring, right? Because they always go, you know, we respect everyone, every team, you know.
You want the spice,
like
chat.
no one really comes into this going, you know, I'm really afraid of this team because we're terrible at this. You know, they're not really honest on like their weaknesses. They respect everyone. Like, there's never really that kind of that power ranking. So everyone plays for themselves. I draft myself, and hopefully that changes at some point. But
I feel like it is. I feel like if you want a team that's going to come in and be confident, or maybe even a team that comes in and
not overconfident though. Just
no,
a
I
little
want
bit
overconfident.
I mean, that was Heroic in the interview, to be fair. They said they're going to do really well here, so it didn't really work out. But like, there's a middle ground. There's a middle ground. But give us a little bit more information about how excited you are about your bracket.
Well, I was going to lead it that there is a team out there that loves a little bit of chitter-chatter, that they like to show their confidence, and that is definitely Falcons. And lucky for us, it's only going to be a short break away before we get to see Falcons up against Gaimin Gladiators.
I hope what can be expected is that we play well and we, you know, show something that at its core is the way we've always played Dota, you know, trying to crush people and make the game not close with an added twist.
We always wanted to try to play aggressive as possible.
A lot of what's focused on is specialization and being really very good at the thing you've chosen to do.
All our players are like extremely talented and also hardworking. We always here to win. People get so mad if we lose. Everybody fucking hates that, so we need to win.
Always looking for things that you could have done better and should have done better, and problems, and fixing things is how you win. Yeah, there ain't no rest for the wicked, for sure.
I think we're like very try-hard team and we really care.
We are a pretty smart team as well, so no matter what they throw at us, we'll adapt and overcome it. We keep the healthy confidence levels up there, but we definitely don't want to like be arrogant or like overconfident because it can backfire.
Obviously we won so much this year, so it's like easy to like say confidence just comes.
Every tournament we go to, we start from the zero, so any team can beat us on any day.
Biggest competition, I think, at least in this tournament has to be Pet Boom.
Probably Bad Boom, Team Liquid and Tundra.
We would not be nervous facing off Pet Boom. Like we always won against them.
Honestly, like I would like to play the strongest teams at the beginning so we can learn from them.
Most important thing for us is to play our game and to like perform the best.
Everyone is hardworking and we have a lot of good ideas and it's all about discipline.
We still look for like the ultimate best. We want not a single tournament to be second place even.
We have our second best of three starting very soon. Falcons up against Gaimin Gladiators. We got to hear from both of those teams, one before the break and one just slightly afterwards there. You know, this was recorded a little bit ago, so it wasn't predicting what sort of situation they were going to be in, but it was very funny, or I guess like one of those full circle moments when Skeeter goes, we come into a tournament and we start from zero. Yeah, well, they did start from the bottom. They were down there yesterday. They were in round one, potentially facing elimination yesterday. It went the distance for them. They had a very long, hard-fought best of three, but coming into today, they got to do it again potentially, because Gaimin Gladiators, they were waiting. They were sitting here and waiting for the winner of Falcons up against OG. So the first time we're seeing them here in the Blast Slam studios, and it's been a while. It's been a whole day since we've seen them, and in fact, the first time we're actually seeing them on the main stream, because their group stage, Group B, that was played over on the secondary stream, and so this roster with the change up of their carry player since TI, we've seen them have a couple of appearances. Nothing to the standard of what people have come to expect of Gaimin Gladiators of the last couple of years.
Yeah, sure, but they are kind of seeing, like you said, the 2-2 scoreline, but losing to Liquid and Tundra looks so dominant in the
I mean, they
group stage.
came top of their group.
They come top of the group, and Liquid just won the online tournament that happened before this one. So like to lose to those two teams, it's not as if, oh, Gaimin's really underperforming, right? It's like they're losing to two incredibly strong teams at the moment.
Couldn't agree more.
And OG already eliminated. So I'm kind of on the fence with Gaimin. Yeah, sure. Oh.
Joker's Group A.
No. Gaimin's only played 4 games so far.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What do you mean, and Heroic?
You said eliminated. Did you know it? Did I mishear?
No, I meant that they played 2 teams who are eliminated.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
You confused me so
I
much.
misunderstood. Thank you for clarifying that.
So Gaimin Gladiators have only beaten eliminated teams, and they've only lost to teams that are looking to be potential grand finalists, right? So it's like they've only played the extremes, and I'm on the fence because I don't really know how to rank that, and I think this is a very healthy series for them to enter, where like Falcons, you know, arguably underperforming, having to start in round 1. Then they had the very close series against OG. Whew, you scared me. I thought a player was creeping up on me.
He was.
Right, okay.
I thought he was going to start walking this way.
You know, I'm saying like underperforming, but no, I think for Gaimin,
he heard you. He's coming for you.
A little bit, but I'm actually putting potentially as favourites just a little bit in this series. I think they've should have some good improvements, and having that day off from group to now, with how quick this tournament format is, I'd like to think that they can cook up some additional stuff. Whilst Falcons, you know, last night they're here playing a game, version 1, version 2. Like, I think that hurts the team a little bit compared to Gaimin, where they got more time to really process the meta of the tournament.
I mean, it might not mean a lot, but like, so far, no team in Group B has won a series in the gauntlet yet. So, I mean, it only has been OG and Spirit going out. The last match was a Group A showdown, but
that's true. It was inevitable that a Group A person
inevitable.
had to be
We do have Gaimin here representing Group B. We'll see if Group B, were they good? Was Group A ahead all the time? Well, who knows?
Yeah, they're great questions, and to answer some of them potentially is a little bit of a look back on how Gaimin Gladiators have arrived to this spot.
Malik does make the move back in though towards Ace and Watson at the DK, taking a lot of damage with a time-lapse. Good team spirit being handled. It was a good attempt.
From the outside, it appeared that Watson was joining a stable championship roster. However, it seems Gaimin Gladiators' success had only covered up deeper flaws, and more than just a carry change was needed to put the team back on top.
Zeus getting killed off by Watson.
Absolute disaster.
One by one.
Now Whisper's going to go down. Scotty is available as well.
They may have had middling results in the group stage, but when pressure of playoffs begins, Gaimin Gladiators have a tendency to come up clutch.
Coming up clutch, we'll see if it's going to happen this one. Like we keep reiterating, every series is an elimination series here. It's a single elimination bracket. It's a gauntlet. It is an absolute marathon is the other way that I want to coin this one, Rhea. You've always got to have that in the back of your mind that if you go down in this series, there is no second chance. There is nothing else. You have to bring it all out while you can. You can't hide anything.
I want to say I like the term gauntlet, but every time we say it, I just get the Mean Girls thing in my head. I'm like, stop trying to make gauntlet happen.
Oh, yeah. It's never gonna happen.
Never gonna happen.
Well, I'm gonna try and make it happen.
Okay, no, that's fair enough. I like it. But yeah, you're right. It's scary. I think these are two teams who historically in the last few years have just been like peaking and doing so well in so many tournaments. So it's rough to lose one of them here. That being said, I'm hoping we're gonna have a good game. I think Gaimin, I watched the game versus Liquid, and the main thing I took away from it was that Gaimin felt way more passive than I'm used to. It felt like they lost a Beastmaster lane, but then didn't come to support it or ever take that tower. They just kind of suffered and lost more and more map space to Liquid until there was nothing left and they just lost. Okay. So I would like to see them being more proactive.
Yeah, I mean, Quinn has shifted slightly, at least in the last two games. He's playing 2 Viper games, right? Where normally he's playing like Pangoliers and Pucks and Invokers, like super in-your-face runner on the map heroes. So maybe there's been a team talk, like trying to understand how to enable Watson in some capacity. But, you know, Quinn at least, he's vipering it up.
Can I just say, I spoke to Quinn, we'll get to his interview in a little bit, but I spoke to him and I asked him what he had played this tournament so far, and all he could remember was he'd played Puck. He forgot everyone.
That's funny.
Viper was a blur. Yeah.
All I could remember is him playing Viper. Yeah, he's on my fantasy league, and that's why I remembered that.
So was it the Viper performances? Were they bad, or
it's not necessarily
why do you remember them?
It's like I don't like when the Viper was picked necessarily.
Okay.
It's kind of blind picked, and it doesn't really fit the style in which I like to see them play. So unfortunately, those were not wins. I want to see them something more active, moving around the map, something that
like the Puck.
Yeah, like the Puck. Sure. I mean, depends on the matchup, of course, but I don't want to see blind pick Vipers.
Yeah, it kind of felt like Gaimin, like I said, they're still trying to understand if Watson wants to be a little bit more passive in farm, then does Quinn also want to match that farm? So then rather than trying to break the map with speed like they used to with Duraccio, it's, you know what, let them come to us, because if all 3 of our cores are farming, 12 minutes, 15 minutes into the game, we are then strong to break the map. So it is they're still trying to find their identity as a new team. Maybe Viper was a little bit of an experiment. We see Drow coming in value against tanky heroes. Viper equally as good against tanky heroes. So maybe there's just logic to respect big heroes at the tournament. But yeah, they're trying to find themselves. But I'd like to think that this series, they have a good foundation now. They aren't going to try and experiment like they were with the Viper.
Yeah, I said it before, but I got to catch up with Quinn just before this series. So let's see exactly what he did say. You've had 1 day break from the group stage after getting 3rd. How was that day off, and how are you preparing coming up to Falcons?
Day off was good. We played scrims, which we definitely need. It's a bit of a rocky everything for us. So having some, I think the scrims were pretty decent. And so I hope we just can go into today and play loose and chill, and it's somewhat reminiscent of the scrims at least.
I did see Celery tweet about it, and I know that you probably haven't seen it, and maybe you agree with him, but he did say that you guys have been improving. There's a lot of hard work that's been going into it, and that you could beat any team coming up.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say with good momentum, it's possible for us to beat anyone. Much like he said in his tweet, I think it's also possible for us to play complete dog water and lose to anyone in 4 seconds. So.
Okay, well, I was gonna follow up with that, but then you just beat me to the punchline. That was the joke.
Sorry.
Keep going.
Yeah, I mean, we're just there's not a lot of consistency right now, which is not what you want. But we're working through that and trying to build something. So as of now, there's definitely some highs and lows for sure.
Well, we'll rate your odds against Falcons then, that now it's gonna feel like you're finally playing someone else that isn't Liquid.
It's nice to play someone else. It's nice to play. I'm looking forward to playing a team that isn't Liquid for once. Our odds, I think we either look like beast mode and we mollywop them, or we get mollywopped. And the odds of those, I don't know what the mollywop percentage is.
He did go on to eventually give me a percentage, and it was not great. He did not have confidence in it, but yeah, he said in that interview that it felt like all they were doing was just coming up against Liquid and losing over and over and over and over again. And finally, It's not going to be Liquid at all, T.
Yeah, but you say that. Blast tried their hardest to prevent Liquid and Gaming seeing each other, right? They got single elimination.
Yeah.
They have the gauntlet.
Yeah.
But now they're on the opposite sides of the bracket. So if they are to meet, it's going to be the grand finals, which every Western European fan is bored of watching. And we tried our best to prevent these two teams getting there.
It's so different now. It's so different.
Yeah, but...
Not that we should even be talking about that matchup.
I know,
It's
but
not
I'm just
happening.
pre-warning you. If you're a Western European fan, that still can exist. Of course, if Gaming does well today, but we tried our best to make sure these two teams don't match each other. And there is still a very, a decently slim chance it can happen. But just to warn you, it's still on the cards.
Yeah. He also referenced the fact that they're going through a lot of highs and lows at the moment. But in your eyes, Fear, is this going to be a high for them? Is this going to be one of those moments that...
I have no idea, but I think...
Are you just so unsure about this roster?
Yeah, of course. I think like they've abandoned their identity, so they're building from like the ground up at this point. Before, I really identified this team as play fast, get auras. Dyrachyo is running in there. Feed or not, he's in there, right? He's playing the tempo, where they're now bringing Watson in, they're slowing things down. I feel like everyone's going to have to recalibrate to this play style, and it's going to take time, and it's kind of showing as well through the results. This type of recalibration takes time.
But it could help against Falcons though, right? Because again, Game 3 version 2 of Falcons vs OG, Falcons only farmed, right? 20 minutes, it was stack, 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 farm, farm, farm. So if Gaimin want to match that farm efficiency, then it's on like which draft scale is better. Of course, you could argue old school gaming is better because then you invade the jungle and break them down. But if they're not afraid to be efficient on their side, then they can go toe for toe in the play style of Falcons, just mirroring it. Then it's on execution rather than which play style is better, because they're technically sharing their play style now with at least what we've seen from Gaming at Blast Slam.
Yeah, this Falcons roster, we saw them yesterday as well. It went all the way to Game 4 is what I love making the joke about for that best of 3 series, and I just don't know where the reset really comes for them, Rare. I mean, I know that you have to do it, and I'm sure that they have done it, but there is still that part of you that's like, did that series go way further than you thought it would? Was it closer than you ever thought it would? And does that shake your ideas a little bit, or do you have to stand true to that?
It was very long. The games went long. I don't think they were happy.
Sure,
right?
I feel like there's one or two things that happen. Either the players are happy because it's a stomp of a game in their favor, or the viewers are happy because it's a very close game where you don't know who's going to win.
Yeah, I mean, the viewers are absolutely happy. It was an amazing series to watch. I do think what is nice for them, though, is that after the remake, I think they pretty handily won, which is a good thing in their favor, right? It means like, okay, we looked at the drafts, we identified where we went wrong, and we very easily fixed it for ourselves, and we now stomped. So I think they had like a 40k lead in half an hour-ish, something like that, which is good. I think that Gaimin is a familiar matchup, which I think helps. Like, they're warmed up, they're comfortable. I do want to see them feeling themselves, I guess. Like, I think Snaking, for example, playing his Enchantress was looking really good, and I'd like to see that again.
Yeah, maybe people have to change their perception of what this Falcons roster is going to deliver. Is this tournament format something that is beneficial to them? Is it something that isn't? Either way, they had a rough group stage day, as well as a rough best of 3 series yesterday. But let's go ahead and have a look at just how it played out.
From Skeeter, 23 Savage is able to get back to the fountain. He'll turn with the multi-shot. Whisper trying to escape as well, but he'll fall. He's dying. The fountain, triple kill from
While Falcons have traditionally dominated from the upper bracket, Dream League showed this team can build up momentum from the lower bracket just as well.
Skeeter straight over towards X-Nova. He's found the Chen. X-Nova still able to break away from Amar. He's got the RP onto the both of them. The burst comes in on 23 Savage. The Morph is dead.
For a team where anything less than first is a fail, Falcons' goal is not just to survive the coming gauntlet, but thrive. 1 down, 4 to go.
Well, when Kat puts it in numbers that way, it does look like a very long and arduous pathway that they do have to navigate for themselves. I have no doubt if a team is able to do it, this is one of them. But that's starting from a position people didn't really expect Fear. And so now, yeah, I am curious as to what sort of Falcons comes to the table, because in that Dream League, it was a little bit shaky for them, and then all of a sudden, it just switched on for them. They made that lower bracket. There's no lower bracket here. You just have to switch on.
Yeah, I think they're also recalibrating in a way, because when I think of this team in the past, and Amar even said it in the pre-game interview, he had like, we just need to play our Dota. I haven't really been seeing that all the time. I've been seeing it a little bit, but they're used to like seeing these first pick Timbers, first pick Razors, flexing it to the end, right? Maybe some Mars. These are heroes they're not picking a lot of. Instead, they're leaning more on Skeeter first pick, like the Dragonite, the Alchemist, and now we have Malrine getting later picks. We have Amar getting later picks, where I feel like these players aren't really shining with late picks into the drafts here, and then we end up with like these Sand Kings versus Morphling situations. They're picking their heroes anyway, so I think they're trying to figure out the draft order because they're trying to follow the meta, it feels like, instead of just playing their own game, and it's not really working out in the way we're used to seeing Falcons. I'm usually used to seeing them playing against the meta, just playing their own stuff. So they're changing things up. It may not have worked for them for some time now, so they're getting used to that.
And they're also picking like Weaver into like a Morphling draft, where it's like Weaver short early on with
can't play
Diffusal.
versus Morph, that's all I'm
But it's like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, can't play versus Morph. But like, no, I agree with Fear. I think they are also trying to find their understanding. And when I look at Falcons, like they used to always pick heroes based on, we don't care about anything anymore, even if the meta dictates it. It's like we have 5 heroes. If you ban 3, you ban 4, we're still going to pick 1, and now you have to deal with it. They're not really doing that. Like they are just a little bit lost. But I'd argue as every game progresses, they'll suddenly find 3-4 heroes to lean on, and then they'll become a style of Falcons, but still technically not as dominant because there's no DKs, there's no like Mirana strategies. They're still looking for it.
Like the core identity of both these teams is slowly changing, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
It is interesting as well, right? Like you were saying that they're not dominant because they're lacking these things, but it's still interesting to see them, okay, we're losing or we're behind because we're not doing this, but their fundamentals and ideas and knowledge around Dota is still so good that even from behind, you're seeing them executing loads of different things to bring themselves back to at least an even state, or maybe winning from behind. Like yesterday in that 3rd game versus OG, right? It looked pretty bad for them.
Version 1 or version 2?
Version 1.
Thank you.
Sorry.
You gotta clarify it.
Yeah, but you had like Malrine building up the Shadow Blade and going out and going on like random hits on people on the sides.
Yeah.
You know, really understanding where the vision was of the enemy and where people were. Like they're very keyed in. They're very high skill. Yeah. So if they can just get that identity back and really push forward with confidence, it's like, yeah, they got it. I mean, they also win tournaments still.
It's literally feels like every time you make a statement about them, you kind of have to contradict yourself based off of results or things that you've seen on paper. And I wish that we could talk so much more about them. Both of the teams, both Gaimin Gladiators and Falcons, but all the players, they're sitting at their PC. I know that this series wants to get started. I know they do as well. And so before we do head on into our draft and start this, let's head on over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Natty. Yes, I'm here with Lacoste. Lacoste, I'm excited for this one. When you look at these two teams, what's sort of your initial gut read and expectations when you see these two go together?
Oh, I'm leaning towards Falcons in this one because Gaimin Gladiators, they were not so hot in the last couple of months. They, as panel mentioned, they are kind of slowly adapting their own identity. And the 2 teams that they did beat are OG and Team Spirit, and those 2 teams are eliminated. So I'm leaning towards Falcons, but the lane that I'm going to be looking into the most is going to be the mid lane. You have Quinn against Malrine. You know spicy things are going to happen. There's going to be some solo kill level 3 happening.
Oh, absolutely. I hope a little bit of tipping, a little bit of all chat,
that's
perhaps.
For sure.
I think we can expect quite a bit of that to come out. Is there any sort of hero that you feel in the draft particular is going to be contested very heavily
Magnus.
with these
I think Magnus 100% because I did some research. They've been playing a lot from position 4 on side of Gaimin Gladiators, and Amar, he looked unstoppable in the last game. Game 4 out of best of 3 yesterday against OG. He was just completely dominating. Had more farm than Alchemist.
Yeah, he did. That Magnus, if he gets in the hands of Amar, I think, good luck to Gaimin Gladiators. We'll find out where the Magnus and the other heroes are going to go. As ladies and gentlemen, the draft for Gaimin Gladiators versus Falcons has begun.
I mean, 2 teams, they're trying to find their identity still. You could argue they've had, winning results in other tournaments, but here it feels like they're a little bit lost. They're trying to find themselves. The meta of Blast Slam is slightly different than other tournaments, but also 2 teams that we can see in the grand finals, right? So this is now where it really begins. Like, what is the biggest idea?
I can't actually see them both in the grand finals because one of them gets eliminated.
You know what? That's a good point. You have very much took my English, ripped it apart, and then thrown it against me. That is a
You idiot, team.
Yeah, that's fine. And you know what? You can do it solo. Good luck.
That's fine. Okay, cool. Because Fear was coming over here. He was very confused.
Where
I
is
thought
he?
he was doing the paneling.
No, he's not here anymore. No, that's fine. All right. Either way, we've got the Terrorblade, the Chen banned out from Falcons.
Yep.
Of course, very strong laners. Both of these teams, if we look at the style of play that we've had from them, it is setting up strong lanes to be very efficient with farm. And this is kind of what at least the 3 bans from Falcons will stop. And Gaimin's bans all anti-Falcons aggression. We mentioned Alk and Bristle, Timber. These are all getting banned out. Of course, Timber is the one available.
Really feel like Magnus is becoming like the hero of the tournament at this point.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah, back-to-back series with this guy being #1 prioritized.
I'd win.
But what is the counter? Because I see like supports that are doing well, like Lion, like we've covered a few times now, but you're not going to first pick that because the first phase is so important now. You really have to get that good core hero out before it starts getting banned.
Yeah, again, to counter Magnus, we again saw a slight example in the previous game, having ways to prevent you from doing damage. Rubik, of course, is a classic counter, but I think nowadays we don't see Rubik being picked to steal RP. It's more, I want to get Blink, I want to get Skewer, I will play around the repositioning. Of course, if you do get an RP, easy value, but yeah, it's very classic. And Lift for the instant cancel pre-BKB on Magnus is always nice.
I was having like brain lag, so I was thinking back to the TI where Spirit won, and I was like, what was being picked against Magnus every single game when it was like being picked towards the finals? And yeah, Rubik. Yeah.
Everything he does is pretty much anti-Magnus, even Fade Bolt for attack damage reduction.
You're instantly
quite nice. Yeah.
It's a good pick, and it takes it away, I suppose, from Falcons, because Crit's been playing a pretty mean Rubik recently.
And too much Hoodwink, but that's another story.
He actually hasn't been playing Hoodwink this tournament.
For
He played
this
one
tournament.
game, right?
Yeah, there's other tournaments where it's only, but
Yeah, it's just, I'm very proud of him. He's growing.
he's maturing. Young lad, but Falcons taking a little bit of time. Again, when you have like the Rubik as an opening pick, suddenly you're still thinking about a lot of chords and pacing, but okay, they take away pacing through the TA Monkey King. Of course, they are heroes that naturally with a couple items want to break around the map, make those moves, and just feel like these bands are somewhat to old school gaming rather than modern day gaming, but still very good bands nevertheless.
In when you covered their games in the group stages, were Gaimin prioritizing their supports in the draft at the beginning, or were they taking cores? Because it feels like every game we've covered so far, at least in the main group, has been cores first, then supports. Seeing Ench and Rubik like this seems so out of place.
Yeah, I mean, in the group stage, it was like Batrider into Chen, so they were still double support opening in at least the game that we covered. But it's not bad, right? When you think about it, like we're always looking at a game, okay, there's a bit of greed now with Watson. Ace wants a little bit more information to lock in his hero. Like, you don't really have a sacrificial core anymore.
Right.
Unless there's a mid pick that becomes that. Like, of course, Pangolier isn't broken, so you can't just first pick it.
Yeah.
So it doesn't feel like they have a sacrificial core player. So supports they need to kind of take the L there.
Pugna, general great support pick. We have been seeing, it's not like the greatest, best counter in the world, but like we've been seeing Muerta picked up around, like either with him or against it. Gaimin probably not going to do that because they've taken both supports and that's the general role she's been put in. Pugna obviously synergizes well with heroes that you want to give mana to, like Storm we saw earlier. Great combination. They have currently a lot of ways to really prop up a core on Falcon's side with the heals from the Pugna, with the Empower from the Magnus, and the ability to lock down.
Yeah, they also progressed the map really nicely, right? With Neverblast early on, Pugnas can go for 3-1 build, and especially if you have a support to play with, hence the Tusk now looks quite nice. It's you break from the lanes. If you get a kill, you're now putting that tower to half HP. You're chipping down the early tier ones, and of course it is so critical if you take a mid or a safe lane tower. Smoke ganks become so much easier, and to open up farm for heroes like Magnus and the Empower cores. Well, I like Pugna for that. Like, there's a lot of life drain and decrep talk of the fights, but the things he does in the first 12 minutes of the game, it feels like it's too easy for him to do things that other supports just can't do. Again, reference the towers. Now Gaimin, 2 cores got to be picked here.
Yeah, they have to start revealing their strategy. Obviously with Tusk now in the game, your mid is opened up to being ganked. People tend to enjoy more versatile, or not versatile, mobile mids, like your Puck, like your Queen of Pain, these heroes that can't be just like ganked and rotated upon.
Gaimin Gladiators
Good. Good for the Morphling. We saw that banned out against the Magnus in the previous game. An elusive hero that can keep trying to kite back the Magnus. If you really want, you can go Hurricane Pike for the instant kind of disengage, but you don't even need to do that. It's just, high stat hero by Butterfly. Don't die to the right click damage of Magnus. So if he wants to just go Manta Butterfly or even SMY Butterfly, equally strong build. And now Dawnbreaker on top of that, we spoke about kind of the aggression and the need for, early pickoffs with Falcons and their heroes. Dawnbreaker will always be able to, park herself in that fight and protect, but relatively low damage now on the first 4 heroes. Like Dawn wants to farm but react, Morph wants to farm, there isn't that kind of explosive killing hero for gaming to utilize in the early game.
I guess that falls on Quinn. I will say this has definitely put a strong identity on their draft. We were discussing earlier, like, what do we want from Gaimin? How are they looking nowadays? They're looking quite slow. They're looking more passive. Obviously, it is nice when you can use Dawnbreaker's ult aggressively to be a global threat and be set up by someone else, and we will see what Quinn picks if maybe that can be worked into things. But right now, with the Morphling especially, it feels like they are just going to be defensive. It would be nice to see them otherwise, like if you're able to use Ench and her ability to push to threaten towers and have the backup from Dawnbreaker there to support it, again, depending on what Quinn picks, that would be lovely, especially if they can just open up the map a little bit.
Ooh.
But, okay.
We don't see the Brood too often.
Yeah, but I'm looking at Falcons lineup and I'm just like, okay, you're being giga defensive, but Falcons are also drafting quite offensively. And now they have a Brood on top of that. I'm not sure what the build is. I think I've seen drums on her. I don't know if they're still going orchids, but that would be quite a threat to heroes on Gaimin so far.
It's really open right now. We've seen drums into Boots of Bearing, so then you can amp up your spiders. You have orchid builds if you want to try and punish it in aggressive positions with your web, or as if you really need to. But yeah, in this game, the Broodmother pick, it will force Quinn to have to think about his hero a little bit more. Right, we're describing maybe a playmaker, but now you need a hero that can stop the Brood. Earthshaker for mid lane could be pretty good for Quinn. We don't see it often, but the Slugger against Broodmother, the early kind of team fight control, like, you know what, we don't want to take the fight, let's put a fissure down, we disengage, we get to Ags BKB, then we break open the game. Because for me, Falcons, it does feel like they need to play behind that Brood early, keep breaking down the towers, really choke out Gaimin, build a 20k lead, then they look to go high ground. So playmaker for Quinn and for Falcons, probably, I'm guessing Malrine, I mean, to be fair, Magnus could be mid or carry here. They don't have last pick in the draft, so they'll have to show it, but...
Yeah. I think I'd be okay with something like a Sand King for Quinn. Just the ability to hold your towers a little better, gives you that team fight.
Yeah, can work. They do have last pick, so Gaimin will have, Falcons will have to reveal a little bit with the Mag and Brood. You could argue Brood technically go in all 3 lanes, Mag can go in all 3 lanes. So Falcons could use that, pick a hero, and then flex the Mag and Brood and kind of confuse Gaimin a little bit. That's where Gaimin need to decide what is the scariest version of the flexibility, and then draft with that assumption to make life a little bit easier. And yeah, 2 mids getting banned, so Brood to offlane, Mag to carry is currently what Gaimin think is going to happen.
Okay. Are you liking one draft more than the other right now? Because I feel like Falcons has a little bit more covered with Gaimin. I guess I'm mostly thinking right now about how our skirmish is going to go early. Because Rubik has some nice damage and Ench can bring creeps, but I think that Tusk and Pugna potentially have the ability to burst someone faster, especially if they can bait out that Dawnbreaker ult and then they have it on cooldown, or if they're able to pick a hero here that can play with them that can just kill someone really fast. Like, I like the bans of Lina and Puck from Gaimin because they fulfill that ability to quickly kill and get out.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons, they have a lot of, they can like make mistakes and the draft doesn't punish them. But like for gaming, like if Dawnbreaker gets the wrong item or presses Solar Guardian wrong, then it's an issue. But it is going to be Mag mid and Wraith King in the carry role, and that hurts Gaimin more. Like we said that the damage is an issue for Gaimin. I think having no damage in the early 15-20 minutes against Wraith Kings and Broods and the early aggression of Tusk Pugna will naturally make the draft look nicer for Falcons, to answer your question. So it's like, it feels like it's kind of all on Quinn. What is the hero that can, win your mid lane?
Oh God, I don't know. Pugna makes it hard because your spellcasters are what usually fills that, right? Like maybe you want a Lush or maybe you want a Queen of Pain. And I kind of want a hero like that, but Pugna makes it a little harder. And also, if you are going a spellcaster, then if Brood does go for an Orchid, that makes your life really hard. Although with the damage problem you're bringing up, I would like to see the Brood get a pipe early, for example, and mitigate anything that Gaimin can do.
And if there wasn't a Brood, I'd be calling for like an Invoker, but the fact that Brood can just walk towards mid lane, put webs, take the tower, there's no place for Invoker to farm. So that's a hero that gets deleted. That's why Brood's kind of annoying.
Yeah, I think this Wraith King has put them in a rough position.
You could technically maybe go like a Primal mid, Primal Beast. You naturally buy Shivas to deal with the lifesteal of Brood and Wraith King. You're always at the front line. You find the the Pugner, but I don't really know how much Primal Quinn's playing recently. I see there's one game he played against Enigma Galaxy, but they did lose that one in the end. But I think that would at least give me enough early tempo to weather the storm of Falcons and to buy time for the Vlad's Manta of Morphling to come online.
Do you think something like a Huskar could work? 'Cause they currently have melee heroes on all cores. Okay.
Yeah, Queen of Pain. Yeah.
It was my first initial thought. It gives what I want to see on them, which is damage, which is a little bit of mobility.
But you know when they pick a hero and you just go, okay.
It's fine. I mean, it's nice. Obviously, you can't use your ult to like burst someone like Skitter on the Wraith King. Like I like the Wraith King for that reason.
Again, I feel like for gaming, they are going to have a lot of problems to solve in the early game. If they can solve those problems, then sure, with a lot of items, their draft looks good, but it's deal with the Brew, deal with the Pugna-Tusk, then the late game Magnus trying to catch you off guard. Like Quinn, he got last pick, he has Queen of Pain. If he's picking this hero, like I'm expecting like early Dagon, break the map, get kills. But then he looks to his team, he's like, all right, Dawn, are you going to help me? One ult.
It can work. I think it can. I think if they smoke up with Rubik and Queen of Pain, they find someone, especially if they're playing the sides of the map.
Away from the Brood, though.
Yeah, and people aren't like all grouped together. You have that backup from Dawnbreaker. Like, I can absolutely see their moves working, but they have to be aggressive. When I watched Gaimin play, they were way too passive. Maybe they lost one lane. They didn't go help it. Like, they didn't have a clear idea of what they wanted to do on the map. I think with clear ideas of, hey, we want this objective, let's go push this tower together, let's go kill this person, let's pressure this, they absolutely can bring Watson up to a place where he can carry this game because the matchups are not that bad.
I mean, they need to do that in a way where Brood and Wraith King are simultaneously having to play catch up, and then it feels like, oh, okay, Brood's still farming whilst Morph's killing you, Corp's getting pickoffs, Wraith King's now farming. Like, if they can force the side lanes of Falcons to hit a bit of a farm state, all three cores of Falcons need to farm. So yeah, you know what? I can see a world where gaming creates some tempo, but it is uncharacteristic of their performance so far at Slam. So if they are to replicate that and create this opportunity, sure, but if we're trying to boil it down to like who's got the easier to execute draft that can make mistakes, I am still leaning Falcons. But you know, Gaimin, we want to see teams evolve. We've seen, you know, Heroic evolve. Sure, they didn't win their series, but they showed good development. Gaimin, this is a lineup where they need to have improved since the group stage, right? Like if they're coming in with this lineup, they can't make mistakes. Any mistake, you are going to lose your map. You are going to have damage issues. So we'll see if they are going to be able to do that. Any final thoughts, Rhea, before we send it to the casters?
Nothing too meaningful. I was just looking at Falcon's damage and I was thinking maybe they also struggle as well.
Well, we'll see who also is going to struggle. Cap trying to keep up with Synderen because his other caster isn't there. I forgot his name.
God,
I ruined it. It's fine.
Stand in blast.
Yes, yeah.
Well, I don't think he's
I didn't know that was a throw.
That's neither of us. I'm not capping, you're not serious. I already picked on the cost here, ladies and gentlemen. How was this? Oh, we're getting a sandwich review. Meh. Oh, there we go. Well, that is. He's had a bad sandwich, but we'll see how he does anyway. He's just ran in and apologized. It's a good job. I would have fired him otherwise. Anyway, we're here, ladies and gentlemen. It's game one of what I'm quite looking forward to.
Oh, this is going to be a spicy one.
Just from the start of the draft, right, I know we're going to have some fun. The Magnus comes out, and we do get Gaimin Gladiators picking this Rubik in response to it, which back in the olden days, this used to be one of the top tier picks to do against the Magnus, but nowadays, because I guess Rubik has some kind of lackings as a hero, teams aren't really picking it.
Yeah, he's not a really good hero.
No.
So far at Blast Slam, he has been played 3 times, has 66% win rate, which sounds pretty high, but the problem is this hero doesn't do much in the laning stage. When we talk about heroes that they do have Morphling, and they also do have Rubik in the game. So if you have any spells that they can steal, they can have 2 of those. Imagine having double skewer, imagine, as you said, snowball maybe, double snowball.
Double snowball.
We could have snowball fight.
There's going to be so much fun. Yeah, having a Rubik and a Morph, I love it. Let's see if it works out for Gaimin Gladiators. Because overall, I think Falcons lineup looks pretty scary. They get to finish their draft with the Skeeter Wraith King, something that they've been throwing out early in the drafts on the other days, and they love it. Skeeter loves it right now, loves to bring out the Wraith King. So let's see what they can do. As we see, we've heard from you lads and ladies at home now on Blast TV, you believe that Falcons has the better draft. We'll see if it plays out in that fashion getting into this game. Of course, as a reminder, as I'm sure you all know, this is Elimination. Everything's Elimination here. The loser of this series is going out at the tournament. And what do we got? Our biggest rivals in 2024. So Gaimin's biggest rivals, so Falcons, they're the team that they met the second highest amount of times, 22 games. For Falcons, Gaimin Gladiators are a little bit lower down the list. As you can see, their top rival, the team that they matched up against the most, BetBoo.
Yeah, I think I've seen that matchup. Like, literally, I see it every second week. Yeah, pretty much. And there's a lot of grand finals as well. Looking at both of the drafts, most of the damage that they do have on Falcons is physical. So you have all 3 cores who deal physical damage. You're playing against Morphling. They have relatively low catch. I think in this one, Amar will need to pick up some early Orchid because you're playing against Quap, you're playing against Morphling, and that Orchid needs to hit pretty hard. You need to be able to push out Morphling out of the lane and try to punish Queen of Pain. Also want to see what the build is going to be for Quinn in this mid lane when it comes down, because he's playing into melee matchup. Back in the days, you were putting 2, sometimes even 3 points in Shadow Strike, but times have changed.
They have.
But also, I've seen recently that when it's a good game for Queen of Pains, they do get a point or second point in Shadow Strike just to get something out of it. So you're going to have like 2-0-1 build, sometimes even 2-0-2. Problem is, you're playing into Magnus, so maybe Malrine also knows it, that he's not going to get a blink, so the skewer back could be really difficult for Quinn to deal with, so he might need to pick it up early. A lot of mind games happen.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to watch these two play it out in the mid lane. And just overall, but this is a hero that you've kind of been calling for when it comes to drafts, to the Queen of Pain. And I think you also mentioned yourself, though, that you had looked at the stats, and there is a reason why teams aren't going with it, right? They might have been scared away from this hero.
Yes, a lot of the times it looks really good for Queen of Pain. In terms of picks, they don't have enough lockdown. She's going to have a good time in the lane. Problem is, over 100 games played, this hero has the lowest win rate of all, sitting at 39%.
That's not
which is pretty bad.
That's a pretty low percent. But as we've seen, you know, percent statistics, it doesn't mean everything. Quinn's ready to prove the stats wrong here with his gameplay. So far, at the lanes. I mean, at the moment, it's a little bit of a slower start for Skeeter on the Wraith King. We'll see if that changes. I mean, in terms of the pressure that these two can put on there, I mean, how strong would you rate this top lane from Gaimin Gladiators with the Dawn Rubik combo?
It is strong. Like, once you hit that level 3 on Dawnbreaker, I think I've said it multiple times, it's also very important that Tofu doesn't leech a lot of XP. You want to hit it slightly earlier because, let's say, Wraith King's level 2, Pugna is also level 2. This means that you are probably going to get a kill. The only stun they have to stop Dawnbreaker from going in is Wraith King stun. It's a relatively long cooldown, and we can already see Quinn putting pressure in this mid lane. Malrine's CSing nicely, but he's also relatively low. This is going to be the first water rune that spawns. 4 minutes in, I could definitely see 5 heroes mid, maybe even 6. They want to be able to secure the runes.
So we'll just a momentary pause here. Also make sure everything's all good. A little bit of an unhappy face from Celery indeed. Unfortunate pauses. Looks like they're just sorting out some sort of tech issue. It looks like some sort of problem with the headset, but should be a quick and easy fix. 2.5 minutes in, yet to see the first blood. I mean, where would you anticipate is most likely that action's going to kick off first?
I would say top lane. Yeah. Mid lane, they are going to be picking up the water runes, as we said. Bottom lane, Amar, maybe they could get a kill on Celery. Well, let's see, his skill build doesn't have a point in nature attendance. We've seen that quite a lot recently after the changes as well. And we also seen a lot of these greedy, especially when Snaking plays it, where he goes pretty ham. He's playing for himself instead of playing for the team. Sure, he's going to buy drums, he's going to buy a 4-staff, but what he's thinking about these 30, 40, 50-minute games. And when we talk about Falcons, like, this is a team that plays a lot of long games. Average game time so far at Blast Slam is 40 minutes, but they had some really long games. I mean, they had an 80-minute game yesterday. Didn't count, unfortunately.
Yeah, that one wasn't even finished.
Yeah, that one's minutes. Not going into stats. Could have lasted for another 10, 15 maybe.
Easily. It was quite the crazy evening for them. But they've had their time. They're well rested coming in today, and that's indeed going to be the first blood going to Crypt. They find the chance to get onto Celery, as you say. At this point, doesn't have a point in the heal with the way that you build it nowadays on the first 2 levels. He's vulnerable. They know it. They go and they get him.
And also, to point out, Amar is putting points in Insatiable Hunger. He is playing against the Morphling. A lot of the times you would see Broodmothers skipping that completely, and then itemizing later, picking up Lincoln Sphere so that you can't get it as a Morphling, because it is a ridiculous amount of damage that you get.
Yeah, I think it was even Amar himself, actually. I can't remember the tournament, but we maybe it was back at Wallachia. Would it like it? I think it might have been where he had a game, and indeed he just didn't skill it right up to 60 minutes. He held the point completely. He did end up skilling it very late on.
Yeah.
But this is interesting indeed that this game he sort of says, you know what, I don't care. I'm going to skill it regardless.
He wants to focus more on the lane, I think, pressuring the lane, killing this Enchantress. You're playing with Tusk, second point in tag team, and Insatiable Hunger. It's an insane amount of damage. So Amar starting with getting that first blood. Problem with this matchup is that it's like even level 1, it's 40% base attack damage. So it is insane amount when we talk about the Morphling.
Mid lane, CS between Quinn and Malorine continues to be very close. 20-4 against the 19+6. It really is just that bottom lane at the moment where the biggest difference lies with the slow start that Watson's having to endure against Amar's Brood. And top lane, haven't quite been able to put an equal amount of pressure onto Falcons carry. Skeeter, perfectly safe up there.
Watson baiting our Observer, immediately dropping low. It is always a thing when you're playing against Morphling. Hard to follow.
Skeeter.
He's relatively low on mana on Skeeter. Does have a couple of magic stick charges. I'm just thinking if they can bait, maybe for him to use the stun. Malorine, he's coming in.
He's ready to help snaking out. Tofu, he was not expecting that one whatsoever. Tries to make the trade there with snaking, but suddenly a surprise Magnus appears, and he's gone. With that sort of drift away from the top lane, it just continues to leave Skeeter untouched in the safe lane. See if things get any easier for Watson down bottom. Starting to recover a bit on the early CS. Crit, he's going to be able to find his courier. So Falcons continuing to get the greater amount of money out of this bottom lane.
Also to point out, Broodmother against Morphling matchup, he did go for the Facet, Necrotic Web, so that's always going to be really good against the healing. You're playing against Dawn, Enchantress, and most importantly, you're playing against Morphling, so that healing is not going to come through. Ace, now deciding to creep skip, playing super aggressive, but there's immediate TP rotation coming out from Crit.
There it is. Gaimin Gladiators, they also have Celery here as well. So a 3 versus 3 to kick off. They'll look to Ace. He's able to pull himself away with a hammer. They'll turn their attention over towards Tofu instead. The shards blocking off his escape into the snowball. They'll put the one charges Tofu, and he cannot escape this as Falcons will slowly but surely take him down. He's popping all the consumables. He can't live here though. Falcons get the kill. They were more than ready for that aggressive move that Gaimin Gladiators were looking to make with Celery coming through the twin gate.
They lost vision of Ace. He used the hammer, did go to the high ground, so no snowball was used. Maybe there was a potential play where he could use ice shards, provide vision for a little bit, and try to go for that kill instead. But Crit, now he's gonna stick around and potentially steal the enemy XP rune. This could be pretty big.
And they've got eyes on Ace. He's relatively low underneath the tier 1. He's going to start backing up now towards that Wisdom Rune. Right. But say Crit's in position.
And he's in position to also backstab. A lot of action happening right now.
Let's have a look. They've got the setup with the Rave 5 blast. Ace tries to turn with Starbreaker. Quinn TP's over to help out. He'll look to chase down Snaking, but Ace, he's already dead. Quinn, he'll look to finish Snaking off, and with the Scream, he'll get him. So able to find a trade at least, but overall, Falcons still getting the bigger kills.
Not just bigger kills, look at the damage that they did on this tier 1 tower. Usually you don't see this 7 minutes in, but because of the rotation that he made early on, they got a kill on Rubik. Then he sticks around, plants down Observer behind tier 1 tower. Didn't go for the XP rune, but they get another kill. And also they deal quite a lot of damage on that tower. Queen of Pain in the mid lane, pretty standard build nowadays, just rushing Dagon.
There we go, what we have here. Players with 50+ pro games on Quap. Quinn's average kills is the 4th lowest.
Low? Why are we bringing up this stats? Oh, we did him dirty.
Well, I don't need to call him out like that.
Also Ferrari, that's the name I haven't heard in forever.
Yeah.
Still remember one of those cool plays that he did when he was playing Temper Assassin. I believe it was against Broodmother and just using side blades on the invis target. That was pretty insane. This guy was good back in the days. Unfortunately, he did retire like a lot of Chinese legends.
And he
way
proper
too
retired.
early.
He never came back.
No,
right?
he never came
That was
back.
proper retirement.
He bought a Ferrari and we never saw him again.
Just rode off into the sunset. He's living the good life. Nice bottom tower, this bottom area of the map, it's all of Mars. Gaimin Gladiators not really having anyone that wants to go down here, as this Spider slowly but surely taking over. It's top of the net worth, Amar. Tofu and Ace, they'll find Snaking. See if he can play his way out of this. He does have the Decrepify to toy around, and the Netherward drop down. He's also got Maureen watching from the side, but Maureen feels that he cannot do anything to save him. So they'll get the kill. Gaimin Gladiators. Takes a bit of time, and as I say, this Spider problem is they're going to have to try and come in with an answer sometime soon, because Amar, he's having far too good of an opening this game.
The problem is they don't have that real answer. They don't have Blink Initiator from the offlane to stun him. Maureen thinking about using the RP.
He's tempted, and he'll do it. It's a pretty slow game, so he doesn't mind dropping RPs even for supports. Tofu tries to get away from this. Oh, he is up on the cliff. He's got him on the cliff, but he's going to be able to chop that tree or skewer or whatever he wants to do. He'll just take the easy way out with the ZP.
Does not want to wait.
No.
Does have Trusty Shovel, needs to dig in the river to be able to get the water rune. That's exactly what Quinn does as well.
And I think for the Gaimin Gladiators, I can imagine they're just waiting for that daggone timing on Quinn. And that's when he's going to be able to get active and potentially pose the kill threats against some of these tankier heroes in the side lanes. But it's got to come sooner than later. Each ticking moment passing, the lead for Falcons continues to grow in this early game.
He's taking control of the enemy jungle. It's very hard for Mort. Like, look at where Mort's farming in the last couple of minutes. He's been in the bottom part of the map, farming very limited amount of camps. Crit, picking up the shield rune, he's fine.
Yeah, he was just able to walk up and take that away from Quinn. And even with the backup of Tofu, they couldn't do anything to stop him from getting away with not only stealing the rune, but walking out alive. Struggling maybe with some of this early damage. Gaimin Gladiators to be able to actually go for kills. Not an easy start for them here.
Still yet to see Dawnbreaker ulti 10 minutes in, because the problem is they don't have a real setup. Your mid laner's not providing with much, neither is your safe laner, also both supports. It is kind of a weak setup. So what Gaimin are doing right now, they're trying to get maybe some good way to reset the fight, use that Dawnbreaker ulti. They want to get initiated on.
He's just able to sandwich the two of them in the ice shards. Rolls forward with the snowball. They've killed off Celery. Coming in with the Starbreaker in return. They will manage to find the trade, taking Crit down. Won't be able to... Maybe they will be able to pop Skeeter the once. They will. He's got the ult at the ready. They're not going to have the chance to go for him a second time because their mid laner, Quinn, he's on the run right now. He's not in any shape or form to turn up and look to join these sort of plays as he gets bullied away from the mid by Maureen and Amar. Sweeping across the map. I mean, Amar's putting a lot of pressure. He's done with the bottom lane, swinging over towards the mid to try and look for the tier 1 here as well. He's playing fast.
As fast as possible. 2 heroes, Broodmother as well, with a lot of spiders. Thinking about going for the kill here, but no Dagon yet. And also, ulti was on cooldown. I guess he used that defensively when they initiated on him.
Yeah, without that, just not a chance of threatening the spider. Amar able to sneak away, but indeed, in terms of good news for Gaimin Gladiators, Ace's farm staying pretty much perfectly on par with that of Amar. So it is a very farm Dawnbreaker. We'll just see how much carrying he can do. He's going to be going for that sort of carry-esque build with the S and Y first.
It is a good one. There is a lot of slow on their side, so S and Y plus status resistance. This seems to be one of the strongest items in the patch right now. Pressuring the tower a bit. Let's see if they can find some kind of an opening. Maureen, relatively far away. I mean, for his Blink Dagger, needs another 200 gold, but will not have it for this fight.
Has to let the tower go there in the mid, so Falcons not going to be interested in putting a stop to that. Now, Gladiators, they can look to get aggressive. They've got the Dagon online for Quinn. There's a lot of burst potential, especially with the Sonic Wave back up in 10 seconds.
You know what I want to see, Owen,
blood.
in this game? I want to see Morphling turning into Pugna and Rubik stealing Netherward, and then people just killing themselves. Double Netherward zap.
It would be strong. We all know how nasty one Netherward popped in a good position is. You're having to deal with 2 of them in the midst of a team fight.
Problem is they don't have these like big ultis. Oh, Tofu getting skewered back. That Blink reveal.
My goodness, Quinn nearly lost his life as well. I mean, Ace will be able to find at least something in return, but crits him with the body blocks. He's not making it easy for Ace to get away. He's got the punch up. Skeeter's able to close in. He'll pull himself away with a hammer, but Amar sweeps up the river. And they'll get him as well. I mean, that was Gaimin Gladiators' attempt there to try and get things together, go out, look to hunt to kill. They lose 2 heroes. They might indeed lose a third as Celery gets dragged back by Malrine. Shockwave. It'll get skewered over the Falcons side of the river. There's no running from this. Celery's dead as well. They try to make a move, but it goes horribly wrong, Lacoste. They lose 3 heroes.
Too aggressive. I mean, I can understand what they're trying to do. They have Queen of Pain, who just finished off Dagon. They have Sonic Wave available, so they want to get a couple of kills until their Morphling comes online, but they were so ready. They also saw that Magnus did not have a Blink Dagger, so they try to initiate, and he just got that one delivered. Amar is going to be a massive issue.
Yeah, this Brood.
It's farming with Empower in the enemy jungle.
Yeah.
Also going for carry build. I did mention Orchid potentially that could come out. He wanted to have slightly more stats. Broodmother's also universal hero, so buying any kind of stats feels really good. Now into Manta style after finishing Echo Saber.
See if Tofu can set anything up here.
Gets to deny.
Got the telekinesis to stop the skewer. He's going to go straight for the TP, but indeed the burst, it's there. A good call there from Gaimin Gladiators to throw everything down onto Malrine, and now with Quinn jumping forward. They'll have the shot at taking Snaking out as well. Tries to protect himself with the Decrepify, but the Scream damage comes in. Quinn gets the double.
A little too deep. If they want to go with a play like this, they need to be able to back them up. Amar is the one who can easily sandwich them, but he is prioritizing his own farm right now. So is Skeeter, who is going to go for straight up Deso without a Blink Dagger. A lot of the times you would see Skeeter get like one item. If he's
got Blink first.
Okay, so he just got that one delivered, because I was about to say most of the time it is pretty standard item build when he's playing these type of heroes. Oh, that one's going to get revealed. Look at the damage.
Tofu getting caught on his little warding mission. So not only likely to lose his life, but as you say, that ward not going to last for long.
No, Skelly Bros. Snaking's going to get that D ward on high ground. Some easy golden experience for him. I could also see Falcons in the next few minutes pressuring this top part of the map and also going for Roshan. They definitely don't lack any kind of damage. Quinn. Oof. Oof. Even without using RP.
Got to be more careful. They need Quinn to sort of have momentum. Sure, that's his first death, but even just sort of one death at this stage of the game can just really shake the progress of a QoP. As they've got, we say, this continued issue of Amar on the Brood.
300 damage on him right now.
16 minutes in, that's the tier 2 tower, likely going down. Same time up top, Malrine. He's looking for the setup and he's got it perfectly. Skewered back into the RP. We're gonna see them try and help out. They do get the Solar Guardian off. Maybe they could turn this Gaimin Gladiators. Watson, he's going for Malrine. He's gonna get him. They get the Magnus kill and they're able to keep themselves alive. Ace, because of his farm, just tanky enough to withstand the heavy amounts of damage and burst that Falcons tried to throw down on it.
Watson is feeling pretty good about himself in this game because he has 2 massive targets that he can turn into. We're talking about Magnus, so you get Empower, or you're going to be turning into Broodmother. I think they're also going to optimize later down the line to pick up those Lincoln Spheres so that he cannot steal it. Amar already has one queued up. He's getting close to his Manta style, so that's going to be some extra tankiness, and also we'll be able to dispel, push out the lanes, scout things out on top of it. And look at the way he uses his skill build. He's like, I don't care, dude. I'll get Lincoln Sphere, and I'm putting more points in an insatiable hunger.
Now, we'll see if he lives to regret it, because we've definitely had games in the past where...
This is basically Shaker Morph from the old days.
Yeah, it is. Now, Mar very much saying that he does not care one bit if Watson's able to turn into him and use that insatiable hunger to his own benefit. That's how confident Amar feels in this game.
It's never ending, the sound. Fade Bulb. How many spiders is that? That's like 30 spiders there. This is a tough kill to get to start with. Nice. Maybe with a Deso, but they also have very limited lockdown. There is no Blink Dagger available in crit, so he can't follow it up. But they're still losing towers. Gaimin Gladiators, they need to get the most out of the map.
They want to fight.
He's farming top. Wraith King's also TPing. Seems like they're gonna bail for now.
Tofu, how close is he to the Blink Dagger? It's very close. And Snake King, he's going to get left behind. So they'll find one of them. Gaimin Gladiators and indeed put a stop to the push for now. Only just that tier 2 pretty much dead. I'll push them back. Get some space, open up the map for Watson to focus on farming top. Falcons are roughly in the area. You got both Amar and Marine just clearing out the Ancient on the side of Radiant.
If they get a pick off on this side of the map, they will instantly go to Roche. They definitely don't lack damage. You have tag team maxed out. You are about to finish Desolator on top of it. You have Broodmother, you have Empower, all the tools. You just need to get a 1, maybe 2-man pick. I think even 1 pick off will do us fine. Rubik, now with a Blink Dagger, as you mentioned.
Yeah, we're looking for the big plays from Tofu this game. It's not going to be easy, but there is absolutely potential for Tofu to pull off some flashy moves. Those Falcons going to fall back and focus on getting their next round of items done. As you say, Skeeter's Deso complete. BKB is going to be next on the list from Maureen. And yeah, they'll find the chance to move into Roshan at a point that Gaimin not quite set up to sort of head over here by the looks of it.
They wanted to get a pick off, but it seems like they were, okay, we are not going to be able to get one, so we'll rush in and try to force them to get a fight inside the Roche pit. Also, the problem with Solar Guard or Dawn ulti, you're playing against Magnus, so they initiate on a hero, you pop that Dawn ult, but you're also going to be skewering back the hero, so that means that you're not going to be getting the value, not going to be getting the stun. So what he needs to do is probably wait until the skewer is used, so they have this AoE where he wants to take the fight. Manta Style completed on Watson, pretty standard item build. Even though there are no silences, it's just a good way of pushing out the waves and also having a dispel mechanic of your own.
Still just limiting how much you can get though. Vamar being very pesky. Getting these camps away from them. They see Tofu. Good with the blink though. So the time the Fadeball gets the lift up onto Crit. Crit buys some time with the snowball. Quins turned up for Gaimin Gladiators. They want to try and push for kills here. As they'll go towards Crit. Watson turning into the Tusk, using his powers against him. Will set up to bring Crit down.
They even pop Dawn ulti just to make sure that they're getting that kill. Any kind of delay they can do, fighting into Aegis, fighting into all these items that they do have right now on Falcons is going to be pretty difficult.
See where they go next. I mean, Gaimin Gladiators, as long as they can kind of keep things settled.
Come back, Celery, for the memes. Let Tormentor kill you.
We've had a lot of Tormentor deaths this game.
Yeah,
not this game, this tournament. Still something that does catch the players off guard.
Amar doesn't care. He's going for tier 3. Empowered, using Insatiable Hunger.
Yeah, he feels invincible, especially with his Aegis. There we go. So apparently the kill count for Tormentors in this tournament has been 4. And I'm sure that number will only continue to rise as this tournament goes on. Now with the smoke. Getting the catch on Watson would be pretty nice.
They know.
And Watson's already out.
This is the second time Crit blinks in and unfortunately doesn't get the punch, even though it's an auto. But the right moment, he uses waveform and Tofu also blinked out, so not too happy about it.
Still plenty of time with this Aegis, so Falcons can continue to look towards trying to claim this final tier 2 tower. The Gaimin Gladiators is outstanding. Really putting the pressure on at quite a pace this game. 22 minutes in. It's going to be Falcons taking the final tier 2 away.
They're not defending. They understand. You're playing against Magnus. You're going to get skewered back. You're also going to be fighting into Aegis. I could also see them trying to make something happen. Maybe push the tier 3 tower a little bit if he finds the opportunity. See what happens. But this is pretty standard in terms of how Falcons play. When they are ahead, when they are controlling the map. But so far, Gaimin Gladiators, they're doing a good job finding the farm outside of the map. You can see Celery blocking potential entrances into Triangle, trying to break potential smokes. and he wants to die for Watson. Watson
Are scanning.
didn't die a single time in this game.
Nice. He's found sort of excellent parts of the map to be in, staying a step ahead of any attempts from Falcons to catch him off guard. And that's definitely one of the strengths, really, of Gaimin Gladiators' cores. They're pretty slippery. And when it comes to Falcons getting the jump, it's really going to rely on Maureen committing in with the RP, which is never appealing, as you mentioned earlier, because there's this Dawnbreaker in the game, and a Dawnbreaker that, yeah, is 50 gold away from having the Aghanims. So it
They're
makes
waiting
it even
for that.
tougher for kind of Falcons to just commit for kills. But of course, they're still more than happy with just taking over the map, claiming these objectives as they have been, and just staying that little bit ahead of the farm of Gaimin Gladiators, especially with Amar in that top spot still. Actually, well, contesting it with Skeeter. Skeeter's just sort of pipped him to the post, but these two, they're not slowing down anytime soon with the way the Falcons are controlling the map overall.
No, Gaimin did use smoke only on 2 heroes and couldn't find anything. Seems like they wanted to have this big timing. Aghanim Scepter, it is a lot of mischance when it comes down to Solar Guardian. All 3 cores are physical, so they might also need to start thinking about maybe getting MKBs. You're getting the value against Donald, and you're also getting the value playing against Morphling, who's also building into Butterfly, and you also have that magic damage. So probably going to be an item of a choice for probably Wraith King, but he's also running out of slots, so that's going to be an issue. He has 1 more slot available afterwards.
Oh, they're on the hunt, maybe for Amar.
Aegis, 15 seconds.
It's a tricky one to get that.
Alpine. He's fine. Big item on Queen of Pain, though. Picking up Shiva's Guard, there's a lot of healing. You are playing against Broodmother with Insatiable Hunger, Pagana, Wraith King as well. Skeeter, every single time he plays Wraith King, he finds a good neutral item for himself. He, at least for tier 2. Orb of Destruction, plus Teso. That's a lot of minus armor.
Yeah. Yeah, but for this AC on top of it, it's going to be enough. But the Solar Guardian really is the big threat when it comes to turning things around. And Maureen, I'm going to put the BKB. Is he able to blink off? He is.
Yeah, he can.
They didn't have the potential to catch him or see him with anything else, and he gets away.
That Glimmer Cape keeping him alive. But it has been steady 3k gold lead for Falcons. Gaimin Gladiators managed to stabilize, and there's their big Lincoln Sphere that we talked about on Amar, so that means that...
I mean, they're looking for him again. They get the telekinesis set up. Quinn bringing in the damage, but Amar is going to try and stand his ground. Solar Guardian comes in, though, and Amar will fall. Gaimin Gladiators finally able to take the Spider out.
Big kill. This is his first death, I believe. Yeah. And also Rubik, in terms of stealing the big spells, from Pagana, from Wraith King, you don't want to steal much. Same goes for Broodmother, so you're most likely going to be aiming to steal Shockwave, RP Skewer, so anything from Magnus, maybe a Snowball save could be pretty big, but Shockwave with Shard is a lot of damage for Rubik, and I think he's going to need to start scaling, playing a little bit more for himself.
Gaimin Gladiators are trying to push on whilst Amar is dead. And Falcons, they're not afraid to fight with just the 4 of them. 20 seconds until Maureen's got the BKB back online. And they'll be very likely to look for a play around that Falcons, as they do have the ultimates ready to go once more. Last couple of times, we're definitely seeing the large amount of damage that Quinn can kick out now with his Queen of Pain. You have to respect that, Falcons. As time passes, both Watson and Ace just continue to do an excellent job of keeping up in farm. And that little bit of a gold lead that Falcons had earlier starting to slip away.
Yeah, they are scaling. These are some of the best late game heroes in the game. Queen of Pain, when she gets 6 slotted, same goes for Morphling. Dawnbreaker can also be very annoying. I like that Ace is also itemizing a little bit of a mix, you know, for himself, going for SNY, picking up the Shard, and then picking up Aghanim Scepter, going for AC, knowing that the most of the damage on Falcons is physical. But yeah, when it comes down to the super late game, I could definitely see Gaimin Gladiators outscaling.
Yeah, especially with the fact that they have this Morph in the mix. You know, we've seen some crazy stuff from Morphling players, and Watson, one of the best in the game. Definitely expect to see big moves coming out from him, especially with the sort of space and freedom that he's had so far to farm. He's going to have the tools to play with, no doubt about it, as the game goes on. And now with the smoke on smoke, both teams looking for a fight around the mid. Who's going to show first? Amar. He's not going to get clipped on the edge of the smoke quite yet. See who expects who first. Gaimin Gladiators wanting to try and stay towards the high ground. Falcons, they'll lean away and just sort of swing up towards that top lane. But getting to the point, of course, where potential Roshan could be back in action. It's actually going to be a slightly long one. Still just a minute to go before that respawns. But Falcons will definitely be interested in setting up for this. Obviously, with the timing, it will be moving down to the Radiant side of the map once it is back up, though, Roche.
It's gonna be on Dire's side. At least it's gonna spawn.
It's gonna go straight down the right. But it's gonna be there, what, for like 14 seconds.
I don't think they have it. They have a lot of damage, but I don't think they can kill. Maybe with the snowball and shards, they could try potentially. We'll see what it's gonna be.
They could give it a go.
They definitely could. Gaimin, they don't know when it's gonna spawn.
There we go.
Falcons already placed down observer ward, so they're gonna see. This is what you need to be careful about, knowing that there's going to be some kind of vision in this area. They have the Watcher, they have Observer Ward, and Snaking's pinging it out.
It's a good neutral as well, being picked up there by Tofu. He's able to find the Psychic Headband, so could come in with some crazy steals. Quinn trying to scout out the tree line here with Shiva's Guard. He's able to clip Amar. They want to go in too heavily on towards the Spider, though. They want to try and get more information, Gaimin Gladiators, before they make this play. Watson. Stepping up, he's on the high ground now. Got a bit better info. They know that they're sort of pushing Falcons off to the left side of the map. Who's going to be the one to pounce first? Falcons definitely respecting Gaimin Gladiators' presence here.
Gaimin Gladiators, they did. Oh, I like this.
They want to go for the Dawn.
This is the game-winning move. They might camp. Okay, they're scanning. Dire are using a scan so that they know that they're keeping in. This could be big. Instant smoke. 5-man TP. Problem is they're playing against Dawn. So that means that with her innate ability, she's going to be able to spot you.
And here comes the Roshan. Comes crashing through the twin gate. Tofu's going to get dealt with very quickly by Amar and Snaking. He does not have buyback either. That's a pretty big catch.
That's massive.
No
Marine,
Rubik.
He knows that. I don't think they're taking this fight without Rubik.
If they do, it's going to be a massive risk. And I think you're right. They don't want to take it. They can't do anything about this. Might just be a support death, but it's an important one. They need Tofu, just for, if anything, the threat of the counterplay.
Yeah, this is such a cool play. They used the smoke, so they didn't know with Dawn innate ability where they are. They didn't know if they're maybe coming through the twin gates. Scan also from Falcons did connect, and did allow them to get a pick off afterwards and pick up the Roche. Snaking will also get the gem. They want to be able to get rid of some vision and pressure Gaimin even more, even though it's been a pretty steady gold lead in the last 15-ish minutes.
Quinn gonna commit in for this one. Let's towards Snaking. We'll get forced back to the side. Jump fall from Watson. He's trying to burst through this Pugner, but Snaking's healing up. He's still alive here. They can't quite finish him. Finally, he'll fall. But in return, Quinn, he loses his life for his efforts to take him down. As now, the fight's getting a bit awkward for Gaimin Gladiators. Ace. Probably going to look for the retreat. Oh, that's unfortunate. And now Maori's dead. A perfect interruption there as he tries to get in with the RP. Maori gone. This is going to give the space for Gaimin Gladiators to keep this fight going. They turn over to Skeeter. They've caught him in the combo. He's gone.
That was such a clutch Starbreaker coming out from Dawn. Getting the stun onto Magnus, who was about to land 2-man RP. And out of a sudden, Gaimin Gladiators, they're back in the game.
I mean, they got a huge fight. And indeed, Maureen caught in the wrong place at the wrong time there.
Did not want to pop his BKB. I can't really blame him. He was so ready to go in. I think one of the issues that they do have is they don't have any silences. In the end, Braid King did go for Orchid, but I think it's a bit of a later one because you want to have something. How many times did Queen of Pain blink out? Morphling, he has the spell of his own, but Quinn, he only died 2 times in this game.
Yeah.
We're going to see it again.
Does die here, but was quick to come straight back in with that buyback.
That was also a nice Wild Wing Ripper play from Celery. Pulling Quinn in, and you can see, I mean, sure, you killed Quinn here.
But it was this bit here where Ace is able to jump away from the 2 of them, and then here we go, blinking for the RP, but that final swipe with the Starbreaker, putting a stop to the cast animation.
He went in too early. He wasn't even close. Like, you see Dawnbreaker having a shard for a really long time. Maybe he thought he was not going to clip him. Problem with Dawnbreaker shard is you can move, like, compared to Starbreaker without it. So maybe he didn't think about that completely, or he could have used the BKB, but yeah. In the end, we'll see if this is going to be a big mistake from Falcons. Right now, for the first time in the game, Gaimin Gladiators, they do have the lead.
Just this Dawnbreaker presence in the game and the play as well from Ace has just been a huge problem for Marine for multiple reasons, right? Just the fact that that threat of the Solar Guardians tape was there in the early to mid game, it meant that Falcons were really limited on the plays they could look for. And now in the midst of these team fights, he's getting tripped up. Skeeter out with the TP in time. Ace, even with the sort of quicker ability to jump over with that Aghanim's, not quite able to make it in time to interrupt. So Skeeter's lucky to live. A 3K lead now for Gaimin.
Marine not having that good of a game. He needs his Lincoln Sphere as well, so the spells cannot be stolen, at least that easily. Still, they're gonna smoke. Try to look for a fight. They need to be the one initiating. Problem is, Dawn ulti, at least good for them, it's not ready.
Yeah,
he just used it, so they want to use this good 30-second window to try to get something out of it.
They have it run at them.
They need a silence.
Quinn, he's already out with the blink. Turns towards the Morphling instead, but Watson. Hurricane Punch down to low ground. They get the punch up into the RP. They'll throw everything onto him. They'll get the kill.
No buyback on him. He's short 600 gold.
Fast moves there from Falcons, and Gaimin Gladiators not playing quite defensively enough. As you say, any time that Solar Guardian's on cooldown, you've got to expect if you're Gaimin, the Falcons, they're just going to come charging towards you.
This is a good move. Morphling's dead for a really long time, more than a minute. They could potentially push out the mid lane and try to make something happen out of it. It's hard to get a read whether he does have or he does not have buyback at this point in the game. Lincoln Sphere now ready.
Still incredibly close on the numbers. A rather tense game so far. 35 minutes, 13 to 14, less than 1K gold difference. Gaimin Gladiators potentially, coming into this matchup, I think some people have felt that Falcons were going to walk all over them. It hasn't been the case here. Holding onto the game very well and really setting things up for Watson to have success on the Morph. Sure, he's dead at the moment, but overall, his farm still in a fantastic spot.
Yeah, and I was thinking what Skeeter wants to buy. He was also thinking what needs to be his last item was toying. Maybe it needs to be a BKB, maybe MKB, but in the end, he picks up Orchid, and he's gonna go for Bloodthorn as well.
Yeah, I like it. Just, if anything, just sort of amp up how much damage they can focus in onto whatever target gets RP'd. They have to make sure that if they do catch Quinn or catch Watson, they have to make sure that he dies during the RP.
It's
Otherwise,
also True Strike, because Morphling has Butterfly.
Yep.
If you get initiated on, if you don't get your Manta style, you get stunned. Everybody else will have a True Strike on the target that they're hitting, and it's also great against Aghanim's Scepter coming out from Dawn. And we saw the stats as well on the screen. Skeeter, he's having 0 kills. So that's a bit of a 35 minutes in.
And that happens sometime. What's the, not even being able to get the touch in with the Desolator, no stacks on that. That feels kind of bad.
Yeah, but when I see 0 kills 35 minutes in, I'm getting some flashbacks from Prime Carry Nightfall during Riyadh Masters this year. He was playing Sven. He was 0-0-0. At least Skeeter has a couple of assists.
Did he win that game?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I don't remember. I could be wrong, but no, he did. He did. He actually did.
Wait, he won a game 0-0-0?
No, but at 35 minutes.
I was going to say, that was quite impressive.
He joined later, and he won the game. Maybe we could get a chat, maybe check the stats.
Okay, we'll check the stats.
We'll check the stats. We won't, but somebody will do it for us.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay. In they come now with the push. Into the mid they go. Watson beaten down on the tier 3. Only able to take it completely as well. Falcons force back for the defense here, but Gaimin Gladiators, they'll pull back quickly in response. And now, even though Falcons still have that little bit of a gold lead, you can definitely feel that Gaimin's presence on the map is something that Falcons are having to be pretty wary about. Gaimin Gladiators, very scary. Again, this is just sort of farm on Ace. Just continues to impress. Look for that Satanic next. I mean, that with the SNY and the AC, not only is he going to be able to save his team super reliably with the Solar Guardian and the Aghanims. Once he comes crashing in, it's not going to be easy to take this Dawnbreaker down.
Damage is, I would say, relatively static unless they're using Bloodthorn, unless they are focusing him down. They could focus him with like 2-3 heroes and a Bloodthorn. The hero's definitely gonna die, but Ace is playing on a different side of the map every single time, so he's not getting initiated unless they're getting a pick-off. And he also has level 20 talent, so bigger AoE on that Solar Guardian.
And even if Falcons are able to kind of get that lead going again, this absolutely is going to be one of those games where high ground pushing is going to be so difficult. Because whilst they have one skewer, as we mentioned earlier, Gaimin Gladiators, they've got the potential for 2 skewers with a good steal from Tofu or a morph from Watson. So many ways to hold the high ground. This is definitely a game where both teams have to be so sure of their position and their advantage before they try and push it towards the high ground once more. We'll see Gaimin Gladiators maybe look to see if they can force Falcons back. They know that Falcons likely to be out on the map waiting for this Roshan respawn. They can either go hunting for them or just try and force a reaction.
I like this move a lot because Roshan, it can be up, and right now they are forcing a move. They want to see where Falcons are, whether they want to be maybe killing Rosh, and if they're not showing, if they hear Roar, that also means that they could be sieging the high ground. For now, it's just going to be Stellary.
Skeeter's going to try and jump in on this. He's got TP backup coming in the form of Amar. But blink away. They got what they came for here, really, Gaimin Gladiators. They poke, they force and push out the reaction as Falcons turn up for the defense. They get back to the base.
Proton Blast TV. They think 67% of them that Falcons have better late game.
I mean, what would you say? Would you agree with that? If you look kind of just objectively just look at the heroes in the draft.
I like Gaimin. Problem is, like, you have 3 scaling cores.
Celery.
But you also have Queen of Pain.
I mean, Celery's going to get back up. Solar Guardian's coming in. Gaimin Gladiators, they're happy to turn this fight. They take out Crit. Now they look towards Amar. They put the linkers, but the BKB's out. Amar trying to stand his ground against Watson, but he has to escape and run away from this Morphling. Sonic Wave comes flying through. Amar has to continue to run. They've been able to take down Tofu, but Quinn jumps in, finishes off the job to take down Amar, and Skeeter's in trouble as well. Watson turns towards him. They'll pop in the once. They're going to be able to look to set up a second time to bring Skeeter down and easily take the team fight.
Yeah, this was a big one. Queen of Pain coming in pretty hot in the fight. Arcane Rune, they get a silence on him. He gets the Yule Scepter for himself. And I've been praising this hero. I've been calling for the hero for quite a lot of times. It looks like a really good Queen of Pain pick, but it's just not, we don't see it as much. And we're still not in this late game territory. We can still upgrade pretty much every single one of his items other than Shiva's Guard, so we're not there yet. And it feels like late game, at least in my book. Queen of Pain, one of the better heroes in the game. Plus, you also have Morphling, who's about to finish Daedalus, and he's sieging the high ground. They need to do something. They lose this fight, game's over.
A lot of damage to be done here for sure. The push coming in very heavy and fast. The mid lane gone. And yet the fact that there's no Amar, no Skeeter, still for 20, 30 seconds. It's 2 sets of racks that they're able to take, and they are not punished at all. So now a 7K, 8K lead, and 2 sets of racks up here. Gaimin Gladiators against Team Falcons.
87 players, quite a lot of them have CTY award for finishing a pro game with 0-0-0.
Wait, what was the win rate?
I don't think there was a win rate.
24% win rate.
24%.
That's not bad.
It's pretty good.
0-0-0. Anyway, we'll have this fight again. And it really sort of has been the story of the game. You felt how scared Falcons are at fighting into Gaimin Gladiators when there's Solar Guardian up. And we're seeing why here. They try to take the fight, the turnaround begins, and at that point of the game, where they haven't been able to sort of get any control on a Watson, deal with a Morphling, he just has free reign for the entirety of the fight. And the real problem for Falcons is that this Morph, he's not the only problem.
No, they have multiple problems.
With thousands of HP, and no way for them to burst him. 4,300 HP. He's well on the way to picking up the Nullifier next as well, Ace. He's making this game look pretty easy on the Dawn.
Most definitely, and he has been involved in a lot of those kills. He's been involved in 15 out of 16 kills on Dawnbreaker. It's been a bit of a slow start for the team, but he's been doing, like, the way they wanted to take a fight is to counter-initiate, and you have one of the best abilities in the game to counter-initiate with really loving his itemization as well. Snaking just straight up gonna die here.
Amar doesn't want to show himself here. Nothing to be done to save his support. Gaimin And may have had some sort of tough games in the groups and some tough performances in tournaments coming into this, but the way they've played this game so far against Falcons, the way they've kind of held things on, they kept up in farm, and now getting this lead, I think this is the most impressive, if we've sort of seen from this lineup with Watson on Gaimin Gladiators, that we've seen in a while, maybe even ever. This is some really solid stuff from them in this game, 43
They
minutes
lost
so far.
the early stages of the game. It looked like Falcons are going to run over them, but they managed to get just enough farm, using the fights correctly. They were also not the ones who were controlling Roshan, not until now. And look at this Dawnbreaker, level 25. So that's going to be a massive upgrade. Plus, as you mentioned, he does have Nullifier available, so no Empower, and Pagna is also going to be the one who suffers the most.
Of course, when it comes to the supports, it's that Celery Ench that's very much becoming that additional core with the amount of farm that he has. 2,700 gold to spend up as well on top of his Hurricane, Pike, and Solar Crest, so we'll see what he opts to get.
And also, they just hit another level 25 on Morphling, so Waveform cooldown is available for him. And the fact that Quinn did go for Aeon Disc, plus he also has Vindicator's Axe, means that he cannot die. He could get tier 4 neutral item, but he's choosing Vindicator's Axe because this is one of the strongest neutral items in the game. You're playing against stuns. Like, the way you want to kill the hero is you get a stun, you get extra 20 armor, and their damage is all physical. Something that we didn't mention is there is Refresher Orb on Magnus.
And Quinn over on game, and he has got that Refresher Shard.
One chance, one opportunity pretty much for Falcons.
Well, we obviously saw it in that game that didn't end up being a complete game. You know, yesterday, Amar on his Magnus, he made some crazy comeback plays. So I think the pressure on Maureen now to see if he can do the same.
If you don't feel comfortable, you can share controls, give it to Amar.
I'm sure Maureen's got this himself. He was a very competent Magnus player as well. But I feel like this game, to sort of make that comeback occur on the Magnus, is definitely more difficult for Maureen because he's playing against such heroes as the Rubik that could come in with quick counter plays and quick steals to use those spells against you. And yeah, of course, not only the Rubik, just also this Morphling.
Yeah, we haven't even seen Rubik stealing RP or Skewer, I believe.
It hasn't needed a, I mean,
it's just a threat. What do we say about the black hole and the threat? Yeah. Can we get the stats how many times casters, just kidding, said the threat of a black hole? I wish we had the mythology. Maureen, he's in.
He blinks in. He's able to get the skewer back on at once, and they have to punch up. They don't seem to want to be dropping the RP for now because he's got this Aegis. They'll kill the Aegis once. See if they can do it a second time. He's back for round 2, turns over towards crit. They'll try and burst quickly for the tusk, but they can't quite crit, able to walk out alive. Only the Aegis to be lost. Outside of that, nobody to fall on either side.
Still respecting that Magnus. Maureen had to pop his BKB, but didn't use his RP. And I like that they're using tier 3 neutral items. Again, Magnus, he's the one holding Ceremonial Rogue. Wants to have that extra stun.
Be able to deal with the banner, and this sort of hold is going to be enough to cause Gaimin Gladiators to back off for now. They've got their next round of items coming out. The BKB is now there for Watson. The same to be said for Skeeter. Both carries get that protection online. Now with that Aegis push put to a stop, do Falcons feel like they can get out of the map themselves and try and hunt down Gaimin? Starting to tentatively creep outside of the base. It's still so difficult to make the moves unless they somehow can make a smoke move and find Ace. But so far this game,
they haven't managed to do so.
Absolutely not. Yeah, they just haven't been able to make that sort of play.
And look where he is right now. He's in the base, just chilling for now. This is how you play Silencer against Enigma.
This is how you play.
Or Dawnbreaker.
Or
against
Undying.
Enigma. Or Undying when you're AFK, yeah. Shout out to KJ.
No, we love KJ. We love him. 17 to 15, 11k lead. There we go, Snake King. He's going to get the backup at Skeeter. They're going to try and fight this, but in comes the Solar Guardian. Keep it Dota alive. Amar's going to go straight towards Celery at the side. Ace moves forward, gets caught by the 2-man RP as Maureen's in with the jump.
There's another one, 3-man.
Do they have
Where's the damage?
Snowball comes in, punch up on towards the morph. They Can they quite kill him? They can. They've managed to bring down the Morphling. Now they'll turn their attentions over towards Ace. But Ace, he's just standing his ground. Turns
He's
with
right
the Starbreaker. Skeeter, he's likely going to go down the ones. Stole the skill from Tofu, pushes back the two of them. I mean, they've killed off the Morph, but they can't kill Ace. He's still got half HP ready to play with. Skeeter's out of the game without any buyback. Crit's dead. They can kill one of them, but they can't kill the two. They can't get both of them.
It's not enough.
They just don't have the damage, even with these two fantastic RPs coming in from Maureen. It's just not enough.
It's not enough. They don't have the damage. They're way too tanky. You saw Dawnbreaker going from like 20% HP back to full, and Queen of Pain, she really shines in these late game fights. Aghanim Scepter getting multiple Shadow Strikes, Sonic Wave as well, life stealing with Dagon. Scream of Pain damage as well, talent taken, and he just hit level 25, so Blink cooldown on top of that. No RP available.
No carry. Skeeter dead for 30 seconds. Marin, does he want to try for a skewer play? It's not going to be easy. Gaimin Gladiators, they're set up, ready to respond if he does end up blinking in.
Celery, he's the real carry. Look at him sieging while Watson watches what's happening, and now he's gonna go for it.
They just can't make the jump here, Falcons. They have to let their barracks go.
Roshan could be up in 40 seconds. They don't want to commit too hard. Like sieging, even when you're playing against Mega Creeps, they don't have to.
They're in a very, very comfortable spot right now. The only potential weakness is the fact that Watson, of course, used that buyback to get that push going. So Falcons, if they can somehow find the morph, they might have a chance to keep this game alive. But outside of that, this game falling into a pretty dire position for Falcons. We'll see this fight once more. These RPs, they do come in. They could throw everything down onto one target, but onto two, it just doesn't quite happen.
And they were missing Skeeter.
Four-man RP.
They needed Skeeter to be able to deal some like cleave damage, but they killed him, so he was respawning with his ulti.
And look at Ace. Heal, 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 heal. Back to full HP.
Way too much. Having status resistance, having also a little bit of a backup from his team with some force staffs, if necessary. And this game looks... You'll need some 3-man, 4-man RPs when they're going to siege the tier 4 towers.
Sure.
Otherwise, I don't see them winning a fight.
And they're just getting so massive across the board. Wind Waker's picked up now for Tofu. So he's very likely to always get the chance to play the back lines, protect himself, and get the opportunities to get those spells stolen. Is there anything huge coming out for Falcons? Amar's got a lot of money, 5.5k gold in the bank. So he's got his options open, but he's got a lot of heavy carrying to do this game. A very difficult one now for Falcons.
Still, they have the same issue throughout the whole game. If they get the initiation, it's not an easy game for Malrine by any means.
It isn't.
Playing against Donald is so difficult. Even if you land a 2-man RP, 3-man RP, Donald is going to come out, and you're not going to be able to kill them through.
Win. He has jumped in for this, but he's got back up on the way, and once again, of course, Solar Guardian's ready to back him up. Jumps over towards Amar. Amar turns, the Neon Disc is there for Quinn. And he's going to get caught by the silence, though, and there's nothing else to remove it. So Quinn, he is gone. Dead for 2 minutes, does have the availability of buyback. We're going to see Falcons try and push for that and push for more as they chase towards Ace. And he's going to get caught by the break, but he's able to turn with the Starbreaker swing and pull himself out with Celestial Hammer. They're ready to go back in for more, potentially from the side, kicking out the damage here, Celery. There's the RP, though. Marin, he's got the two of them. Pots to refresh. He's going to be ready for round 2. Buyback coming in here straight away for Quinn. Amar standing his ground. They focused him off. They've killed him off. And now Amar turns towards Quinn, turns towards Ace. Still from the side, Celery doing a hell of a lot with these impetuses. Skeeter, he's gone the once, but he's going to be back for round 2. And Amar, he's surviving. Double kill finally falls, though. The impetus is flying in from Celery. Finally become too much for him to survive. He'll come in with the buyback, though, as they're putting everything into this fight, Falcons. They're going to check.
They need to catch Enchantress. Let's see if they have enough.
I mean, Celery just did so much damage in that fight.
I want to see the damage. This is like going to be 10, 12,000 damage coming up from him.
See if they can put an end to him, get the revenge. They get the skewer back, Celery. They'll try and sproink away, but they've got him.
This is also a fight 4v5 because Pagna needed to TP out immediately. Look at the creeps. He needed to be the one defending the base, and he's also struggling. Towers are full HP, even with Pagna being inside the base. So that's going to be a potential opening for Gaimin Gladiators, because you always have that kind of a play. Towers are very low. Let's see the glyph status. Both of the teams have glyph available. How much was that damage from Enchantress? Maybe we
there we go.
Maybe we lied
8K.
a little bit. 8K. It's fine to lie on broadcast from time to time, but the damage coming out from Amar has been.
He lived for a long time.
3 insatiable hungers. I also saw Morphling turning into Broodmother in the previous fight. Having that insatiable hunger, he had 800 plus damage, but it was still not enough. Because he's life stealing, but he also removed his item, which was Vlad's. Doesn't have Satanic ready. Instead, he opted to go for a BKB, remove that Vlad.
Definitely a little bit of a shake-up. We'll see it again.
A little bit of premature Dawn ulti, I would say. And the rest of the team was not there to bail him out of the trouble. Eon Disc procced immediately. No Wind Waker, no Force Staffs.
Yeah, good purchase there from Maureen. Buys the bots just before this play so he can quickly join the team and get involved to give them this chance to find something going their way. Ace, now we see it takes so long for them to really threaten this Dawnbreaker. But throughout this whole fight, Amar just getting to hit pretty freely. Maureen showing us the potentials of these RPs. It gets so low, Amar. I mean, the fact that he's still alive stealing, healing up against the damage coming out from this Enchantress. This goes to show how much he was able to withstand and how long he was able to live. Falcons giving a good fight back to Gaimin. It does, of course, cost Amar. The buyback comes through at the end of this fight, as they really wanted to put everything into this. And as the game continued, Gaimin Gladiators themselves, they weren't pressured. You know, they didn't have to use the buybacks themselves. No. There wasn't any immediate push coming in.
But he also is the one who's holding the Aegis. So now you have Raid King with the refresher in his backpack. So basically, this is going to be 7 versus 5. You need to be able to kill 2 of those heroes. He was toying with the idea of what he wants to buy on Raid King. In the end, it will be that refresher. So I mean, make it 8 versus 5.
Yeah. And it's a good time to go for the push. They know that both Quinn and Watson do not have buyback available. They've got to push hard and fast, though.
It's always
mega creeps.
It's always the same stats: 33 against 67%. It's been like that for like 2 or 3 times already.
We need more people vote. Get yourselves over to Blast TV, lads and ladies. We need to hear your opinion on the state of the games. I care about it, so go and put it there so we can shout you out. And call you out if you're wrong. Well, here we have a little bit of a swing. Quite a bit of a swing overall in terms of gold. Still, a game that could easily go both ways. We're getting another crazy one. We've had some crazy matches here. Not only today, but throughout the entirety of the tournament. We've been absolutely blessed.
But they need to finish before 80 minutes. The game automatically crashes, so they have still...
Let's hope,
Go 25 minutes.
Don't jinx it.
Do something. Tier 5 neutral items are about to drop in the next 4.
I mean, they have to be so careful with regards to the buybacks. Not only, of course, Gaimin Gladiators, but also Falcons. Amar, we saw how much damage he did, and that's absolutely necessary to allow Falcons to have a chance in these team fights. If he dies in the next 4 minutes...
This is the biggest number I've seen when it comes down to damage from Broodmother.
Yeah, in a fight.
It's like 17, 18,000.
Yeah, that's crazy. He did more damage than like Celery and Quinn on the other side combined. And we could visually see how much those two were doing. Amar trying his best to hold things together here. Very much still very impactful in these later stages of the game. See which team wants to push it first. As you say, anytime you get close to these tier 5s, things start to calm down a little bit. I mean, we could get a long one indeed. Production, we've had some wild ones in this.
We're getting there slowly but surely.
Falcons, they're approaching, but making any sort of jump to the high ground is so hard, and especially with the fact that these mega creeps are pushing back against them. They have to put so many resources in just to try and make sure that the waves are never in a state that Gaimin Gladiators look for some sort of quick wrap push or aggressive play themselves. Now, as it stands, Falcons are doing a good job of keeping the majority of the waves pushed back over to Gaimin Gladiators half of the map.
Yeah, lanes are in a good spot. And also to point out, Malrine did pick up Kaya Yasha, which is a very good pickup on this hero. 25 cast speed makes your spells be almost instant. So you can get surprised by that. You might not be able to catch him amid the air with the skewers and with the RPs. Skeeter, he's thinking about upgrading his Blink to Overwhelming Blink. I would also like to see potentially Aghanim Scepter that could come out. For now, he's still keeping the buyback, so we'll need a lot of gold to be able to get all those items.
And I think one thing as well with the Yashikai, it makes it that just a little bit harder, right, for Tofu to get like the RP still.
Yes.
Because you can get the RP, the quick cast of the Shockwave or the Skewer immediately after leaves just that little bit less of a window for Tofu to get in for a potential steal of the ultimate.
I don't think he was able to get it once throughout the
I don't
game.
think we've seen a Rubik RP yet, no.
Ooh, this is the big 25 talent
All right.
on Pugna.
Yeah.
You're playing Queen of Pain. It's gonna hurt.
You're gonna feel the pain. You really are. It's got the money for the Dagon upgrades, but at this stage, the buyback gold, it's so important. Everybody has to save for buybacks. A spent up buyback could cost you the game at this stage. Coming up to the 60-minute mark. They can hang around here. They could look to stack this Ancients twice, actually, if they want to. Which they won't. They'll just farm it at once. I don't feel that they're going to be able to guarantee to hold this spot for the next minute. But they may be able to steal the Tormentor if they want to. Depends how risky they feel that is. They do know where a lot of Falcons are as the creeps push in and Falcons are having to deal with the defense. We're going to see it. And I think, as always, I mean, in terms of what Tier 5 neutrals could be pretty game-changing, is it, again, just sort of the Mirror Shield?
It's got to be Mirror Shield. Mirror Shield and Pirate Hats. This is what you want to have in most of the situations. Force Boots are good because it gives you move speed, unlocks one of your slots most of the time, and it gives you the spell mechanic, which is always great.
They know themselves here, Falcons, how important it is to try and control at least this Ancient camp once the 60 minutes comes up, so they can have a solid shot of getting a early Tier 5 themselves. As the Midas picked up as well by Maureen to guarantee that neutral pickup. Same to be said for Skeeter. And let's see what they're able to find. It's a good bit of RNG, could go a long way, these sort of pickups. And Gaimin Gladiators, they know that Falcons are going to be looking for Tier 5s out here, and they're going to be able to catch Crit. They'll get the snowball off.
Can he blink out?
He cannot. He's got the Yules, but Blink still on cooldown. Not a chance here. Crit's gone, but he does, of course, have buyback available. Pirate Hats being picked up across the board. We've already got 3 of them online here, Lacoste.
Yeah, as expected, this item is way too good. And I was doing some math on how much damage Pugna's Ward deals to Queen of Pain, because her ulti is 400 mana for 12. It deals 1,400 damage with level 25 talent.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage. He's got to be careful where he goes screaming around with his Sonic Waves, Quinn. Amar with the Book of Shadows. That's a clutch one. Some cute plays you can make with that in the midst of a team fight to save one another. Force boots and Celery.
Not sure. I really wish we had ability to see the choices that they had. I think that would make it so much more interesting. But yeah, look at them pushing in. Pirate Hats, that's going to be your buyback status. That's going to be your Aghanim Scepter upgrades down the line the next 10 minutes or so.
And these are going to be insane from both sides. We've got to keep eyes out on what Tofu does with his Book of Shadows. And, of course, what Amar's able to achieve with his on the other side. Gotcha. As these could really trip up either team when they try and go for that initiation, go for that play.
Hand of Midas has been purchased by Malrine just to be able to get some extra gold and also to secure the neutral items.
Yeah, I think that they've got all of them now, right?
They do.
Everything's online. Yeah, Arcanist Armor is going to be the choice here for Crit. And as it goes for the timing, probably going to wait for the Roshan. Gaimin Gladiators whilst they have the map control. It's going to be a longer respawn once again, though. 2 minutes until Roche is back up. A game that could absolutely swing either way. We've seen this tournament how tough it has been for teams to break the high ground, and this one is no exception. Even for Gaimin Gladiators with the mega creeps in their favor, Falcons can absolutely shut down any sort of brash attempt from Gaimin to close this game up.
And I really like that he picked up bots too. He needs to be the one, because Pagna is not enough to clear those waves. And you also need to be able to win, fight slowly. Let's see. But by slowly, I mean faster, because the creeps are coming in. Like, the longer you wait, look at the mid lane, look at the top lane.
Somebody's
and if Magnus shows, they might want to be able to jump, go for one target, start something.
We'll see. Because at the same time, the Falcons are trying to bait this sort of move. Maybe feeling that they can lull Gaimin Gladiators into a false sense of security and punish them. But even if they do make that jump, as you mentioned, it's not an easy play to make against just the immense amount of ways Gaimin Gladiators have to be able to sort of turn around and attempt an initiation from Falcons. They're in. Towards Amar, quick Manta. Both teams having a pretty good information on where one another is. And neither with an easy way to start things, and if anything, Falcons with a much more difficult task ahead of them in terms of starting a team fight. Because once again, just any moment in this game, that Solar Guardian from Ace will come through. So if anything, they have to find him, or they have to try and poke out that Solar Guardian reaction and back up and reset. Crit goes with the jump in, but a quick jump back there for Zellery's in play. Quinn leads in. Gonna look to push him back with a Sonic Wave.
Hey, on this has been proc.
And they're moving in for Skeeter. Skeeter, he's caught in quite a tough spot. He's trying to bait them in. They'll get the RP down, but it's only onto Zellery and Chartris.
He's dead once.
See if they can do it a second time. They're in on towards him. He's going to pop the BKB. There's the RP once again.
Refresher, 2 seconds. Can he get it off?
Skeeter's surviving. He's going to try and hold his ground. Skeeter's living throughout it all. He's got the refresher in his inventory ready to pop it, so he's going to have another chance to fight on. Look at the stun on towards the Morphling, but Amar's in trouble. Ace finishes him off. They're going to lose themselves, both the two of them, Crit and Amar. Skeeter's dead inside the pit once again. They try to fight this, Falcons, but they just can't do it.
They can't. They just don't have enough. And also, you are playing against Mega Creeps. They are approaching. Your base has been exposed. You still have one more tower. So they're going to kill this Roshan. Let's see the fight recap. Damage, as you can see, it's just not there. Morphling going pretty ham. Only 12,000 damage. Morphling dealing more damage combined than the whole enemy team. They're not on the same, like, it's very difficult. You get hit by some Shadow Strike, some random damage, you're not gonna be able to blink in. And of course, that Dawn ulti, you know it's coming.
And here comes the push. They're gonna know that this is coming their way as well, Falcons. They have got buyback available on both Skeeter and Amar. But even with that,
they need to use the buybacks. 45 seconds, you cannot hold. Glyph is available though.
Maureen, 100 seconds without the refresher. It's absolutely necessary for the sort of opportunity to try and catch Gaimin Gladiators and get them dragged back into the fountain. It's pretty much their best hope now, Falcons. The push, Celery. He's not afraid to start teasing around with the Ancient, begins to give it a little bit of a tickle. Watson, he's in with the jump. Fails out with the waveform, but he's able to force out the snowball from Crit. As Crit caught by the telekinesis, they'll force him back to safety. Trophy tries to get the stolen skewer back on towards them, but Falcons, they'll keep their distance. Jump forward here from Amar. He's in on towards Quinn, and he's doing a hell of a lot. Amar's got the kill. He just goes in with the Swift Blink, kills him off.
So quick.
They get the skewer back on the Celery, but here's the Solar Guardian. Watson is falling pretty low, gets punched up by Crit, but the space is there. They're focusing the Ancient. They're looking to close it, but the Glyph is out. Falcons desperately trying to hold this. Starbreaker comes in. Ace pulls himself onto the side. They're not able to get the skewer back, but the snowball's in over towards Ace. Ace, he's in trouble. He's getting caught very, very low. Watson caught by the stun. Can they kill him off the one seal? Wave on to the side. He's trying to close it. They're focusing the Ancient, looking to close it. Close the game, get the win, and they've got it. Gaimin Gladiators will take game one.
After having a really bad laning stage, this team keeps composure. They keep farming. It's been a steady 2-3k gold lead for the good 15, maybe even 20 minutes. And then decision-making, getting that third Roche, and also team fighting so well around Dawnbreaker ulti. This is really a treat to watch. Dawnbreaker, Stonks, after this game, definitely going through the roof.
Absolutely. There is no way that Falcons, when they have this sort of draft, are going to want to run the risk of playing it into the Dawn.
Completely countering what Magnus wanted to do in this game.
Yeah, it really did. Maureen just couldn't make the moves. He tried his best, still ends up the game getting some good RPs, but indeed, there was the Dawnbreaker factor. It didn't matter if he got the good jumps, got the good lockdown. It mattered not at all.
It allowed Gaimin Gladiators to play without fear in most of these fights, and I think itemization as well. Coming out from Ace, I really love that SNY. He's becoming super tanky, picks up relatively early Aghanim Scepter, then goes for AC. Most of the damage is physical, and look at the boys. They seem pretty happy, and they should definitely be happy with the performance that they just had.
Yeah, they've had some struggles with this current lineup of Gaimin Gladiators, but this level of performance is what they've been working towards. They're finally there, and they're doing it against Falcons as Gaimin Gladiators get the Game 1 victory.
It was a fantastic game, number one, that we got to witness there. It went a little bit longer than I think anyone expected that it would be. I'm sure both of these teams would have loved to close it out earlier as well. Although big props can be said to Falcons for taking it that far, to taking it that length and defending the way they did. But at the same time, Fia, they were ahead in that early game. We could have seen them do a little bit more, be a little bit more proactive to make some space for themselves.
I think they tried to for the most part, right? Yeah. But there was just like one fight that went horribly wrong from them. Then we started to see the power of this Morphling. It seemed to be the kryptonite for Falcons at this tournament right now. They don't really want to play it. They don't really think it's good enough to ban. But then you get in situations where if you don't 100-0 this hero every single team fight, then he's going out of control. But if you use all your attention trying to focus this Morphling, it's already a gamble. You get him or you don't. But then you have players like Ace who are also scaling on the Dawnbreaker. Then Chantress is scaling. I felt like there's tons of threats that you have to deal with, and this Morph is taking all the attention because he just has to have all that attention or he's just going to go crazy in these fights.
I mean, this game, they had so many layers to it, right? Like Falcons, they had the early lead, they were breaking the map, but there's a couple key smokes where they tried to find Morphling, it didn't really work out. And then I think with Ace, we're mentioning him a lot, but he goes for the early Aghanims and he uses it with such discipline, like that, giving the bonus evasion against Magnus, Wraith King, Broodmother, all physical damage. If he blunders his ultimate at any point, they get swarmed, they lose the game. But he was able to kind of keep the game alive long enough, of course with the damage of Co-op and Enchantress, to then bring Watson into the game and to recover after a devastating start. Like, Noxel gave me a stat where when you lose all towers, outer towers at 23 minutes, teams with that position have a 6% chance of winning the game. 23 minutes, no towers. Gaimin, statistically, should not be winning this game with how much map that they had lost that quickly. So to then recover that, to understand how to re-get into the game, is testament of the growth. And again, that's what we keep talking about with this format. From group stage to now, the growth, and they showed it in that first game.
Yeah, and to mention Ace again.
I know you're a big fan of him. He's your MVP. Like, we're not really crowning any MVPs, but I know that he was
my Giga MVP, man. He was so amazing because when we were doing the draft and talking about how I thought it would go and thinking it through, it's like Dawnbreaker, you kind of identify her with her ult and how she can get involved defensively and offensively with it, right? Oh, it's global, it lets her do this and that. But Ace really was not his ult this game. Like, every time I was looking at the screen, it felt like Ace was moving with his teammates physically, being a part of the plays. And like, if he wasn't doing that, then they were coming to his lane. Like, there was such a focus on let's play around Ace. He is so strong. Like, the camera felt like it was constantly top early for all the heroes just coming up there. And I really loved it. I really loved Ace being in those fights, being involved, getting the items. His itemization was insanely freaking good. All of this damage on the enemy team was physical, going for that Ags for the evasion. So smart. He went for the AC. He's just so unkillable, and he's helping his teammates become unkillable. And it felt like Falcons were struggling so hard to itemize around it, because in the end, like, you had a Bloodthorn on Wraith King, but that's dispellable. Only Brood had the MKB, and it was so difficult for them. On top of having Shivas on Quap, like, it just felt like the itemization in general was just great.
Yeah, so despite being down in that early game for Gaimin Gladiators, they were able to reel this one back both in itemization, but also the way that they were able to utilize some of the map and something that comes with that T, or at least how you're able to get back out on the map, I believe.
Okay.
It's smokes.
Oh, okay. I was like,
I don't know where you thought this one was going.
I was like, where was segue? But yeah, smokes. And that is where I think we need to look back towards Dawnbreakers and Nate. Really, Fear and I, we've been casting some games earlier and really hyping up the excitement of teams really utilizing it. But here, it's actually a little bit of praise for Falcons. As the clock is about to hit 30 minutes and they know that the Dawnbreaker is going to have this kind of global vision of the map, they smoke themselves up, they reposition themselves. As the map appears, Gaimin like, wait, where did they go? And instantly, whilst they're trying to discover, okay, where's the Falcons' position, they instantly get the kill. And I think at least in the last couple of days, we're seeing a lot more respect towards the native Dawnbreaker, where it's kind of been comedically underwhelming, maybe putting it bluntly, shit in some situations. These teams are going, wait a second, we need to respect it. And that's where I think there are a lot of things in Dota that teams don't really respect that much. And for me, Dawnbreaker is the kind of the hero of the tournament for the respect gained.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things in the game where people didn't understand how good it was, right?
Yeah.
Or they'd be like, oh, we see you for seconds, who cares? But now you can plan around it, right? Like get your smoke ready, and right when it hits day, smoke whenever you see a hero, you're already there, you're fast enough. Before, the problem was you'd react after you saw them, but they're changing that now, and this is a big reason why Dawn is becoming more popular, because every 5 minutes you have an opportunity to get a kill on the map, and it can be a big one, especially around Roshans.
Another part of that play as well was that I think it also coincided with Morphling finishing his butterfly. When we talk about the itemization on their team and how good that was, yeah, he finished that up. They got to do that smoke around the Dawnbreaker innate, and then they're just taking this fight where there's nothing that the enemy can do about it. Like, they just don't have the damage to kill any of their cores at that point. And I think they do, like, they get the Aegis on Falcons, but then they immediately take a fight after anyway, which they lose, and then it takes them another few items to then be able to push back again as Falcons.
Yeah, I am glad that you brought up the Morphling there as well, because we do have another clip, something else that we want to bring to the forefront so everyone knows. This Morphling Brood Mother, not so much matchup, but interaction fear on exactly how it can go in the favor.
It's definitely a matchup. It's the Brood Mother Morph conundrum here, right? It's
double-edged sword.
Morph is good, or sorry, Brood is good versus Morph in like the laning stage through there, but there's one big problem with this matchup, and it'll come up here in a second. Brood Mother has an amazing spell, which is Insatiable Hunger. You get 70% base damage and 100% lifesteal if you skill it. So now Morph has 850 damage in these fights if he ever turns into Brood, and we saw him as well watching the fights use the web so he can walk through terrain, right? So he's hard to kill in the position like that. So you have a choice to make. I saw 33 just go stats instead of that skill to kind of like offset that, but there was a lot of fights where the Brood needed that damage herself to actually kill the Morphling.
And that's where Falcons identified this in the game, where in the clutch moments, it was crit hitting the Tusk with the punch to then also hit an RP. So they were really focusing the lockdown.
All on Watson.
All on Watson. And it's like, at some point, you are going to misexecute and you will get punished. And it's why Gaimin was able to constantly kind of keep pressuring. Even when they died, they didn't really care. Cause like, you know what, go again. Eventually they'll blunder, and Falcons did. But Falcons respected it. Just maybe next time, it's like, do we really not pick Brood if there is Morphling? I think they expected the map to be a lot more crushing. And
it goes back to that, there's too many threats, right? Like you use everything on this Brood, but Ace, he's really farm killing on. Celery, he's killing on. Now you have to deal with Quinn, and it goes back to draft for me. It's like, I don't know if you have enough tools to deal with this Morphling.
Yeah, and it's something that should be what Falcons are considering, something that is still very fresh in their mind, considering what happened in their series last night against OG. They lost a game against the Morphling, and then with the game number 3 and everything that played out there, who knows of what that original version against Morphling in game number 3 would have gone, you know, how it would have played out.
Yes, version 1, game 3.
Yes, exactly. We're going to keep talking about that one.
Game 3A.
But that's the weird thing, right? It's like you kind of get crushed by it, then you feel like you have answers to it, and then it's in this, okay, it's a whole nother team. Are they going to be able to play around it as well? Is it going to be as impactful? Well, you have your answer, and now you're one game away from elimination, and do you even consider letting that through?
I don't, but I think they do. So
yeah,
I think we just have a different read on the game. I think Falcons does not believe this hero is an issue. I don't know how long it'll take for them to realize it is potentially an issue, right? Maybe they still don't think it is. I don't really know, but from what I've seen, this is the hero that's been giving them the most issues.
I mean, I'd like to think after this game, it's even more focused on Dawnbreaker. Because I think even if Morphling's in this game, if there's no Dawnbreaker, then all the early fights, the survival tactics required to get into the game wouldn't have been in play. I would have seen like early racks taken. Like the Wraithing went for Deso Blink. Like he knows he wants to be active. He's not trying to farm. He's respecting the scaling of Morphling. Like there was a lot of respect with Falcons' way of approaching this game. But Ace on the Dawnbreaker, like we've all mentioned, was so pivotal in creating the opportunity. So I think if anything, I want Dawnbreaker to be a primary focus, and then Morphling very close behind. Like both of them in focus, but maybe Dawn first.
I think they just gave bits away. It's hard to play, obviously, when you have so many things to focus, but as I was watching it, I was seeing them doing good things on Falcons. Like they had pretty good deep wards. I think especially around the 20-minute mark, you could kind of see like a clear difference. Like Gaimin was very defensive. They had a ward in their own jungle. They had a ward on their mid, like their side of the river. And then, you know, that was Gaimin. And then Falcons was, we're deep in your jungle. We're in the lanes. Like we really want to be looking for these fights. Like they were trying to find the fights.
Yep.
Just didn't really manage to get them.
Yeah, it's felt like that a couple times, not just in this team, but so many times people are smoking up. They're either just missing each other or potentially things just aren't connecting the way that they want. But either way, if we want a game at number 3 here for ourselves on the panel and you guys at home, then we're hoping game number 2 goes a very different way, which will happen straight after this break. Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2 for Gaimin Gladiators up against Falcons. It was a long one. It was a 60-plus minute game that we saw for game number 1, which did ultimately end up going in the favor of Gaimin Gladiators. I'm sure Falcons coming back, Rhea, going back to the drawing board. Do they want to do a faster pace? Do they still want to go for that potentially later part of the game, or at least have that backup plan that if it does go that late, there aren't 4 different potential cores to deal with, including that Enchantress that transitioned into a core towards the end?
Just run it back and do it better. You guys clearly didn't do it good enough. Just didn't do it good enough, really.
That's really good advice.
What was wrong with the draft? They took the towers. They were pressuring tier 2 with the Amar.
So then what was it? What was the problem? That's me asking you.
They're not winning hard enough.
They they smoked us hard enough.
Simply put, I mean, it's actually true because they're not really drafting in a way where they're going to take the late game. So with the drafts they have, they're really meant to be ahead, stay ahead, get a net worth lead. It's just not happening.
Yeah, they're also dropping kills where they should, or dropping deaths where they shouldn't. You know, like
and that's leading to not winning hard enough.
Exactly. You need feed less, kill more, farm more.
Yep.
Win harder.
That's what
Okay.
every Dota player aspires to do.
That's a pretty healthy list that we have there. Let's see if we can add anything else to that list and ask our casters the same thing. What needs to happen? What's the game plan here if we want to see a game number 3?
Yeah, what is the game plan, do you think? Because we did just have quite the crazy game 1, another long banger of a Dota 2 match. Going into game 2, Falcons, what are they changing up?
I don't know if they want to draft, like, considering how many long games we had, maybe they want to have some more late game security. Even though these 3 cores on paper, it sounds like you have it secured. Everybody's going to have Empower, all 3 cores. You have going to have, like, multiple lives with refreshers and everything. Dawnbreaker was the biggest counter to their lineup. If this hero was something else, I think they would be able to close it out. But in a lot of these situations, this seems to be the best counter to all these big team fights. And the way that he itemized, as we mentioned, plus also the talent, he gets to that level 20 talent. The way that you could try to play around it is something that we also did talk about, where you smoke in and try to pick off Dawnbreaker, but it never happened.
They couldn't do that.
No, they couldn't find him.
Ace's positioning and farming areas on the map just proved it to be too difficult for Falcons to ever get out and find him. And I think, in terms of team fight, as you say, and to be even more specific, the Magnus, right? If the Magnus is going to come through in this draft for Falcons, I think they're going to want to make sure that that Dawnbreaker isn't available for Gaimin Gladiators to take against it. We're going to find out what's going to happen in this Game 2 draft, ladies and gentlemen, because the draft has begun.
The draft has begun, and spoilers, Magnus is yet to be banned. Oh, there we go, instantly showing. But I gotta say, Gaimin winning that previous game already feels like it's kind of the opposite of how Gaming used to win games, right? Like the fact that they are playing for, like, the later portion of the game, they're playing for the comeback. Like, if you said that's how Gaimin would win a game today, you rewind that like a year, you'd be like shocked to say that, right? And already Falcons finally, after losing to BB.
Probably can't hear it, but I'm gonna golf clap.
He's clapping right now, but like they lost to OG's Morphling, they lost to BB's Morphling, they lost to Gaimin's Morphling, right? 3 different teams, 3 Morphlings, they've lost to him. They finally banned him out.
I'm not saying the hero's uncounterable, but if you have no intention of picking the hero yourself, they're giving this morph away like late in the draft, right? It's like a good morph game most times speaking, so like they're putting themselves on like a crazy timer, so I'm glad to see it gone here. I think this will give Falcon more breathing room to play they want to play without feeling like they're on some crazy clock. A lot of the carries are getting banned, but the one that did not is the Dragonite, so that one will still be available. That is the one change up we're really going to see in the early phases, just because we did have to throw in the morph ban. We threw in a Terrorblade ban. Was that banned in game number 1? Not entirely sure, but either way, regardless, like DK will get through. This is a hero that is very strong in the carry position. We talk about the big 3 carries right now. It is the Alchemist, it is the Morphling, and it is the DK. DK does get through.
Yeah, and I think we already spoke about flexibility of DK. I am one that doesn't enjoy it. I really like to see just carry DK.
Sure.
Like the fact that you have this constant scaling, and at least we saw that in the Morphling game. Gaimin are happy to play on the map, react, to then create opportunities for DK or Morphling or any of these heroes to choose the fight they want to join. So I'd like to think it is just your carry, and Magnus is the most picked hero so far at Blast Slam. 13 matches played with a 53 or 54% win rate if you are rounding. So hotly contested hero. And I feel like every draft is either one team gets Magnus because you don't really want to ban out in the first phase. One team will then get like the heroes that we were listing, right?
Yeah, Mag is in just that nice little spot there where people don't feel like it's quite good enough to ban, but it's definitely good enough to first pick. Moving through the tournament, this hero is going to make more appearances in the first phase, which is going to open up some more of these first phase bans that we typically see. But for now, it's going to be Magnus time until it doesn't win games. But for now, it looks pretty solid. It is a flex pick. It can be your carry, it can be your mid, it can be your offlaner. That's all great.
I can't decide if I prefer Mag from first or second pick, or if it even really matters, right? Like the win rate isn't 60, 70%, right? But
it's good on both sides.
It is good on both sides. I think I would lean towards second pick just for the flexibility you mentioned. Of course, teams can draft it in different ways. I guess as well with Magnus, I prefer Magnus lineups where your damage type isn't one-dimensional, right? We just saw how that was punished by Falcons, or sorry, Falcons draft was punished. There we go.
Gaimin,
Yeah, by Gaming. There we go. There in the end.
Yep.
Right, when you have triple physical damage, it just takes like one source of evasion, one source of big armor buff up to prevent it from feeling good. So I like to see a little bit more of a mixed damage approach with the Magnus coming into play.
Yeah, for sure. I think right now both teams are probably eyeballing supports right now. Not many are banned. Like, sure, Chen was banned, Nog is banned every single game, and then Enchantress. Then we got some of the usual suspects that are left. Seen a lot of Morta lately, a lot of Pugna, and sometimes a Shadow Demon. Those are all in the pool still.
Yeah, and Gaimin easily, when they enter the next phase, like Rubik's not, actually Rubik just gets banned. Okay, I was about to say, like if Rubik wasn't banned, then we're looking at Rubik. If that's gone, then potentially the Lion and the Hoodwinks are still very strong here. Of course, I would lean more towards Lion, just for the Hex and the instant stun.
For which side?
For Gaimin.
For Gaimin, okay.
Yeah, classic combination. It works pretty well. Like it progresses the draft. Like sometimes in drafts, you need to pick a hero that when you pick it, it's not polarizing. It's like, oh wow, we need to counter it. It's like it just progresses it with your opponent going, okay, fine, they got the Lion. Let's continue down our drafting pattern.
I think right now that Falcons is trying to address something in their draft here where they just felt like potentially they didn't have enough team fight. Their support's last game was Tusk. Pretty quiet, right? Same with the Pugna too. Like these heroes weren't doing a ton. So with this Phoenix, that really buffs up their team fight. Mag, Phoenix, terrifying late game combination to play into. And maybe they're realizing as well, they are playing versus a new Gaimin Gladiators. They do not have Drachuno. They are playing with Watson. As we saw in the last game, they're more focused towards the late game. So one way to deal with teams that like the late game is get those heroes that like the refresher orbs, the big team fight ultimates. That can definitely help a lot as Gaimin. They will take that Morta out and potentially another support here if they so choose. Pugna's still in the pool, but they'll go for the Shadow Demon. The meta starting to surface a little bit here. A lot of the same heroes are getting picked again and again.
I've been trying to double check, but in regards to, let me double check average game time.
Yep.
It's pretty long. I think I checked the average match duration, 41 minutes. There we go.
Yeah.
Like the fact that our average game is lasting deep past into like the kind of latter portion of mid game, like we're expecting it to kind of get to these bigger team fights like you're mentioning. Normally, I would argue, these big team fight heroes, they might get punished. Like, imagine this was TI, right? You're drafting against Liquid, the enemy's got like Tusk and Nature's Prophet, you're breaking the map. There's no way the team fight would really work because it takes time to get online. But right now, with how the teams are playing, it feels as if there isn't that super quick team punishing the scaling.
Nobody at least is trying to do it, right?
True.
So like,
yeah, I mean, we have more series to play out, but
of course, like the Gaimin of old, they were the one team, like no matter the patch, we're gonna try, it's gonna try to do it. But this time around, they're switching their playstyle up. They've agreed on how they want to play the game. But Falcons, I like what they're doing from a Falcons point of view. They're picking heroes that they're good at. Yep. They can be rotated anywhere on the map. End this out with a support, and you don't really know what's going to happen here. Is Razor offlane? Is Razor mid? Is Razor carry? Who knows?
I apologize. I said 41. I forgot that the OG game wouldn't have counted. Therefore, it should actually be higher. So thanks for the catch.
That is much higher than 41.
Much higher than 41. Yeah. I forgot I had to do, version 1 game 3 was
of course
ruining my stats.
And then Lion is going to come out here. Just one of the heroes that is very popular right now. I think they needed that, I would say, point and click stun in their lineup.
It was critical.
Get in there, yeah.
Like again, we've said this so many times.
It's critical, as in, I see what you did there.
There we go. Thank you. I'm a craftsman. But if Mag has to do everything, like we've seen, for example, like Heroic Magnus had that at some point. Like if they have to do every point of initiation, you cannot expect your Magnus to do well. Razor is a really good hero at enabling this though, because your itemization, your second item is often a BKB to run into the middle and go, hey, if you jump me, my initiating here is when I'll counter initiate on you. So I like the fact that they have the classic heroes that you're mentioning, but it still synergizes with the aggression they want to bring when they enter kind of the 15-20 minute mark of the game. But Lena from Gaming,
this is kind of like safeguarding the fact if this Razor goes mid, right?
Yeah.
This is something Malrine will play, and this is kind of like, in a lot of ways, a very difficult draft to draft against, right? Because they have like the double flex.
Yeah, the concern for Gaming, again, is it does feel like their draft after lanes needs really big counterplay opportunities. Otherwise, they get run over, right? Sure, scaling late game Lena with Ags, or even like the 2-3 item timing like DK as well with his BKB Armlet and Mask of Madness. But to get there, there's a lot of farm required. Not really big any smokes, any early moves. There's no jungle contest really.
Yeah.
I'm a little worried that there's no Dawnbreaker type hero to tie the draft together yet.
But could they potentially find it? Because Dawnbreaker's still in the pool, if you want a hero like that.
I mean, they're also banning Invoker, which is them thinking, you know, DK could be off lane, Lina could still be the carry, right? Like,
oh, can Lina actually be? I don't know if Lina can be carry anymore with the glide.
That's true. Actually, no, my apologies there.
Yeah,
but who, okay, they're banning Invoker then. So who's the off lane for Gaimin?
I mean, DK can be offline. I think we've seen it.
Oh, I guess
before.
Invoker has been carry. Watson's done that. So yeah, I guess Invoker carry.
Watson has played carry Invoker. That's true. Is it good?
I forgot about that, but
oh, sure. I mean, Lina carry, maybe there's a build. It's definitely way worse than before.
Yeah, you know what? I retract the Lina carry statement.
All right,
I just forgot Invoker
Deleted.
carry
Doesn't exist.
There we go. Thank you.
All right. But yeah, I guess they think that either this Invoker can be carry or this DK can be shifted into the off lane, which I think actually at this tournament it has been done. Was it Amar who did it? I don't remember exactly.
No, he did do it.
Yeah.
But he did that thing where he took it to offlane and gone, haha, I'm still another carry. You know,
yeah, I mean,
like, he didn't really play offlane. Yeah.
Kind of like TB offlane a little bit. I guess he buys pipe, but either way.
He buys one item before he then runs into a core. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
They're using a lot of time in their final ban here. I mean, they got to ask the questions here, like, what do they really need? I still think they need a non-farming frontlining hero that with levels can at least create some opportunities for their team. And let's still go back to the Dawnbreaker. Again, we praised it on the panel, it was exceptional. So why not respect it when Falcons potentially are a game away from being eliminated?
Sure, I think maybe just put Skeeter on carry. Maybe a Malrine hero that can move on the map, but you are playing versus the Lina. I'm not sure if he wants to play an Earth Spirit or something, but that's a typical response to Lina mid.
So Gaimin will be picking out a phase here. So they need to decide what's happening, right? There's
it's Gaimin's picker.
They're not holding anything. They're not holding any value with this Lina.
And I think
Lina mid makes the most sense. Ags build, keep it simple. Yeah. DK can go offlane or carry.
Probably carry, I want to say, most likely.
Again, I would prefer carry.
Yeah. So I would say 70% they need an offlane.
So yeah, now we're looking towards the offlanes. That's what we've kind of deduced. And what is that hero going to be?
It's not Dawnbreaker. I mean, Ace does love heroes like Underlord, but that doesn't look great either versus Razor.
And he's laning, he doesn't
Primal
really know what he's
is potentially a hero that we've seen be used against Razor as well. I mean, I would just make the assumption whatever you pick has to not suck against Razor, right? Because if it's a really bad hero versus Razor, Razor's getting slapped into that safe lane. So
yeah,
that's
like
Primal.
all you have. Yeah, I don't mind it. Again, I called it in the previous game instead of the QoP. It didn't come into play. This time around, it's kind of the same logic. You just need someone to be noisy enough that the resources you take from your opponent in killing then buys you time. They banned Wraith King, they go Centaur. An Ace classic.
That is a classic. Yeah, another kind of move speed hero, but that hero doesn't get the move speed until later. But it does protect the Lina really well. So I think in that regard, this pick is less so protecting the laning stage, but more so trying to protect the Lina throughout the entirety of the game. If you ever do get the link on the Lina somehow, just stampede and try to out-initiate it, but there is some hard lockdown too.
And they've also done the thing where this Razor Flex has no meaning anymore. You're laning mid into a Lina, or you're playing into Centaur Shadow Demon, and that's not a very good lane for Centaur. You walk up, you're gonna get double-edged, you're gonna have Disrupted, you're gonna walk away. Because the Phoenix is your laning support, it can poke, but I still think it's not the best lane for a Razor. And that's why, like, now Gaimin's draft, it's like, congratulations, Falcons, you flexed the Razor to the very end, but we don't really care where it goes.
Yep, they cornered it right where they want it to be, but they also have to find another. They're going to pick the Mars. This is a hero that is good at locking heroes down, but the only problem I potentially had with this is your scale, yet again, does not look impressive whatsoever. You do have a Mars and a Magnus. These are two heroes that typically don't do a lot of damage. However, Skeeter will be playing the Magnus as a carry, which will help the damage just a little bit, but now you're playing that Razor into Lina matchup, which is very disadvantageous for you.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot about the farm game, right? I feel like for Falcons, like how quickly can they get to like the BKB timing on Razor to then look for the fight, Skeeter playing the carry. I'm hoping this time around he isn't going to think about Manta like Yuma did. I want to see damage. I want to see that opportunity that if a hero's out of position, you've got the Daedalus, the Harpoon, you're actually killing the hero in that RP. But you know, Falcons, a lot of team fight. It feels reminiscent of that game of Heroic versus PARIVISION earlier today. We saw the Mag, Mars, and Phoenix in the same draft. It was really disruptive on the map, but they had that active mid laner to bring it to life. This time around, it's just farm, farm, farm.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see with that one.
I got a nod of approval from the gaming coach. I think that's a good sign, guys. That's a good sign. Yeah,
definitely talking to you here.
Okay, we're in the clear, guys.
I definitely think Falcons is in that same type of boat though, where they have to run the tempo. They've got to run it hard, and if they don't, if Watson gets to that critical mass stage this year, who doesn't really care about Razor too much, so we'll have to see.
I just hope that this game is the one that gets to the 40-50 minute mark. I really feel like this is a lineup that both of them will do their best once we get to multiple big items, utilize division, who jumps who. It doesn't feel too stompy either way. If there was a team to stomp their opponent out, you have to lean at Falcons a little bit based on the team fight they have early on, but I just hope this game gets to go the distance. I think we get to see some truly amazing Dota if they get everything on the cards, and we're looking at third Roshan, like this type of storyline. This is what these drafts I think want to play for.
Yeah, definitely. And looking at the game so far, we most likely will get that because there has been tons of late game Dota here.
Yeah, I need to also want to check about the when was the last time Ace played Centaur? Do you want to go for a quick guess?
Yeah, last time Ace played Centaur probably 3 months ago would be my guess.
3 months ago.
Yeah, I'm going to go that far back here.
That's fair enough. Well, I did that thing where I asked you the question without even loading up
without even having the information.
Yeah, but it's fine. I feel like it's better this way.
It'd be funnier if it's like,
wrong. It was 2 days ago, of course, against Spirit, but ignoring that.
2 days ago.
But it still was about a month.
That's about like 2 or 3 months ago.
He's like one of the rarest Centaur players in the world. Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, nobody's been playing that hero for some time now. It just feels like his presence in the laning stage just hasn't been strong enough.
Yeah.
It feels like a lot of the counters, like we've seen a lot of DKs, right? We're seeing a lot of alchemists.
Even the Bristle off lane, right? Like rather than be tanky through presence, you want to be tanky through itemization and also killing. Like Centaur was the best at enabling everyone, but I think off lane soon became you want to be a bit more kill hungry.
Right.
I think Centaur should survive any patch.
We got 2 classic offlaners here that we don't get to see all the time, right? Like, who else is kill hungry? Mars.
That is true, but also then you have to talk about Stampede running away, but then Arena to contain them. Again, that's why I want this game to go the distance. Like, it's rare, I think, so far.
Oh, do you remember like seeing? This is a classic combination, the Centaur Lina with the Aghanims, right?
Yep, sure. You can cart them up, drag them around.
Yep.
I think it's nicer as well with the DK as the game goes later, especially when the link comes in. You just drag that DK, you disengage.
Sure,
but again, we had a slight delay. It's all okay. We do have 2 casters. It's not Cap and Synderin. It's OD Pixel and Lacoste. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, T. Yes, here we go. Game 2 time, ladies and gentlemen, between Team Falcons and Gaimin Gladiators. And I'm excited to see this one go down, Lacoste. It was a very fun draft to watch.
It definitely was. I really like the fact that this is how Team Falcons draft. They have these multiple heroes that they can play across different roles. One big question mark for me, can they play Magnus as a carry? I had to double check. Skeeter, he played Magnus last time in a professional game in April 2020. So it's been a while.
That's a long time.
It is a long time. We don't know what he's doing in scrims, but he also played one pub.
How'd it go?
He did lose that one.
He lost.
0%, but I also want to see, because they had this flex open until the end, and also they picked classic counter to Centaur. They did go with the Mars to keep them inside. They also have big circles. You have also on top of that, you have Phoenix ulti, you have RP, so there's going to be a lot of team fight capabilities on side of Falcons, and I think we're going to be seeing Game 3, Owen.
Let's have a look. We see there the stats for Razor when Falcons bringing out 28 games with a Mars, 67% win rate. Maureen, he's sure got less games, but still a sizable amount, and he has the highest win rate. So every reason to expect that Maureen can pull off quite some magic with this hero from the mid lane. We'll see how it goes. Because it'll be interesting in the lane matchup in particular. You were saying to me yourself, with the way that this has sort of ended up, this is probably where Falcons, in terms of the lanes sort of set up, it's where they're going to have to be the most careful, right? This is not the easiest lane against Alina.
Definitely not. I mean, they had to take an L, I think, in one of those lanes.
Like Alina.
Yeah, like to figure out how the lanes are going to go, keeping the flex open and then counter-picking nicely. I'm also very curious to see how the lane into offlane is going to go for Gaimin Gladiators. This lane has been super popular at TI 2023. Everybody was playing it. You have Deadshot into Centaur Stun, into another slow Blood Grenade double edge. And then Centaur as a hero, he does tend to put more points into Retaliate to continue to farm up. A lot of the times you would also see Centaur being on top of the net worth. You pick up a Blade Mail, continue to farm. But this is a killer lane. You could definitely grab some kills. I want to see if Ace might want to go for something different. You know, maybe put that second point in double edge just to make sure that they're getting the kills.
I mean, overall, what do you sort of make of Centaur as a hero right now for the offlane pick?
Definitely nerfed way too many times. Horsepower has been nerfed, I think, 3 or 4 times in a row. So I still feel you need to be able to get boots on the hero. It's not enough. A lot of, especially in the previous patches, because there's so many things combined. We had triple bracers, sometimes 4 bracers bought on Centaur, and you kept that for a really long time. Now bracers, they don't double after 25 minutes, so you're also losing a lot of value. So it's probably going to be, you know, some 2 bracers in blade mail type of a build.
Yeah, looking to tank up this game, Ace. Of course, once he's got that 6 on later on, looking to save his teammates, get them away from the potential chase down of Maureen. When he starts running up them in that mid-game.
Look at the damage on Magnus at level 2 with all that stats.
Nice.
Yeah, very nice.
So far, CS down at 8-0 for Skeeter. Against the 4-2 for Ace. So having a very good start to the lane for the mag carry, but a big wave is coming in for Ace under the tower. It should be pretty hard for Falcons to mess with this. As Ace is able to pull it back. And look at this top lane. Gaimin the Master of the last pick, you say, very much an answer to the lineup that they built around the Centaur. And actually, hold that fall for top lane. He's going to get taken out there. Celery's able to get the setup. Finish him off with the poison. So first blood to fall in favor of Gaimin Gladiators.
And interesting, Shadow Demon, I've seen that more recently, that they are not going for Promulgate. Instead, they are going for Shadow Servant. They didn't even know what it was called. So you are creating illusions. Those illusions are not as strong early on, but later on, because the respawn timers are much higher, means that the illusions are going to be dealing a lot more. And step into the ring. Most pro games on Mars, XXS, ATF, Collapse, JT, and Dark Mago.
Gonna try and go for crit again here. Mars able to keep him safe with the spear to push back Watson.
Big Mars enjoyers.
Mar, he's given us numerous highlight-worthy performances on his Mars. Mid lane, Maureen, he's got it. Well, there we go. That's a huge kill to find.
It is massive. He did not use Fairy Fire. And in this situation, we saw Maureen play Lina yesterday 2 times, and he didn't go for a stun. This time around, Quinn, he needed to put the point in LSA just to make sure that to stop this link, but didn't use Fairy Fire. Would make a lot of difference.
Yeah, that's just a massive kill to find. A lane in which that sometimes the Razor can suffer, but getting that solo kill, just been able to dive in and punish the Lina like that. Quinn's got to be more careful. And these stuns have to land.
And Maureen is also going for the killer type of a build. Windlace, Boots of Speed. I'll probably bring some Raindrop as well. You are playing into Lina. But he wants to be able to chase him down. Second point in Static Link. Quinn.
It's just going to make it tough for him to get back to the lane easy. And Maureen just blocking off Quinn's ability to get back to the wave. With that sort of kill, it's absolutely going to put this lane in a position where the threat of Maureen diving again, it's going to be super high. Gaimin Gladiators have to be prepared to save Quinn and come in with the TPs if Maureen's able to get that chance going, especially once he hits the 6 and has that ult, that extra bit of damage potential to dive with.
Voice lines in Dota are way too good.
That's a good one.
I mean, I drink your milkshake is also a pretty good one.
Why does he drink milkshake?
I don't know. It brings all the boys in the yard. I don't know.
What's it got to do with a razor? I don't understand that. Is it like, is it some reference to some movie or something? I don't know. But
chat will know.
I mean, maybe. I know, but I think in terms of who likes to spam that, we have a Mars spamming that the most. It's a reference to There Will Be Blood. I don't even know what that is.
It's a movie.
Oh, that's a movie. Okay, I don't know what that movie is. It's probably some really famous one. I apologize to everybody that's like, my goodness, you uncultured swine.
It's one of the best performances from Daniel Day-Lewis. Like, what the hell is that?
What's that got to do with milkshake?
I don't know. I can't remember the milkshake
I've just come out with this
reference.
more confused. Anyway, so far, CS across the board looked pretty good. Mid lane, Quinn might have died the once, but outside of that, he's keeping up with farming Maureen. Made sure to not let Maureen snowball out of control off the back of that first solo kill. And here we have it, 6-minute power rune. And it's going to end up being down the bottom.
The Bit of an anti-combo there.
And they've still got a hell of a lot of damage with the Laguna Blade coming in. Tofu also turning up to push him back with the dead shot. They're bringing the supports. They have the numbers. They get that kill secured.
Definitely needed. Lina getting level 6. This is how Gaimin Gladiators have been playing when they were on top of their game. You could expect 6 minutes in, 100% of the time, both supports to be camping for Quinn, securing him the rune, and maybe even getting a kill. Amar, really close to the top of CS as Mars, which a lot of the times it doesn't happen. If there's a guy who can make it happen, that's definitely Amar. Because you need to be using your spells as well. This is a very difficult hero to make work.
Yep.
If you're using your spells, you're not using them to... Like, if you're showing in the lane, that also means that the threat is not going to be there, especially once you pick up the Blink Dagger. Celery.
Oh, who's going to win this 7-minute Wisdom Rune? Crit.
Crit is fine.
It's not going to be long enough to disable to get him, as Celery's able to pick it. And with the Spirit, the stuns, the Hex already used, Celery, he's free to TP out of there.
A little too early. And not far enough to be able to run away from disruption vision, but this is big. We talked about it yesterday. Win percentage once you pick up those 2 XP runes at 7 minutes. I think it was about 70%.
If you consider as well, already at 7.5 minutes in, they've got this 2k gold advantage. With that being picked up the 2 wisdom runes, they're going to have the XP advantage easily as well. In the mid, the look towards Quinn. The Hex, but backup comes in. Quinn, he's going to be able to survive.
Look
and now
Watson's
ready to turn. Dragon Tail. The damage is coming in on a snaking. He's dead. Malrine, he's going to get caught by the dead shot. He's taken out as well. Gaimin Gladiators, I mean, where was this team in kind of the previous tournaments? They're turning up here in this playoff stage against Team Falcons. They're looking fantastic with these moves, Lacoste.
Yeah, they look excellent. This is something Quinn talked about. Like, it looked like in the interview before the series, he didn't look too convinced, but he said, either we're gonna stomp or we're gonna get stomped. And right now, they are stomping pretty hard.
Look at that, 8 minutes in, the tower's taken.
I really love move coming out from Watson. Deeping in as Dragonite, 8 minutes in. A lot of carries would not do that. They also, I believe, had Stampede. No, he just got it. They just got Stampede available, so they have an extra bit of a presence coming out from that Stampede where they can close the gap. And 4k gold lead.
That's a massive lead, 8 minutes in. Falcons.
It's not just a gold lead, they got the XP rune, so you have both
gold and XP, but
they need
quite a
those
bit
level
now.
6s. Celery, he's also exactly where he needs to be.
And it really was, as you mentioned, just Watson coming in this early in the game towards the mid. It just completely overwhelmed Falcons. They did not have the means to push back, to fight back. Now down the bottom, Gaimin Gladiators, they're looking to get in underneath the tower. TPs will come in for this one. They'll put the Stampede for Celery. He can't run away from this one. He'll get left behind. The rest of Gaimin will manage to retreat, and this did force the entire team of Falcons to react to this. Amar will drop the arena. He really wants to try and set up something. He'll get the spear into the wall. They've got the Sunray, the plasma field. It's enough damage to claim Ace's life. So Falcons, they will get something for their efforts here as they bring the entire team down to the bottom lane.
But this also leaves Lina completely free farming. Same goes for Dragonite. We saw what Dragonite can do once he gets to his 2 item timings. And I think at this one, he might also want to be skipping Mask of Madness, which we've seen more recently that people are adjusting. You also don't want to lower your armor. Most of the damage is physical on side of Falcons, but you're playing into Razor with the minus armor, so might just get his S and Y. You're playing into a lot of stuns. S and Y definitely a valuable item for Dragonite in this game.
Snaking, very close to having the 6. As soon as that sort of play came together down bottom, he splits up towards the top.
Problem is, Kret is only level 4, 10 minutes in. Not where you usually see him.
Nice slow start for him this game.
And also saving a point. We saw yesterday, one of the few times where he didn't have point in mana drain, 4-4-0 build on Lion. But he definitely needs a lane. He needs to be able to soak up some XP because he's not providing with much right now.
Quinn! He's found him. He's found him, goes hunting in the trees, knows exactly where he's going to try and CP out. Can they get him dragged back towards Ace? They've got the Stampede up. A Skeeter, no chance of survival. Same time in the mid, Watson He's got the setup on the Maureen. Not only the team killing off Skinner down bottom, they're chasing down Maureen in the mid. That final bit of poison from Celery finishing off the job. I mean, Gaimin, they're completely crushing them in this early game.
They don't have the answers. They are bringing in numbers every single time. They have a little bit of a global presence with the Stampede, and they also have Boots of Travel. Two players that I really like to watch when they're playing Muerta, Save and Tofu. Tofu doesn't play it as much, but every single time he plays it, those performances, top-notch.
Celery's going to come up here and do his best to hold on to the tier 1 a little bit longer.
Celery's owning. He's really feeling himself in the game. Level 7, 11 minutes in. And he's also going to be able to scale. If he's able to get some of those kills with his facet, illusions, they are going to hurt.
And with this sort of rough start, the pressure, it's going to be massively on for, I feel, Skeeter in particular. As you mentioned, just playing the Magnus this game as the carry, it's not something that we've seen him do much, if at all. It's not one of his heroes in terms of frequency of games played in either pro or pub play. So can he really pull it off here? It's not going to be easy. And you know, the other two cores, they're going to be looking at him because we know both Maureen and Amar, they play quite a lot of the old Magnus. Top lane, talking of Amar and Maureen, they're looking for the setup. Try and find Celery. I've got the Stampede at the ready. They'll be able to trip him up with the stun. They'll drop the arena. They want the Shadow Demon dead.
They had enough of his shenanigans. This is also going to be them securing the tower. So any kind of extra gold they can get right now is going to feel good for Falcons.
Just trying to close a little bit of that lead the Gaimin Gladiators have it ahead of them, but it's major struggle. Still 5k gold advantage for Gaimin. All three of their cores in the top 3 spots. And able to just sort of sit here with the 3 of them on Falcon's side of the map, limiting the space that Skeeter's getting to try and catch back up as the Magnus.
If they can find another opening on Magnus, that'd be really good for Gaimin. Right now, he's about to finish off his Echo Saber. That's his farming tool. Crit just got his level 6. 13 minutes in, almost 14.
And we see that, you know, Falcons, no surprise with their stats. They are the team that likes to push for the longest game time right now, around that 44-minute mark onwards. We saw in that last game, Gaimin Gladiators had the answer to them, and this time round, I mean, the way things are going, Gaimin Gladiators may be able to keep the momentum up in a fashion that's not even going to allow Falcons to get the chance to slow down this game at all. Falcons' next move has to be perfect.
Amar just picked up his Blink Dagger, so that's going to be their way of initiating a fight. Celery found another one, but they don't want to commit. Slightly too far away.
Yeah, they know that the arena threat's up from Amar. Tofu. And it's going to be found as they come through the twin gate, but he's got backup. Skinner's going to use the RP onto him. They're dropping the arena as well. They get the spear connection over towards Ace on the Sentinel Skewer as well, but Ace, he's so tanky. They use the finger to take down Tofu. They should get Ace here, bringing in once again the whole team to take him down. It's taken a bit of time though. They're even having to pop the Supernova. And in fact, Ace is going to be able to turn, get the Hoot Stomp and the double edge off. It's not enough to kill them, but they're so low now on Falcons. And time has been bought for Gaimin to turn up.
Here comes the rest. Nice stun again.
Going to catch the 2 of them, but here comes Roshan crashing through as well. Killed off the 3rd, and maybe with the dive forward on a Watson, they can deal with the Dragon Knight as well. Watson clipped by the spear. Mar gets the angle. He'll turn with the Breathe Fire, but Watson, he's surrounded. He'll try and bring down Amar, but the Skewer's up from Skinner. They'll kill him off. Quinn, he's able to snipe Amar at the side of the fight with the Dragon Slave, but overall, that was absolutely what Falcons needed.
Perfect execution coming out from Team Falcons in this one. They were so ready for it, and I like that Amar is really pushing the limits of the hero. He's keeping the distance, using multiple spears, God's Rebuke, pushing them back as well. Arena is also causing huge issues. This is why he's the counter for a Centaur pick. They're picking out the high ground, but there is no Observer Ward there. And suddenly, Crit, he's back in the game. Even though Tofu was owning, suddenly Crit has the same amount of farm, getting closer to his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, Massive team fight, and in the end, sort of just dropping those ults at the start to guarantee those early kills. It works out perfectly. And Gaimin Gladiators, they were definitely sort of baited to try and commit more into that fight after seeing all the ultimates used, but it does not work out for them this time.
All right, so Shadow Servant has overall better win rate. Of course, less time being picked, because it has been nerfed, but I've been seeing it a lot more recently. And Falcons, they managed to stabilize the game. They are going to get next round of items, and those are desperately needed. Magnus getting closer to his Blink Dagger. Malrine about to finish off his BKB, and I see Amar also going for a BKB. I don't think they're going to be able to sync up all three of those items, but with a BKB and Blink Dagger on Mag, they should be fight ready.
Amar's got to chill for a little bit, 20 seconds
Yeah,
before
he's
the
a chill
TP
guy
back
after
up.
all.
That's true, we saw the clip.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And Gaimin, I have to slow down their aggression a little bit. Let's be more careful when they try and go for it top. Amar will show again. They want to try and put an end to his presence up here on the top side of the map, and they'll manage to do so. Did have the chance to TP out from the corner, but plays a little greedy there. Plays with the chance of maybe clearing up some camps, but as it happened to be, Gaimin, they were ready for him.
But they do have a Blink Dagger now, and also BKB has been delivered to Malrine. Roshan is being pinged out. I don't think they're going to let them get this Roshan for free.
Okay. Yeah, they've got the team fight, as you say. They can bring it to them.
They have overall better team fight with big arena, RP as well. One thing I like what Magnus needs to have in most of these fights is someone to go in first. When you don't need to be the one first initiating or trying to skewer back and then you get lifted, you get stunned, whatever. This time around, he has Mars who can try to set things up. If they catch two men inside of the arena, it's going to be a great setup. Peter, he's hunting.
Oh, and he'll drop the RP for this. More than happy to take these little kills. It's a slow-paced game overall, just 9-9, 18 minutes in. And whilst they're behind Falcons, they're happy to drop RP without any hesitation to get a pick off, especially if it sets up for an objective, as they're straight on with the push on the mid. Fortification will come out from Gaimin.
Gaimin, now they want to get their next round of items. They want BKB on DK, they want Aghanim Scepter finished on Lina. And you can feel that Falcons, they are feeling strong right now.
Yeah, after that play down bottom and that ability to slow down the lead the game in we're building, Falcons know that they play their cards right, get another successful team fight. And this game, if anything, it's going to be in their advantage if they can do that sort of play once more. Eyes on the mid, Tofu's going to show. He's got the setup. Just look at the silence, but Amar's coming in from the side. He's not going to be able to do anything to save snaking, though. Quinn in with the burst there. Buffed up by the Aghanims, leaves no chance for snaking survival.
As soon as they get BKB on Watson, I think they're going to be ready to potentially take a fight in the bottom lane. They don't necessarily, like, they can't just siege Roshan, but I'm expecting that they're going to try to use smoke. Roshan is on Radiant's side and try to get something there. This good execution of a kill on Amar.
I'm just a low-key chill guy who plays Dota.
All right, thank you, production, for that one. Really appreciate it. It's a new meme on the block. Not sure where it's from, but I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, I've not heard of it until you guys were bringing it out here, but it's been doing well for sure. The meme stonks are rising. Gaimin. Let's see if they do indeed make that play here with the BKB on its way out for Watson. Let's see how fast they want to try and play here, Gaimin. If they want to sit back for more. They've got all ultimates available outside of the Dragon form, but that's back up in 5. So with that in play, everyone in the game ready to play their hands in a team fight. So both sides won't be afraid of hunting for it. Of course, the focus likely to be around the Roshan area. Falcons now back up, get the Tormentor first, secure that shard for snaking.
Inside of gaming, you don't have that explosive damage. We've seen teams having a pretty good read when Radiant, for example, is going for Tormi 21 minutes in, and then you sneak in and take Roshan. But this time around, it's not happening because your damage is pretty slow. Centaur doesn't provide you with much, neither does Lina. They are still going to be playing that bottom part of the map as expected. With the smoke, can they get a pick off?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Let's have a look. Maybe they'll find snaking. Bit of a tricky one. They've got to get that Atos into the silence. Ace, he gets the setup. He'll even pop the Stampede to make sure that the rest of the team can back him up in order to get the kill. And try and turn this into a tower push as well. Gaimin force out the fortification. Of course, Falcons, without snaking, no interest in trying to put a team fight together to hold this tower, so Gaimin should get away with this one nice and early. 22 minutes in, taking the tier 2 down.
Won't be able to get any kind of a trade, nothing in the mid, nothing at the top, and you can see them drawing on a minimap. They know exactly where Falcons are. Phoenix is dead. 5k gold lead for Gaimin.
Still holding on to that advantage. With that tower taken, it's going to open up this area of the map to give them a bit more space to start maybe considering Roshan. Falcons, though, they're looking for the team fight themselves. Snaking's back in play. They have the ultimates. Off the back of the smoke, could catch Gaimin by surprise. We'll see how prepared Gaimin are for this sort of play, as they are going to be aware of Falcons being completely off the map right now. Will they get caught? No Stampede for 20 seconds on Ace. Looks like they've managed to split up pretty nicely here, Gaimin.
Usually this is where Radiant has advantage when Roshan is on their own side of the map, but there is still tier 1 towers, so the buybacks is not that much in the favor of them. Usually Dire can't buy back, TP to tier 2 and come back into a fight. It takes you good 10-15 seconds.
Yeah.
But for Radiant, it's much easier. But at least this time around,
I mean,
Gaimin, they do have that tower.
Can Falcons line up force the Roche, or they don't do it quick enough?
I don't think both of the teams have enough damage to just take Roche. It's way too obvious. So that's why they're not going for it. Instead, they're going for a smoke, maybe trying to bait. Let's see if somebody wants to use the scan to figure out.
They're coming as well here. Smoke on smoke here. All ultimates ready to play for. You win this fight, you get the Roche.
Who's getting the first jump?
They're in. They get the jump on a Quinn straight away. Amon found him with the defensive disruption. Comes out from Celery. Same time they made the jump, and the burst comes out over towards Maori. And Quinn gets the spells off. They turn now over towards the Magnus. Skeeter to fall. It's a beautiful play there from Gaimin. They were more than ready for that jump.
They were so ready.
Quick. They were so quick there.
It sounds stupid, but it's better if you don't catch Shadow Demon inside of the arena, because he can see on the inside what's happening. And this time around, he was able to get the counter initiation with the disruption. True. But the guy who was uncontested completely, Watson. Time and time again, we see Dragonite. If you're not focusing him down, which is very difficult, there is no break mechanic. If you're not getting the first jump and trying to burst him, which is super difficult, now with the SNY, it's going to be even more difficult. You're going to straight up lose the fight.
Massive moves there. Easy team fight for Gaimin, and it really is, as you said, one of those points where getting the Shadow Demon in this arena, it's bad news for you.
It is.
Because you can get that disruption off. He has the vision.
And then Dragonite, you have no real abilities that, like, sure, you have Link, you have RP, but this is not what Dragonite is afraid of. You don't have that kind of a burst damage. It's a bit of a slow build-up. You need right clicks from Magnus, you need that static Link to connect, you need Phoenix to get, I don't know, 3-4 seconds off his Sun Ray, but it's definitely not enough. And now Gaimin in full control of this game.
There we go with the Aegis. They could look to try and push it. Of course, there's still the RP at the ready for Skeeter into the supernova potential of snaking and the arena being back up. So they have that strong high ground hold. But the damage absolutely could be an issue. Maureen. Risky point at the map to farm in. And they're going to find him. He didn't expect Gaimin to be down here. That's him gone.
And also such a simple way to...
Quinn. They've got the catch in the mid. They're going to try and burst him. They get the finger into the arena wall. They've found him. But now the TPs are coming into play. Watson turns towards Amar. The Supernova will go off successfully. Amar, he goes for the BKB TP out. Falcons, they've got to run. But Watson, he's hot on the chase. He's looking for the Phoenix, and he'll find him. Dragon Tail onto Snaking. Atos to lock him down as well as Snaking. They'll try and escape with the Sunray, but Watson claims another kill.
Very easy execution. Glimmer Cape on Dragonite so that he can initiate. This time around, at least Falcons are getting some kind of a trade, picking off Lina, but you can see how heavily invested they need to be. Crit doesn't have much mana to work with.
Yeah, he's just found him, and here comes the Dragon. Crit trying to hide in the trees. That's all he can do. He can't run. He's dead as well. 18-10. Gaimin Gladiators getting so much done there with that Aegis, making that quick move to catch Maureen down on the bottom line of the map. And then even though Quinn was getting jumped on the mid, they're still able to overall turn that into a very successful play. They get the 2 kills on the supports, and they take out another tier 2 tower.
The question is how aggressive Gaimin wants to play with this Aegis. They clear tier 2 tower bottom, tier 2 tower in the mid lane. They still have 2 towers to take in the top lane, but the question is whether they want to siege the high ground or not. You are playing into Magnus, you are playing into Arena Spear potentially combo, so gotta be careful. We've seen so many games where it looks like it's over, and then the game drags for another 25, 30, 60 minutes, as we've seen in the yesterday's 80-minute game where OG was unable to close it out early.
Yeah, really it's the fact that they sort of have these fallbacks, these extra sort of save mechanisms through disruptions, stampedes, and just the raw tankiness of the heroes that I feel has got the opportunity of kind of giving Gaimin Gladiators that confidence to still push for the advantage, even though there is those threats, as you talk about, from Falcons.
Still 2 minutes left. I think it's time to go for the high ground. I don't want to see them give any kind of potential comeback, and I like what I'm seeing from Celery. He bought a Blink Dagger, so even if somebody gets caught inside of the arena, he can keep the distance, blick in, get the vision, and get the disruption.
Oh, here we have it. Falcons, what are you going to do? Gaimin pushing in around Watson's Aegis. Now we got to maintain control, get the Wisdom Rune as well at 28 minutes. Falcons, what's the play? Tier 3. It's gone.
They also have Lotus Orb available on Ace. So if he pops it, that's going to be a good way of counter-initiating to what Lion wants to do or what Razor wants to do. It's not as good as it was before against Lion because Earth Spike doesn't reflect it anymore since the recent changes, but you still are reflecting Hex, which is a big one.
Oh, Falcons coming out with a wraparound
They
here.
know. They're pinging it out.
They know that around this time as well, it's likely someone backed off to look for the power in, and Quinn does indeed split away from the rest of the team, but Falcons weren't quite quick enough to catch him on that move. So unlikely to find anything, and if anything, they're going to have to probably come back towards the mid lane.
Oh, Watson's career has been killed.
That's a big snipe.
Full Daedalus. So for now, gonna need to settle with his Crystallis. Nemesis Curse DK. If he had that Daedalus ready.
Yeah, that'd be wild. This early as well, 29 minutes in. I mean, the farm, as you can see, for this DK, it's pretty crazy. Nearly 20k net worth, 29 minutes in on Watson. Here's the push continuing. Falcons, they still know, just making the call to try and stop this, it's so hard. Even if there wasn't an Aegis here. And 20 seconds, he's still got this Watson, he gets what he came for.
They're pretty happy with this one. Solo Siege, just Dragonite things. Do you remember the patch notes in 737E? Anything happened to Dragonite?
I've got a textbook, I can read them all to you from my memory. Dragon Knight, nothing happened, McCall. Nothing.
Yeah, I don't know why. Like, this hero is so strong.
Maybe someone at Valve just really likes playing the Dragon.
Yeah, it's very... I love the interactive gameplay that we're seeing from Dragonite. All these cool things you can do, like right-click or blink stun.
It's a pretty good hero. And Watson definitely pushing it even beyond its limits this game. This is beyond the top tier play of the DK carry here. Just in terms of the farm and his involvement and the way they're taking objectives with him, and just the team as overall around him. They're using this DK carry absolutely perfectly this game.
He's massive, 21k net worth on him. His career is dead for another minute and 20 seconds, but they still feel, even without that item, they're gonna be able to find some kills, and Perfect Draw gonna minimap exactly where they're gonna find people.
Amar. How quick is he with the BKB? Not quick enough. He's not going to get to pop it immediately. They're coming in with the burst. Amar will finally get the BKB off. It lets him drop the arena, but the Laguna comes in. Amar's gone, and Snake King, he's got no way out of this either. Big damage flying through there as he's out.
Ace did not want to give him a chance to blink out. Uses Stampede, goes through him immediately, because your Hoof Stomp does have a bit of a wind-up time, so gets that damage in from the Stampede immediately, cancels his Blink Dagger, and they get multiple kills. It's time to go for the high ground now.
It is.
Again.
Gaimin Gladiators, they're not afraid to force it. They know the Falcons, they can try for some sort of RP skewer play, but they're ready to live through it. Gaimin Gladiators, and Ace, he's just jumping in. There's the RP. He'll get the two of them, but the defensive disruption comes in, and there's just no follow-up damage. Ace is fine. They'll get the skewer back on towards Watson. They're trying to burst him, but he's surviving. Finally, he falls, but it takes so much, and it costs them the life of Maureen.
They used a lot. Damage has also been done to Tier 3 tower, but at least Dragonite can be killed. They are showing one buyback from Amar. That's the big one. His item progression is not going to be there. They would definitely love to have double arena, double BKB to be able to keep them inside.
And it really is just that, you know, they can kill him, but it costs so much. Cost the life of Maureen, cost the buyback of Amar. They did it this once. They slow down the push. They push them back. They keep this game going.
Problem is for the next
fight. They do it
fight.
again. Yeah, when he's back up, I don't see any reason why Gaimin Gladiators might not just come crashing down the lane once more.
They're going to wait for Roshan. Roshan's going to be on Radiant's side. But problem is, Amar dropping low. Imagine if he died there. If he was chilling too hard near the Tormentor, would not be available to come back into a fight for a good minute plus, considering that he just used the buyback. But yeah, Dragonite, his career respawns, so that's Daedalus, and he can also disassemble and have Satanic in the next minute or so. Can sell his Broadsword, pick up the Reaver, needs another minute to finish it off.
Also against these RPs, it's going to be interesting to see, you know, Celery, he's got to kind of play favorites, right? You know, if this RP comes in, say it catches both Watson and Quinn, who's he saving with the disruption?
Oh, Watson.
The DK every time.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, sorry, Quinn, you got
it. Quinn, I'm sorry, buddy, we're close, but you have to die in this
save your Dragon Knight, yeah. Because we saw what last time, I think it was not Celery, Ace and Watson got clipped by it, and of course, having to opt to save Watson over the center, which that one for sure is understandable.
Roshan, 2 minutes, so a bit of a longer one, which means it's going to be on Dire's side. Falcons preparing for potential Radiant Roche. 6 Lotuses, not something you see.
And looking actually in particular at the levels right now, it's a pretty low-level Razor.
It is. He's only level 16.
He's having a rough one here,
Compared
Maureen.
to Quinn, who's level 22.
Yeah.
Maureen, not really having a game.
After getting that solo kill mid.
Not really having a serious, because he got countered. It was very difficult Magnus game in the previous one. Falcons, they're in a good spot. Smoke broke.
Tofu looks to check it out, but gets caught by the Hex by Crit. Falcons, they have to be careful how they reveal the rest of their hand, though. Jump forward, Amar trying to get the opening, pots the BKB, but straight away they've managed to get the jump back and return on a Crit. Maureen tries to stand his ground with the BKB and the static link on towards Watson. The RP is onto the 3 of them, but again, where's the follow-up? He'll try and skewer them across. Looks to Celery, they'll kill Celery off, but they've lost 3 of them. The Atos is going to catch Skeeter as well, 4 to fall.
I'm not sure if they would want to go for Roche. I think they want to go in and try to end the game, because RP has been used. There is no refreshers. He's not even close to his Lincoln Sphere. And Dragonite, he just goes pew, 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 pretty much.
And these fights, these plays, Gaimin Gladiators, 23k up. And with this push coming in now, 4 being dead, no buyback available on Skeeter or Snake King. Gaimin Gladiators on the verge of knocking Falcons out of the tournament here on the second round of the playoffs. Falcons, have they got anything left up their sleeves? The
they
bottom
need
racks.
some skewers, they need some spearbacks into the fountain. Otherwise, they are not killing this Dragonite. 4,000 HP, 4,000 plus, with the Shadow Demon sitting behind him. I don't think you're getting that kill. Add Pipe on top of that. Shadow Demon Shard.
Still 15 seconds without the Magnus.
15 seconds and 45 without having RP.
Crazy.
Casual ulti.
When, you know, why not?
Zone him out.
Keep that push going. Keep those stacks up.
He's the one who's sieging, being supercharged. And it's on a relatively short cooldown with Crit Talent.
I think the Hex opening. Marin tries to move in with the BKB and the static link, but the Lotus Sword was thrown down, and Marin here has to back off himself. Amar dropped the arena, only catching Watson, but he's got the BKB at the ready. Watson gets out of the arena. Amar puts the refresher. Second arena catching onto the three of them. He'll get the spear connection, dive forward from Snake King, but he has to hold back. He can't commit to this fight. They get the stun down on a Skeeter. He's gonna fall. Skeeter's out again without the goal for buyback, and it's over. GG is called as Gaimin Gladiators take the series 2-0 and knock Falcons out of the competition.
What a dominant performance in this series. This was supposed to be a relatively close one. First game was really long, but it was also Gaimin Gladiators who were controlling the most of the game. And they had some really nice draft in the second game as well, picking up this Dragonite early on. Every single time I watch this hero being played, I'm like, what the hell is happening? It's just way too much. Mid lane, after getting one kill, they were still able to play around Quinn, getting back into the game and shut down Malrine, who was supposed to pop off with that first blood.
Yeah, just rough times all around. It felt like they were trying something a bit different to their normal style, really. We talked about Skeeter getting the Magnus. He hasn't done it since 2020, as you say, in pro gameplay.
On the 4.5 years.
It's a long time. Tries to bring it out here. It does not work out for him. 049 gets heavily punished by Gaimin Gladiators. And yeah, overall, Gaimin Gladiators as a team, as I say, with Watson as the carry. We saw previous tournaments. It felt that they had this sort of disjointedness before. Yeah. They couldn't really get things built up around the way they want to play around Watson on the carry. But here today, against Falcons, it feels like it was all finally falling into place for them.
I'm feeling the 2023 Gaimin Gladiators chemistry, at least from the series that I just watched. It feels like everybody is on the same page. They know how to play the map. They are just dominating. The draft looked also very good, and I really like that Watson is gelling. They're using him early on. Not just early on, he TP'd in 8 minutes.
Super early.
That was so quick. I think 99% of the carriers would not be able to find that opportunity on the map and get multiple kills plus a tower from it.
Yeah, and with this performance, as I say, with this play from Gaimin Gladiators, they take the series 2-0 and force Team Falcons to have a very uncharacteristic early exit from the competition.
It is our first 2-0 finally here at Blast Slam, and it was Gaimin Gladiators taking out Falcons. We've got Ace joining us at the desk here. First of all, you know, you guys had your one-day break. Were you a little bit nervous coming into this? Or you're like, oh yeah, easy 2-0?
I mean, it is Falcons, so I wouldn't say it's easy 2-0 ever. But I think we're in decent shape right now, so.
Yeah. Are scrims going well? You know, I know there's a lot of people that go, oh, when scrims are good, it feels like officials are bad, or are you just having mixed everywhere of scrims and officials?
I think we're just very used to scrims being bad.
Okay.
And generally when we play stage games or whatever, like, we just play better, so we already know that.
Okay. All right. Rhea?
Yes, I have questions. The first thing, you had an amazing Dawnbreaker game in game 1. I was a big fan. I was actually wondering what you think is the most important or valuable part of her and her kit to abuse to get the most out of her as a hero.
Like, farm it up a lot.
Yeah.
Because she can always connect, and she farms insanely fast. Funny enough, also, once you use her ulti, you get the ulti faster by farming because of the facet. So her kit is made to farm a lot, and you also saw my items. I try to scale a lot, very greedy items. I think a lot of people are doing some mistakes of buying this blade mills and echo sabers and all this crap. I don't think it's that good.
Do you feel like that's kind of the only way you can really play Dawn then, is to just farm it up and go for that scaling, go to be essentially the carry?
I mean, there's also this Aghanim's, right? The Aghanim's is also cool. It's very game dependent, but she's also this saver hero. But yeah, I think generally if she doesn't scale, she doesn't do anything. Because two of her spells are at least is very right click based. So she deals no damage or does anything if she doesn't have good farm.
Oh my god, I've learned it so much already.
Do you want to ask? I know you had a couple more.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, please.
How are you and Tofu evolving as players over time? Because, like, obviously, when it's the same two people, there's a chance that you stick to the same patterns and become predictable in the way you play. How do you guys keep improving or evolving or changing over time as a duo?
Like fine wine.
Like fine wine.
No, I want a real answer, Ace. Tell me more.
I don't know. We just we just go with the flow. Like the patches always change how we have to play. I feel like we have some good shit going, then the patch does something, and we need to find something new.
Yeah.
But I think generally, like we're good at talking together and like just figuring stuff out together. So yeah, I think we just have good synergy. So whatever happens, we'll just find out something.
Okay. Yeah, you two are my favorite wine.
There you go. Currently, Blast Slam, I think it's like top 15 for like longest average game in like all of Dota tournaments. Do you think it's like teams still trying to find their strategies so they're not as quick on the map and like breaking down the game? Or do you think currently just Dota is in a little bit of a stalemate position once you hit that kind of 25-30 minute mark compared to like TI?
Wait, you said the game time was really long?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's because it's so position based right now. Like auras are super bad, so nobody is really tanky.
Yep.
Which means people are really afraid of pushing high ground because like when you show yourself, you die. Like you can't tank anything. And then there's this game where all around the map, like you need to go on vision. Like it's so scary to go anywhere where you don't see them because anybody can like instant die, which makes the game very long.
Yeah, I guess it's another reason for Dawnbreaker, you know, play around that kind of daytime, that brief little moment. Yeah.
Is that one of the reasons why Game 1 went so long in this series, or what exactly enabled it that you guys were coming back, but it still was delayed on how you close it out?
Yeah, I think exactly. Like, normally this game should not have been that long, I feel like. I think we also push it out a little bit too much in a lot of cases.
Yep.
But generally, when you're playing, you feel like you can always die. So that is why like people are like playing very carefully.
I just wanted you to know, by the way, you know, in Game 1, when you lost all your towers, 23 minutes, statistically, you have a 6% chance of winning the game there. In like on all games, losing the tower. Did you feel in that position when you lost all the towers that you had a 6% chance of winning? Of course, draft and play is dependent, but you know, did you feel that in the game or not so much?
No, not really. Not really at all. Like, I feel like you kind of feel like it's gonna go late, especially against Falcons right now. And we had like pretty good late game.
Yeah.
We had this this raking carry, and like raking carry eventually also falls off pretty hard, I would say. So not really.
Do you have any more?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you would.
No,
Ace, I'm telling you, you're like a hostage here now. We're just gonna keep talking to you.
I'm done, by the way, just so you're aware. I have no more questions.
I was just gonna like raise it, like make it a little fluffy for a second.
Okay.
We know you hate doing interviews. How can we make this better for you in the future if we have to bring you on?
Don't ask questions.
I don't hate interviews. Interviews are fine. I just don't go say like, give me the interview. I just don't do that. I was like, ask me. Yeah, sure. I can do one.
All right. Well, I do have one last one before we let you go. What's the sleep schedule like? You know, you're supposed to start your series at 7 p.m. They've been going a lot later. It feels like, you know, everything's been just pushed back so far, and especially with last night ending at 4 a.m. For you guys, when are you waking up? When are you going to bed? What's the window?
I mean, it's still very split on the team.
Okay, so
me and Topher are the late bears. Okay. I think me and Topher went to sleep at 5, I think, both last days. Woke up at 2:30 or something today.
So you missed lunch.
But Siwa is like super early. No, we actually just caught it at the end.
Okay, you got the last half hour of it.
We had to get out of bed and like run to the lunch. But like, Siwa is really early, and Quinn too.
Okay.
Celery and Watson, I don't actually know. It's kind of random.
They're just like whenever it is. Well, I would normally say I'll let you go, get some sleep and get some rest, but you can fit another 5 hours of playing Dota in by looking at this time. But Ace, thank you.
That's what's gonna happen now.
I'm glad to hear it because you guys are still in this tournament. A fantastic 2-0, so congratulations again, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No worries. Alrighty, while we do say goodbye to Ace, we're going to have a look at the Gauntlet bracket, because with this change up in a format, it is single elimination, with Gaimin Gladiators getting the 2-0 victory. That is Falcons out in the tournament. Yesterday, we did have to say goodbye to Spirit and OG. Earlier today, in a 3-game best-of-3, it was goodbye to Heroic, with PARIVISION prevailing. Soon to go up against Liquid tomorrow. And then with Gaimin Gladiators, they got to look at Extreme Gaming. And T's going to jump in here, and I'm going to read your mind. T's going to say something. He's going to be like, Gaimin Gladiators are the first Group B team.
Oh.
No?
It was going to be along those lines. A little bit of hype for Group B because coming into it, you know, look at Group A, look at Group B. I think a lot of Western fans would go, haha, Group B is the strongest, look at the names. But you know, they fell flat. They were miserable until Gaimin stepped up. We're going to say it how it is. But also, the Gaimin vs. Liquid Grand Finals for the billionth time stays alive. No fans.
I wasn't going to jump on that one at all.
Look how no one was excited for that one. That was pretty rough.
I have a question. It's very unrelated. Which one of you two put Subway Surfers on the draft panel screen?
I think
literally no one else can see that. I think that's the observers.
Yeah, they're just enjoying their time.
Thank you for being distracted by that. We did see a very brief schedule for tomorrow as well. That does start out with PARIVISION and Liquid, and then it's going to be a Gaimin Gladiators up against Extreme Gaming. So we're not yet at the top of either group. Those opponents are still waiting further for themselves, collecting all the data they possibly can. And now I'm a bit... Momentum probably doesn't matter in the single elimination. Maybe waiting and biding your time and coming together with some more information over the next couple days could be more beneficial.
I would only argue that teams that are in quarterfinals, semifinals could potentially be complacent, having not just one day off, but 2 or 3 days, and then having to come into the studio thinking, you know, well, our groups are so good, and they haven't had to like overthink every day. Because like as soon as you play on day 1 or day 2, it's like thinking about the draft, how to, you know, what are you thinking in the moment? So I feel like maybe we could see some upsets if the teams are complacent, but that doesn't happen too often, especially with the, you know, the names that we have progressing to the quarter and semifinals.
Yeah, it feels like all the teams that are left remaining have a lot to prove for themselves. You know, it's doubts around whether it's a one-person roster change, whether it's a whole overhaul and you actually only kept one person in your roster, or if you've been able to have the freedom of building your own roster. All these teams have kind of just fallen short here in the last few months since TI, and now it feels like it's up for anyone to grab. You don't know what's going to happen with the potential of these best of threes.
Yeah, for sure, but I definitely want to see like I want to say lower bracket, but a gauntlet run. Like one of those
you want someone to run all the way through. Well, you don't have any round 1 teams left, but you want a round 2
I'll take a round 2 team. I'll take what I can get here.
Yeah, we're desperate.
We didn't have many in the round 1, but here we are. We're going into round 3 here. I do want to see one of the round 2 teams take an upset here, right?
Yeah.
That would be nice to see. So that's on my wish list here. But yeah, these teams are good for a reason. They did well in the group for a reason. So the teams that are playing this lower bracket are in a situation where they have to show up. And will they have what it takes? I don't have the answer to that. I have no idea. These are all good teams, though.
Yeah. And any other wishes from you, Rhea? Anything you want to add on top as we close out today?
Yeah, I want Saber Chad to take it all.
Okay.
I want it all, the whole thing.
Saber Chad specifically, not so much Liquid, whatever.
I do not
Saber
care
Chad.
about Liquid whatsoever.
Well, look, unfortunately, if you're a Saber Chad fan, just like Ray, you gotta wait a little bit longer. We're gonna be seeing them play tomorrow, but for now, we're closing out day number 3 of Blast Slam.